Hi,
Hi,
how are
I'm good. How are you?
you? Good.
We're gonna get started in just a second. I've got YouTube going, and I think they can hear me though. They still see the BRB screen, and then I'll do some intros, and then uh, yeah, I'll just give it like a minute or two before we start. Um,
Sure.
but we have a few, yeah. So. But I'm excited for you, Solange.
Oh, thank you.
So, yeah, I'll see you in just a few minutes. So,
Okay,
hang on tight, hang tight.
sure.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the last day of our telethon. I know some people might still be trickling in, and that is okay because I wanted to introduce myself before we got too far ahead. Um, oh, I see there's no sound on YouTube, but there should be. Well, we'll figure that out in a second. Just give me one moment, please. Mute. No, I see. I hear sound. That's interesting because I hear sound on my end actually for YouTube. Um, if I unmute it. So, as you can see, just give me one moment, please. So that was me playing YouTube. Okay. Well, thanks to our few YouTubers. So I'm Renée Reizman. I'm the creative catalyst for the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. I'm an artist in residence that is embedded in the city department, and I get to do cool art interventions with the public in order to talk about transportation infrastructure, transportation safety issues, and about how to make our streets more fair, equitable, humane to all the people in Los Angeles. I think when, especially in LA, we hear transportation, we mostly just think about cars, and transportation is so much more than just the car, the machine itself. It's about our roads, it's about our buses, it's about walking and biking and getting from point A to point B. It's even about our longshoremen in the port of LA and how goods are distributed across the city. So I think if you've tuned in the past 2 days, you've seen so many different perspectives on what transportation means to people. And today, on our last day of this telethon, you will learn more about different perspectives on transportation and how COVID-19 and how our recent Black Lives Matter protest movements intersect with transportation issues. On top of that, this whole event is a fundraiser for the Department of Cultural Affairs Arts Emergency Relief Fund. And that is a fund that grants micro grants to artists that have been impacted by COVID-19. As you know, with us being safer at home, a lot of shows have been canceled and a lot of exhibitions have been canceled. And even though so many people are going online and doing a great job with that, there are so many artists that lost opportunities to make income and work during this time and are still struggling as COVID-19 continues to affect our cities. So what I would love for you to do, and I'll have so many reminders at the top of the hour, is to go to our donation page. I've put the link in the chat. Actually, it might not be there right now, but so I just put a link in the chat. It's also in YouTube. I'll have to repost it. But you go to this event and as you're scrolling down the page, you'll see a field that says, if you have a special purpose for your donation, please let us know. And there's a drop down box. So please select Arts Emergency Relief Fund, and then you know for sure your donation will go to this fund. If you don't select it, I think it just goes in general to community partners, and we might be able to get them to know where it was supposed to go based on the timestamp. But if you want to guarantee you're giving to this emergency relief fund, make sure to select that on the drop down list. And also, we have a hotline that is collecting transit stories from across LA. What has it been like to commute during this difficult time? Are you an essential worker? So have you still gone to work and seen how different it is to travel during this time? Have you had to change your exercise routine because your gym's closed down and now you're running or biking on these previously unused paths? Are you now working from home? Even your lack of transit is a commute story. Have you still been taking the bus and noticing what it's like to ride with a mask on your face? How is that feeling? There's just so many different perspectives of what it's like to travel and commute in Los Angeles at this time, both by car, by foot, by staying at home, by going onto the front lines. And so I would love for people to call our hotline and share their transit story. We have been playing all our voicemails throughout the telethon. Most of our guests here have left a story, and you will hear their story before they go on. So we're almost at Solange. I just also want to say one more thing. I've started every day with a land acknowledgement to give tribute to the indigenous peoples that Los Angeles colonized and took the land away from them. And so we need to acknowledge the lands. And so let me read this introduction about this. So we built Los Angeles upon unceded land from the Gabrielino and Tongva people. So I ask you in joining me to acknowledge the original stewards of Los Angeles. The Gabrielino and Tonga communities, their elders, their ancestors, their present and their future generations. Because this is a virtual event, some of you might be tuning in from other places across the country or across California. And so I encourage you to say the name of those indigenous people out loud right now, or write their names in the chat if you are on YouTube or Zoom. So I'm going to pause for just a second so you can all say the names of the people from who were the original stewards of where you're based right now. Gabrielino to Tongva. I know this is just a small gesture, but I hope this is just one small step to recognize the injustices of settler colonialism that has happened to indigenous people, and that we work together to dismantle white supremacy. So thank you for bearing with me with the intros. I am now going to read Solange's bio and then play her transit story. So our very, very first performer today, Solange Castro. Solange Castro is a stand-up comic and published playwright. Her original play, Changes in the Mating Strategies of White People, and her new memoir, Salsa Chica, How I Learned to Dance Salsa and Avoid Real Life, is available on Amazon. Her first stand-up comedy album, A Journey of Self-Discovery, produced by Redland Records, is available on iTunes, Amazon, and Spotify. And now we're going to hear her commute story.
This is Solange Castro, author of Salsa Chica, How I Learned to Dance Salsa and Avoid Real Life, and stand-up comic. My story of transportation during quarantine has been my discovery of the Bayona Creek bike path, which became my main freedom during prime quarantine time, and showed me that I can bike all the way to La Brea without having to be on the street. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Solange, are you ready to go?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Renee, for putting this together. And I really appreciated that tribute to the Indigenous people. I am a stand-up comic, writer, playwright, and for my time, I'll do some jokes for you, and then I'm going to read from my book, Salsa Chica, How I Learned to Dance Salsa and Avoid Real Life, which is a very Los Angeles specific memoir about the salsa scene and learning to dance. A little bit about myself. I am single. I am single and childless, or as I like to think of it, well rested. I don't say that as a commentary on people who have children. I just don't think I'm cut out to be a mother. For one thing, I don't even like Pinot Grigio. I have found that it's been challenging. I've gotten so used to being in quarantine by myself that it's challenging sometimes to remember everything when I leave the house. Like, I'm always forgetting to wear a bra, or as I like to think of it, a breast mask. I know I look like a white girl, but I'm actually half Mexican and half angry, as it turns out. So those are all my jokes that I'll tell today. I think I'm going to read from my book. This is available on Amazon. So I have been dancing salsa for 15 years. I started in Los Angeles, and I started writing this book about 13 years ago. And it took me 13 years to finish the book, and I published it on March 11th of this year. And we promptly went into quarantine, and salsa became kind of a thing of the past. So it's kind of become a history book. I don't know if dancing is going to come back anytime soon. It is probably the opposite of quarantine. It's very intimate. It's very much about physical touch. And connection with sometimes people you don't know. So it's not the optimum way of protecting yourself from the virus. However, it is a wonderful dance, and the music is wonderful, which you can still listen to forever. So I am going to read the first few chapters of it, and here we go. Salsa Chica, How I Learned to Dance Salsa and Avoid Real Life. Covers by Siobhan Gallagher. She's an amazing illustrator who lives in Brooklyn, who designed the cover for me. All right. Chapter 1, Casa Escobar. The girl danced like she owned her body. Not just her body, but her red dress, dance partner, the floor, and everyone who stood around and watched her, including me. She looked to something inside herself or the music. I could not really tell. It took me less than 5 minutes to drive to Casa Escobar, a Mexican restaurant located a mile from my house. Then I stayed in my car for an hour. Just open the door, I thought, as I sat in my red Honda Civic. Mascara-infused tears flowed down my face. Single, alone, out by myself on a Sunday night. While only 34, I felt like a character from a Tennessee Williams play, past my prime and rife with desperation. I could go home and watch Sex and the City or work on my OkCupid profile, I thought. Sure, I had those options, but I would always have those options. I needed to move forward, and if not forward, then sideways. I needed to, at the very least, get out of the car. I opened my car door and walked inside Casa Escobar, where I met the great love of my life, salsa. Casa Escobar A divey Mexican restaurant located 5 blocks from my apartment in Marina del Rey, California, hosted a salsa night each Sunday on their small tile dance floor. I paid $15 for the class taught by an Argentinian instructor and spent the hour flooded with different emotions: shame, fear, embarrassment, and a short fleeting moment of joy. My body on display for the world to witness. What was next? What was the next step? Stripping? After the class ended, the DJ played salsa music and I danced with my classmates, all men, most of whom repeated the choreography they had just learned. After a while, I noticed the arrival of dancers who all seemed to know each other. One young Latino man with large biceps and spiked bleached blonde hair greeted everyone and then danced with the girl in the red dress. I stopped dancing and watched spiked blonde hair and red dress girl. Halfway through the song, spiked blonde hair signaled to another young Latino man in a jacket with the name Guanajuato stitched on the back. Guanajuato stepped in and took spiked blonde hair's place as leader. Meanwhile, spiked blonde hair took a swig of his Corona. Guanajuato looked a little drunk, but red dress girl did not notice. She looked fantastic. "They are gorgeous," said the woman beside me. I turned to find a tall white woman in her 40s. She poured clear liquid from a flask into a glass of soda water and then put the flask back into her purse. "It's organic wheat-free vodka. They don't serve it here," she explained. "It helps me feel more free." She introduced herself as Lisa, and we, along with a growing crowd, continued to watch spiked blonde hair and Guanajuato dance with red dress girl. We looked like fans entranced by stars on the red carpet. "I can't believe it. Salsa," said Lisa, except she pronounced it with a thick gringo accent, which made the word sound like salsa. "This," she waved at the dance floor, "it's all I want to do with my life. It would be one thing if I were in my 30s, but at my age, I'm going to be 50. I felt an instant kinship with Lisa. Like her, I wanted to dance more than anything. "Have you ever danced with that guy?" she asked and pointed to a tall, lanky Latino man who stood by the DJ. He played what looked like a percussive instrument to the music. A far shorter Latino guy stood beside him with an instrument that sounded like a jar full of beads. I later learned that they were following the clave, the fundamental beat in salsa. "No," I said. I felt a little rejected. Why had he not asked me to dance? "He picked me up and threw me in the air," she said with indignation. "I could have died." I looked at my watch and saw that it was almost midnight. It felt scandalous to be out so late on a work night. Do these people have jobs? "I have to go home," I said, and made my exit. Nobody but Lisa noticed, but I felt a pull to stay. I came home filled with fresh hope. A wall of fear lay crumpled behind me, along with my knee-length skirt. I went back to Casa Escobar the next Sunday, and the Sunday after that. Each week I saw Lisa, spiked blonde hair, Guanajuato, red dress girl, and a host of other people who also scheduled their lives around Casa Escobar's salsa night. Casa Escobar transformed my Sunday nights from existential loneliness to something akin to a religious experience. In time, I danced with everyone, including the guys who played instruments beside the DJ. Indeed, when I danced with the tall one named Milo, he picked me up and threw me in the air, just like Lisa said. When I danced with the shorter one named Santiago, he stopped dead cold for a beat and stared at my feet. Then he fanned his face as if I were setting him ablaze with my sexy style. He looked at Milo, who stood nearby, and pointed to my feet as if they were on fire. His shtick seemed a little exaggerated, as I clearly had no idea what I was doing during my dance solo. But he made me feel special and honored throughout the whole dance, even when he pulled me close and I felt him grind against my thigh. Please note, grinding is not a part of salsa dancing. In time, I realized that I, in fact, had no style. I needed some moves, and so a few weeks later, I signed up for a ladies' styling workshop taught by the same Argentinian instructor. At the class, I saw Lisa, who waved at me. The teacher taught us movements like how to execute a butt roll. Lisa later told me that she felt ripped off by what she described as a teacher's stripper moves. Nonetheless, I signed up for more classes. One night, in another class, the strap of my 9 West spiked heel sandals broke, and the teacher offered me her extra pair of salsa shoes. The suede bottoms allowed me to glide. The straps provided my ankles with support, and the soles melted around my feet. I fell in love. The next day, I looked up the website for the store. The homepage featured 3 couples in dramatic poses. The women wore tight buns and fierce facial expressions as if they could not contain the emotion of the dance. The men were clad in what looked like Star Trek uniforms. Lightning bolts flashed in the background. The whole site, which looked like it was built in 1996, seemed like a Saturday Night Live parody of salsa. But that only made me love salsa more. As I would soon learn, there is no irony in salsa dancing. The writer in me balked at the vulnerability. Unlike the ironic detachment that I embraced in my blog posts, hammered out in my free time at my job at a digital ad agency, dancing comes from real emotion. I drove to Van Nuys and purchased my first pair of salsa shoes. I danced in them until the shoe repairman could no longer reconstruct the bottoms. Then I bought another pair of the same shoe and then another. Years later, I've worn out over a dozen shoes, bored holes in the soles, shredded the straps, and annihilated the linings. However, the heels often remain intact because I dance on the balls of my feet. The first night I wore my shoes at Casa Escobar, I looked down on the newbies in their stilettos. What amateurs. I was official, a real salsa dancer. In time, Lisa bought the same shoes. The moment we put on our shoes, hunched over in our chairs, we switched over from civilian life and into our salsa personas. While I showed up at work with a desperate need for caffeine and a brush, the moment I stepped onto the dance floor with my salsa shoes, I felt flooded with goddess energy. Lisa and I quickly realized that we needed our dance partners as much as the music, and we scrutinized them with intense curiosity. One night, Lisa ran up to me as if she'd heard some earth-shattering news. You're not going to believe this, but Milo is Santiago's father. That's so Chinatown, I replied. Lisa discovered this one night at an after Casa Escobar party located at what she described as the compound, where Santiago, Milo, and Guanajuato and his younger brother all lived. All of them migrated from Mexico and fell into a category of salsa dancer that we came to know as a salsero. What is a salsero? In the nonverbal culture of salsa, the definition remained fluid. A salsero could be a man who loved salsa music, dancing, and a personal style that thrived in the Los Angeles salsa scene from the late 90s to the 00s. Picture fedoras, three-piece suits, chains, and yes, even sunglasses at night. A woman with the same passion and drive to dance became a salsera. Her style, though less distinct, included tight dresses, but mostly jeans and a tight-fitted top. Salseros and salseras followed the culture of LA-style salsa established in the 90s by the 3 Vasquez brothers, Johnny, Francisco, and Luis, and the wife of Johnny, Jovi Brava. All belonged to Salsa Brava, a dance group that cross-pollinated salsa all over the world. LA-style salsa had a reputation for showy, flashy moves and big tricks. In Los Angeles clubs, salseros vied for attention with crowd pleasers like dips and something called the neck drop, where a woman's head hovers inches from the floor, which most salsa clubs outlaw today, thank God. We were hardly salsa dancers, let alone salseras. We still held the beginner status that made us fresh meat for the mostly regular crowd of male dance partners. When we weren't dancing, Lisa, her friend, Amy, and I stood around and discussed our dances. Nicknames were paramount for survival in salsa. It's not unusual for salsa dancers to dance with each other for years and fail to grasp a name. In the absence of this information, identifying a dancer can resemble a Native American naming ritual. We often refer to dancers by the way they danced, what they wore, or who they dated. Short hat guy, blonde girl who dances with guy with braces, Persian hat guy, smells like mildew. Lisa's friend, Amy, came up with nicknames for everyone and dubbed blonde spiked hair in Guanajuato the ninjas. Lisa and Amy discussed the ninjas with starry eyes and deep sighs like teenagers and deemed them the greatest dancers at Casa Escobar, if not Los Angeles. The first time spiked blonde hair asked me to dance, I felt like a freshman asked to prom by the captain of the football team. Lisa later told me that when she saw spiked blonde hair approach me with his hand extended, she turned to Amy and announced, Solange has arrived. That night, I learned spiked blonde hair's real name, Ruben, and that he worked as a valet at a high-end Beverly Hills restaurant. He clearly had no shortage of dance partners. Indeed, Ruben's steady stream of partners, girlfriends, and king of Casa Escobar status seemed to prove the age-old adage, women love a man who can dance. In time, I came to see that the Casa Escobar ninjas were more performers or show-offs, as one partner stated with an eye roll, than models of technical style. At any given time, Ruben Guanajuato, also known as Juan, and his brother, who they called Suavecito, the smooth one, might embark on an impromptu salsa show involving flips and a willing salsera in the ubiquitous tradition wherein dancers trade off dancing with the same girl. Each guy shows off his best moves for 8 counts, takes a break, has a swig of Corona, and lets the girl sweat out the song. Lisa called it the salsa gangbang once, and while I am reticent to apply a rape analogy to a dance I adore, it does speak to the gross male privilege that pervades the culture of salsa and the world. However, the tradition also honored the skill and power of the salsera. Many amazing, powerful salseras like Red Dress Girl participated in and even enjoyed the challenge, including, for a short time, myself. I was a beginner at Casa Escobar. This meant that I chose partners without discrimination. I said yes to everyone. Never is a person so open to people from all walks of life as those infused with a passion to learn a new partner dance. I danced with older, lonely men, quirky guys who gyrated or circled me. I tolerated a lot of weirdness because I had no idea what I was doing. In those days, it all looked like salsa dancing to me. For my first few years, neither was I skilled enough, nor did I possess the consciousness of the music to keep up at the high-profile venues like Stephen's Steakhouse, where the real dancers went, according to the seasoned pros who entered Casa Escobar with swagger. A few dancers introduced me to outdoor salsa on Santa Monica's 3rd Street Promenade, an open-air shopping mall near the ocean, on Sunday afternoons. Soon I spent my Sundays at 2 different venues. I danced through the late afternoon on the promenade where a DJ set up a boombox in front of tourists and families. Stray toddlers often wandered into the fray drawn by the music, and we did our best not to step on them. Afterward, I struggled into Casa Escobar like a wedding guest who refuses to leave the reception. Casa Escobar people weren't amazing salsa dancers or exceptionally salsa-y. Not a lot of 3-piece suits and sunglasses made it to the tile dance floor. They ran the gamut of ages, races, and income levels, young teenagers who couldn't get into over 21 clubs, and over 50 men who preferred the slower songs. Not swank or hip, Casa Escobar was one thing that all salsa dancers love, and that is free. In the grand universe of salsa world, in 2006, Casa Escobar was a tiny moon or a piece of stray asteroid rock. However, it was the perfect place to start learning how to dance salsa on a Sunday night. The cast of Casa Escobar characters included more people than I could possibly fit into one book. Ernie, a 50-something rotund man who could tell you just how long everyone had been dancing. Luis, a 5'2" man in a hat who someone once described as the jumping bean because he jumped so much while dancing. I always thought it was so he could reach the height of his partner. Alonzo, a man we sometimes refer to as Al Capone, who would disappear for months to, as rumor had it, serve time. Marty, a 50-something woman who had a reputation for trading sex in exchange for free admission to clubs, and Raul, a clean-cut 40-something guy who looked like an investment banker and whom I later deemed relentless for his style of courtship, if you can call it that. The music of salsa brought together this diverse group of people into a happy state of collegial joy and seemed to bridge race, class, age, and even language stratification. The 55-year-old white Jewish accountant and the 21-year-old Mexican baggage claim worker shared only a few moves in love for salsa music, but that proved enough. In those first few months, I sometimes watched a young Latino man with a ponytail worn under a red bandana and a fedora. He and a broad-shouldered young man in a baseball cap stood near the door and watched the scene like security guards. In those early days of Casa Escobar, salsa felt like an alternative universe, where souls came out of their ascribed identities of gardener, accountant, waiter, wife, or husband and father or mother. A friend once remarked that in salsa world, people created real-life avatars. Women of any age, shape, or size became beautiful, and every man held the cachet of rock stars. Salsa seemed to have the power to transform the most jaded, like Lisa, or the shyest and most confused women like me. That is the end of chapter 1. If anybody has any questions or anything to say about it, feel free to ask.
Yeah, I know it's hard to read and do comedy because like everyone is like silent, but we're here and we're listening, and
Oh, thank you.
yeah, and feel free to keep going. Yes, if you're tuned in, I know we have people on both the Zoom and the chat and the YouTube. Feel free to just say something, anything, but otherwise keep going.
Okay, I mean, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to ask. I can read one more chapter, and I just want to say that this book is available on Amazon, and it's anyway. I'll keep going. I'll read chapter 2. Chapter 2 is called "A Wax On, Wax Off."
Oh, Kim says that she loved your jokes at the start, and she hopes to be well rested throughout her life.
Thank you, Kim.
Now let's go on.
I've done some stand-up shows. Even when it's like marketed as stand-up on Zoom, it's all a challenge.
Yeah,
because it's not the same as doing a live stand-up show. But I actually have done I've done like 7 book readings since we've been in quarantine.
Oh, nice.
Because I published this right before quarantine, so I've had no choice. And it's actually works quite well to read your book online.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay, chapter 2, wax on, wax off. Step 2, meet your salsa guru. And I just want to let you know that there's a picture here of More Bar, which was a hot salsa location on Main Street in Santa Monica in 2006. One night, I danced with a tall man of Middle Eastern descent. "You're too strong," he said. "Too much power yoga," I replied. "You're not letting me lead," he said, a note of frustration in his voice. "American women, they can't follow." I refused to dance with him again, but he had a point. Lack of equality is a great organizing principle. Partner dancing requires 1 leader and 1 follower, but I followed as well as a 3-year-old, and dancers took notice. If I wanted good dancers to ask me to dance, I had to improve my following skills. I have since learned to follow and to lead. I prefer following. Followers develop great reflexes, intelligence, and a certain freedom. However, in order to become a great follower, I had to give up something that I really enjoyed: control. The Argentinian teacher emphasized in class that salsa dancing was the last place in America where men are in charge. Well, in entertainment, technology, medicine, and every high-paying field, but yes, in those days, in salsa too. I thought I was a born follower. I had followed boyfriends into all kinds of terrible experiences, long afternoons at sports bars, hikes in the pouring rain, and bad sex. A boyfriend once took me to look at an apartment located under the LAX flight path. But a leech isn't following anybody, it's attached. No, a follower does not adhere to the leader, just as a leader does not control his partner. A follower responds to the leader, and both serve the highest calling, the music, which I decided comes from divine providence. Following, I concluded, after months of struggle with a multitude of partners, is an act of faith. But I needed more than just following skills. After my initial fresh meat status at Casa Escobar dissipated, the good dancers, the real salseros, hardly clamored to dance with me. I had not shown enough interest in them sexually, and I did not have the skill to make the dance worth their time. I could see the difference when a real salsero walked into the club like Red Dress Girl. She knew what she was doing. She strutted in, utterly disinterested in the men or anything other than the act of expressing herself through salsa. She saw beyond a salsa dance, looked down from the heavens, and moved the chess pieces of her life. Lisa and I studied the moves of Red Dress Girl. I later introduced myself to her like the awkward outcast who meets the head cheerleader. I could hardly hear the beat, let alone dance to it. I frequently spun out of control, but I wanted to learn flashy choreography to show off during my solos. I failed to realize that the course of my salsa education stretched out before me like a long, rocky Himalayan road. One day I saw the young man in the ponytail and fedora eyeing me, and so I made the bold choice to approach him. He seemed unsurprised by my interest in him and introduced himself as Angel. I've seen you around, he said. Yes, I've seen you too. We exchanged vital statistics, and I learned that he worked for the United States Postal Service. How long have you been dancing? I asked. Well, it depends. 7 years if you count the time before I was educated. What do you mean by educated? Before I understood salsa music. His tone seemed to give the word salsa a reverence. It was almost like he said money or God. I can help you out if you want. What do you mean? I can give you a lesson. Really? How much do you charge? Don't worry about it, white girl. He ended. He didn't seem like a serial killer, and to be honest, I was intrigued. He had style and a sort of irreverent charisma. Mostly, however, my desire to improve bordered on desperation. I felt tired of the awkward intermediate phase, scrounging around for partners with decent hygiene and a smooth lead. If only the good dancers asked me to dance, wanted to dance with me. Maybe Angel could teach me something, I thought. So, crazy as it now seems, I invited this intense young man into my apartment for a private lesson. Such an arrangement, I later learned, arose with regularity in salsa world. A female beginner found a salsetto more than happy to teach her. Such pairings, formed by ulterior motives, progressed or ended to the degree that underlying desires, sex, and or salsa instruction found fulfillment. You got a pretty nice place here, white girl, said Angel upon entering my apartment. We moved my coffee table and rug aside and then stood in the middle of my apartment. I've been watching you, he said. He pointed his peace sign fingers to his eyes and then to me. You sway your hips during the crossbody lead. He imitated my steps, crossing each foot, slightly pigeon-toed with an exaggerated hip motion. I don't dance like that. Yes, you do. White girls try to insert an extra move into their salsa, he explained. They dance their idea of salsa. Well, I'm not actually white. I happen to be half Mexican. So you're a half white girl. Sure, I guess. Okay then, half white girl, think of the crossbody lead as a walk, he continued. The flavor will come. Flavor? Like pistachio or smoky barbecue? But I didn't say anything. He spoke with so much sincerity. What kind of music do you have? I have some Mark Anthony. He laughed as if I had said something funny. Forget the music. We'll start without it. We got into the basic closed position. Stand up straight, he said. Hold your head high and stick your chest out as if, he searched for the right words, as if you're a conceited, stuck-up Beverly Hills bitch. I stood up straight but kept my chest level with my shoulders. I didn't want him looking at my boobs. I felt uncomfortable under this 25-year-old's tutelage, and yet I trusted him. He clearly believed in the sanctity of salsa. We practiced the basic step, and he made me count each step. I was used to counting from classes. For months, maybe years, I counted each step. 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, to every song. Practice your moves every night slowly, and then gradually do them to music. Practice moves. I thought dancers develop skills by showing up on the dance floor. I could not imagine Ruben or Guanajuato practicing at home. After the lesson, I walked Angel to his car. Can I ask you a question, he asked. Shoot, I replied. I knew what was coming. Would you ever consider a younger guy, he asked. Sure, I replied. I could tell the possibility seemed necessary for the arrangement to continue. By that point, I believed that Angel could lead me to a new level of salsa and myself. After that night, Angel appointed himself my Mr. Miyagi. He became my first salsa guru. He would probably be my Patrick Swayze or John Travolta, the male lead in the dance movie of my life, if I had shown an iota of interest. But whatever his expectations were that we might develop some cougar relationship, all he got was the unsolicited advice of an older half-white girl. I felt comfortable with him and in salsa in part from a childhood spent growing up in a Latino community in Berkeley, California. I grew up shopping at Kmart with my single mom, but unlike Angel, both my parents had gone to college. Stop telling me that I'm smart and should go to college all the time, he said one night. I stopped playing counselor and just listened to his opinions and thoughts about salsa and American culture, which is all he wanted from me. I had many teachers in salsa, but Angel articulated the spirit of salsa in a way that I never forgot. I've noticed that when guys first start dancing, it's all about meeting girls, he told me one night. We stood outside of Moore Bar, a bowling alley-shaped bar on Main Street in Santa Monica with a shoe-destroying cement floor and the ventilation system of a coal mine. But gradually, it becomes about dancing, he continued. It's just something that I've noticed, he added, more to himself. Despite a wiry frame and youthful face, he carried himself with the stoic detachment of an 80-year-old on a porch swing. Salsa structured Angel's perception of manhood in all its permutations. It shaped his worldview, from fedoras to white girls to respect for his body. Salsa gave him an identity, separate from his family or the U.S. Postal Service. He liked to hold court in front of a captive audience and found new dancers to listen to his endless waxing of salsa wisdom. Salsa means mixture, he explained one night to a group outside of Moore Bar. Afro-Cuban, tango, and ballroom all combined. It's really a street dance. The Moore Bar salsa night fell on a Monday, which rendered me exhausted by Tuesday. I recovered enough to attend Wednesday salsa at Monsoon, a famous club in Santa Monica, but by Friday I fell asleep on my couch around 8 o'clock. Angel told me that he lived with his parents and was one of 8 children, all girls except him. He lived in East LA but drove to the West Side because of the higher density of white girls. I love white girls, he told me one night over dinner at a Cuban restaurant in Culver City. I've noticed, I replied. I'd yet to see a blonde girl enter the club who did not end up as his partner for at least a few songs, if not longer. I think you have internalized American racism, I offered. What? You value white skin. I just think blue eyes are more beautiful. Everyone thinks that. Ask anyone. My social justice lesson fell on deaf ears. I like white girls because they are vulnerable, he continued. I want to go to Sweden and get me a blonde and blue-eyed girl. When I bring her back here, I'm not letting her out of the house. Such statements left me dubious about the future of our friendship. While I saw a charismatic, bright young man, I could not dismiss his misogyny as ironic shock material, such as that used by terrible stand-up comics. He believed his words. But Angel was hardly the only Latino male with an attraction to white girls. Salsa world often seemed like the forbidden love zone of Los Angeles, the battleground where the Latino male wreaked vengeance on the white male power structure. The indignities of service jobs, racism, and police harassment met justice in the least violent place in America, the dance floor. I watched the following scene play out several times. A white guy, affluent, attractive, college-educated, stands alone by the bar all night, sipping his Amstel Light and staring in disbelief while his girlfriend dances with a short, dark-skinned man who may or may not have a job in the service industry and or a need for a green card. The dancer might be handsome, built, and tall, or he might be needed some dental work. Regardless of his physical appearance, women of various backgrounds, transfixed by the music, possibly possessed by some kind of Latino fever, and mesmerized by his ability to move to rhythm, will forego traditional upper middle class standards around education and income for a good lead, or what they understand to be a good lead. There's no arguing the facts. Women love a man who can dance. Angel cherished the VIP passport to a woman's body that his salsa skills granted him. And with the constant flow of women who wandered into clubs with a "what is salsa?" curiosity, he never lacked for new opportunities to impress, attract, and seduce women of all skin colors, but mostly white. And if he didn't succeed in consummating the relationship, he rested assured that said girl would never find a dancer better than him. Sure, he worked for the Postal Service, but he felt himself to be a rich man. Despite his provocations and overall pain-in-the-ass personality, I tolerated and followed Angel's wax-on, wax-off instructions. Whatever misguided ideas he had about white girls, he did know more about salsa than I did. If you really want to dance salsa, you can't be a soul dancer, he lectured me one night. It's not about the feeling that you get from the song or the alcohol or your partner. You're not a party dancer. You're a dancer, a servant to the music. The idea that my dancing served the music sounded pretentious to me, but I figured such aphorisms made him feel superior, a feeling he clearly enjoyed. And if you want to dance badass, you dance on two. I had heard of people who danced on two, but it would be a few years before I attempted to learn it. While a well-known figure in the community, Angel wasn't exactly popular. He told one friend that her salsa had no point, and another that she danced in imitation of salsa. He openly expressed dislike for other dancers, declined dance offers with impunity, and gossiped about the scandalous relationships of salseras. One comment on a YouTube video of him described him as El Sucio, the dirty one. But the opinion of other people mattered little to Angel. His life consisted of salsa, his job, and women in that order. He introduced me to a new kind of guy, a heterosexual man who loves dancing beyond anything else. Perhaps because I felt some truth in his words, I invited his feedback. Your salsa needs to be angrier and more aggressive, he told me one night. And don't smile, he added. Don't get happy when you dance. But what if I'm having fun? For now, have an expression on your face as if you're in the military. The what? The military. I call it military because it sounds better. On the point of not smiling, I came to agree with him. I also agreed with his pronunciation of military. Looking too happy falls in the same category as the sexy face, which plagues many dancers. I began to understand that a dancer who serves the music dignifies the art form with stoicism. I thought that if I smiled and looked happy, a partner would ask me to dance again. As a result, my salsa reeked of a little girl's need to manipulate the world in order to get what she wants. I wanted to become a mature dancer who interprets the music through her body. However, there was also the whole idea of having fun, which came much later. However, feeling the music required a sense of the music that I've yet to acquire. I wanted to tear out onto the dance floor like I did in 7th grade to Prince's Let's Go Crazy. Your problem is that you have no patience, he said to me one night. We stood in the middle of the dance floor while he stared at me with obvious distaste. You need to listen to the music, don't rush. I did not disagree, but I did tire of his constant criticism and preoccupation with my subpar salsa skills. One December morning, almost a year after we met, Angel called me at 8 o'clock. I'd been laid off from my job at the digital advertising agency the day before Thanksgiving. I planned to dance every night until I found another job. I've been thinking about your level of salsa, he started. My level of salsa, I asked. I'm just not sure if you have the fire, he said. The what? The fire. What is the fire? I just don't think you have it in you. He neglected to explain. Maybe I don't, I responded, but it's just salsa. Just salsa? I got off the phone. Angel taught me a lot, but the fire, however, was not something anyone could teach me. I would have to find that myself. And that concludes the end of chapter 2 of Salsa Chica, called Wax On, Wax Off. And the book is called Salsa Chica, How I Learned to Dance Salsa and Avoid Real Life. If anybody has any questions about salsa, I'm happy to answer them. Oh, you know what I should do really quick is play you guys some music. Sorry, I normally play salsa music before and after I read.
Oh,
So here,
that's so exciting.
You hear this? This is a cha-cha. Very cha-cha gives you like a nice groove. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, let me know. This is available on Amazon, and it's about my journey to learn to dance salsa. It was started in 2007, and I published it March of this year, right in time for the pandemic.
What
so you can read it while you're home. Hopefully we don't have another lockdown, but if we do, some really good reading material. And this song is it's called Chua Chua Boogaloo by Salsa Caliente.
Well, it's really good music to like groove to, so.
I'll just
I don't see any questions coming up,
Okay.
but thank you so much for coming and reading for us, Solange. I know it's so hard to have.
Sorry, I have to turn it down because I can't hear you.
It's so hard to like have a book come out at this time. I'm sure you had. Did you have like a tour scheduled that was canceled or something, or?
Sorry, say that again, Renee.
Oh, I was just wondering, were you supposed to go on like a book tour and was it canceled or?
No, well, I didn't. I would have scheduled one if the world had not come to a halt.
Yeah.
But seeing as it did, I've just been doing readings on Facebook and Instagram. But yeah, ideally, I would have had some kind of book tour at actual bookstores and readings. But it's the world we live in. What?
Oh, I was gonna say, have you been able to do any virtual salsa dancing?
It's just not the same. Like, as I write about in my book, it's really a very strong community in Los Angeles, and it's really about community and people coming together from all over the world, and it's like that all over the world. But I think partner dancing is just really so high risk right now.
Yeah.
But is a very the salsa community in Los Angeles is really strong. There's amazing musicians and dance teachers and people really passionate about it. And it's kind of about congregating.
Yeah.
And it's just a very unfortunate. It's one of those things that among many that we just really miss. So yeah, I play music and I can dance by myself, but it's not the same thing. And it's really not the same thing as live music.
Yeah, totally. I know, it's been very weird. Well, before you go, maybe you can paste a link to your book in the Zoom chat, and then I'll send that to YouTube as well. And again, thank you so much for coming and reading for us and sharing your transit story and making jokes to an audience that can't laugh. I know, it's so weird.
It's okay. Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And I'll share this in the link.
Yeah, and then we can we'll point people to where they can get your book, and we'll sorry, my brain freezes a lot. We'll take a short break, about a 10-minute break before our next speaker goes, Placemaking US, Madeline Spencer from there. Here's the book in the chat if you want to check it out. I'm going to send this to YouTube. And yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in for Solange. Thank you, Solange.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for being here.
Yeah.
Take care.
Take care. Thank you. We're gonna take a break in just a second. So please donate to the Arts Emergency Relief Fund. The link has been posted in the chat on and off. If you're not seeing the message, I will repaste it. I feel like I'm a spam robot because of how often I select it. But when you go to donate, there is there's a field that says, if you have a special purpose for your donation, please let us know. And there's a drop-down menu. So select the Arts Emergency Relief Fund. And as well as share a transit story on our Travel Safer at Home LA hotline, which is where we'll play our stories as they come in today. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to put up our little BRB screen, and we'll see you in about like 10-ish minutes. So thank you, everybody. I'll see you in a second. Hi everyone, we're coming back now. We're getting ready for our next speaker to go on at 3 p.m. I want to, if you're just now starting to tune in or coming in for the next piece, just remember to think about donating to the Arts Emergency Relief Fund. There is a link that has been posted in the chat, and I'll repost it in a moment. You go to the URL, and then when you fill it out, there'll be a space that says, if you have special purpose for your donation, please let us know, and select Arts Emergency Relief Fund from that drop-down list. We also have a Safer LA 2020 travel story hotline, and we really want to know what it's been like to commute in Los Angeles during coronavirus shutdown. Even the lack of commute to us is a transit story. We'd love to hear from all different types of people across LA. We've heard stories so far from people who are unhoused, people who have been essential workers, people who had to just exercise differently or hike differently or walk differently. We've heard from people who needed to stay at home because their parents were immunocompromised. So there's a lot of different reasons to be traveling right now or to not be traveling right now, and we would love to hear your story on the Safer LA hotline, which I will also share in the chat. We are 1 minute away from our next speaker that I will introduce in just a second. So I am going to, oh wait, no, I still want to be a spotlight person. Sorry about that. Yes, so if you are just now joining us, I don't know if you see the stuff in the chat 1,000 times, so I apologize if it's just like over and over again repeating. Don't mean to be a spam bot, but I am pasting it again. Great. Okay, so now that it's 3 o'clock, I will right on time introduce our next speaker. So Madeline Spencer is the founder of Diamond Heart Enterprises, acts as an executive board member in community engagement, and has been retained as an executive directing consultant for Santa Ana Business Council, and is a member of the Society for Community Research and Action and Placemaking US. In her role as a place manager, Spencer works to serve over 796 businesses, helping to shape Santa Ana's downtown business district. In downtown Santa Ana, Spencer is passionate about building pipelines through collaborative design strategies and bridging network connections between community and institutions such as schools, colleges, and government. Spencer graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy and English from Chapman University in Orange, California, and received her master's degree in marriage and family therapy in 2011, and currently has a double master's degree in counseling psychology and community eco-liberation psychology from Pacifica Graduate Institute. So I'm really excited to introduce you, Madeline. And can you, before we head into the rebroadcast of the talk, can you speak a little bit more about what we're about to see?
Thank you so much, Renee, for having me here today on LADOT and the LA Cultural Affairs Department for this program and raising awareness for artists. I see it's Artist Emergency Relief. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
That's awesome. And I saw somebody who was in my cohort in school, actually Linda Ravenswood, perform, and I was so excited. I was like, oh my gosh. She was actually with me at Pacifica. We were in a program there together. But I am here today as a leader in the Placemaking US, which is a national group of activists, urban planners, transportation advocates, architects, and social scientists who are working on making cities better for people. And the way that we're doing that is by empowering residents to co-design and take ownership of the places around them so that they become producers rather than merely just consumers of space. It's about creating your city and becoming stewards of place. So over the next hour, I'm excited to share a recent dialogue that I hosted. In the timing couldn't have been better for the fact that we had this, it's a race in place in America, where we had a group of culture makers, and we were recalling together the space of the porch specifically, and how it's represented in our culture and upbringing, and using the porch as a central metaphor. We then explored how city makers and storytellers can extend the wholeness and safety and love of the feeling on the porch, such that that public space is felt in the larger community outside of the porch, and making a more equitable urban setting for all. So I hope that you enjoy this dialogue, and I hope that you join us in the future with Placemaking US for more important learning and sharing. And the best place to do that is actually the Placemaking US Facebook group.
Great. So I'm going to, yes, we're rebroadcasting a talk that happened, but it was still in June. It's still very recent. So let's just take a moment for the screen share. And this one's about like a full hour long, so it'll take us right to 4 p.m. So I hope you guys enjoy and find this conversation as valuable and fascinating as I had.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Spencer, and I am a place manager in a minority majority city in Orange County, California. For tonight's dialogue, Porch Talk on Race and Place, we are using the porch as a metaphor. Yet this dialogue today is centered on what it means to be Black in an anti-Black world. It is about anti-Blackness, which extends to the design of the built environment and how we as people of color fit into our neighborhoods, cities, and our nation. At this moment, in our streets, we are amid a civil uprising in the face of anti-Blackness. I wanted to share this image from the Guardian of the banlieue on fire in France in 2015, which happened again in April of 2020. And this other image is a picture from the Philadelphia Inquirer here in the United States, which shows what is occurring now in Minneapolis. In the book Against Architecture, the author Franco Lasecla wrote that the banlieues on the outskirts of France are discriminate. They represent a method of storage. They banish from the center a portion of the population considered less desirable. He asserted that this was key to understanding why the adolescent rage struck and damaged the cars within their own quarter. It was not just a wish for self-destruction. It was also a desire to physically cancel out the structure that held them away from the true city, those fences and barriers, those towns and squares that symbolize their being outside. The porch has interestingly and historically represented a safer place. Tonight, I am joined by a great panel of speakers who are here on the Zoom porch with me today, beginning with Jay Spitter from Toronto, Canada, award-winning placemaker and author of the forthcoming book, Where We Live. I am also with Sheila Foster from New York City, from the Scott Ginsberg Professor of Law and Policy at Georgetown, who works in the area of property, land use, and environmental justice in Washington, D.C. We also have with us Faye Darmawi, a film festival producer, community development banker, and urban planner in San Francisco, California. We also have James Rojas, who is from Oakland, California, and is a Latino urban planner, community activist, and artist, and the founder of Place It. We have Carmen Mays, who is the founder of Elevators from Birmingham, Alabama, which works to expand equity within uninvested legacy neighborhoods. And we have Stephen Jones, the multi-hyphenate marketing executive producer and content creator for people of color in Hollywood. And he is from Studio City of California.
Culturally speaking, when I think of what a front porch represents and means to me as an African American male, I think of safety, I think of community, and I think of storytelling. I can remember growing up in the Midwest and spending summers with my grandmother and watching her from her front porch in the comfort of her armchair share stories with neighbors and friends and anyone who would lend an ear. Those stories were about life, they were about love, they were about accountability, and they were about the power of God. She delivered those stories with such conviction that the front porch almost transformed into a sacred space or her sanctuary. She would share wisdom that she accrued from years of joy, pain, suffering, and fellowship with her Creator. I have taken on that mantle of storytelling and community empowerment through the medium of media as a television producer. It is my honor and a privilege to allow people who look like me see themselves reflected in ways that challenges them and inspires them to become their best selves. I have devoted my life's work to advocating on behalf of marginalized voices everywhere, using my work, which has essentially become my porch, to amplify messages of hope, inspiration, and equality for all. Creatively speaking, I've had the opportunity to be a part of several groundbreaking projects with Oprah Winfrey and her network. However, due to the current racial climate of our country and subsequently our world, I think it's most appropriate that I share a piece of work with you that I had an opportunity to work on as a producer with Black Hollywood to use our voices collectively to fight against police brutality. The name of this piece is called Someday is Today.
We shall overcome.
We shall overcome.
We shall overcome someday.
Deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday.
We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe.
We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace.
We shall live in peace someday.
Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe.
We shall all be free. We shall all be free. We shall all be free someday.
Oh, deep in my heart, we are not afraid.
We are not afraid. We are not afraid. Today, deep in my heart,
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday.
Deep in my heart, I do believe.
We shall overcome someday. When is someday?
We're going to start now, and please share with us, each of you, your story. I wanted to start with Jay.
Begin by thanking Steve for sharing that powerful video. Thank you so much for that. When I think about a porch, I have very mixed feelings about that metaphor. As mentioned earlier, I think I'm located in Toronto, Ontario in Canada. I grew up in government housing, so I didn't have a porch. I lived in a poorly designed high-rise building, and so the only thing that I sort of had that might be akin to a porch is a very narrow, dark, dank hallway that we played in after school, and a pretty scary urine-filled stairwell. And so the porch metaphor or the porch as a structure really didn't resonate with me for much of my life. Later on though, like in the past, I would say 5 years, I've done a lot of work in the US, working on the design and policy of public spaces. I've done a lot of Confederate monument work in the American South, and then also in a lot of Black majority cities. And so I've really had the privilege of coming to view the porch much like Steve describes it. So I know that in the South, especially, the porch is a site where elders trade neighborhood news. It's a site where people express community care. There's a lot of hair braiding happening on the porch, things like that. And so I definitely have a different maybe conceptualization of the porch now than I did earlier. And I guess in this moment, one of the things that is weighing heavily on me is why it is that Black folks cannot experience that kind of care and safety beyond the porch. So that's my question coming into this conversation.
Want to go next to Carmen?
Hey, yeah, so to piggyback off of what Jay said, I'm in Alabama and porches down here. I'm actually sitting on the front porch now. And so if you see me do this, it's summertime. You know, our state bird is the mosquito. So I'm just doing the best I can. Hopefully I'll be able to stay out here the whole time. But porches are very important. As I was recounting, I think, as I was thinking about my childhood home, and I think 5 generations of my family have used our porch, from my great grandmother to my grandparents, my parents, myself, and my nieces and nephews have all used that one porch. And we all have stories. It has been the backdrop for graduation pictures, prom pictures, Mother's Day pictures. I've been sad on that porch. I remember as a preteen, early teenager, I remember the porch was where my mom and I had our first real deep conversation about God, was on our front porch. The picture that you're seeing now is a recent picture that we took of my dad and my nephew, my youngest nephew. Have to make that distinction, don't want to leave anyone out. My youngest nephew and my dad reading on the front porch. And so it is very much a place of full humanity. I have, like I said before, I've experienced every emotion on our porch. And it wasn't until I mean, we gotta take it for granted. It wasn't until I started thinking about this project that I really started to think about, man, we really do spend a lot of time on our porch. And it really is important, even though it's not huge. And as you can see in the background of the picture, our neighbors are also on their porch. So for me, the porch is a place where I'm not only safe, but it's where I've been able to live out all aspects of my humanity, which again, to Jay's point, is not something that Black people get to do in many other spaces.
Faye, would you like to go next?
Hi, yes, hi, I'm Faye, and I am actually originally from Jakarta, Indonesia, and the porch as a safe space, what Madeline was talking about, has a specific distinctive definition in my hometown, mostly probably because we have been colonized by lots of different people. We were colonized by the Dutch for 350 years. We were occupied by the Japanese, and then we had a revolution, and we had to fight the British, the Americans, each other. So the porch was a place where we vetted people, where we were kind to strangers and we vetted them. We were hospitable. We would serve tea and cookies, but we were really checking them out to see if it was safe to invite them into the interior of the home. So that's the role of a porch. And I really appreciate having this opportunity to be in this conversation with folks, and just to express how enraged I am and sad that folks aren't feeling safe.
Amber?
Hi, everyone. It's so good to see you all again. And thank you, Madeline, for the invitation to come and join this conversation, such an important one right now. I am a daughter, a sister, 5 sisters. I'm a child of the South. I was born and raised in Louisiana. I like to say I came of age and into my grounding and rooting in work in the world in New Orleans, which is where while we have the porch tradition throughout the South, in New Orleans was really where it was activated for me. The porch is highly used, highly utilized, and it acts as sort of this threshold space between the inner and the outer. It also acts as a gathering space, and in absence of a sort of the permission to occupy space in groups in other parts of the city, the porch became our personal commons. It became the place where we learned and practiced deep relationship. It became the place where stories were shared, where news was transmitted. It became the place of seeing and being seen, which is something deeply, deeply embedded in the culture of New Orleans. It's almost taboo to walk by someone, not almost, it is taboo to walk by someone and not say hello, because a mere hello is an acknowledgement of your life and your existence. So there's a deep, deep, profound humanity that emerged from the most Africanized city in the United States, New Orleans, that was practiced on porches. So that's my relationship to it and what I want to offer to the conversation here. The other piece, especially as it relates to race and place, is around housing and housing insecurity, and how insecurity and lack of physical security is created by design. And that not only within the design of the home itself, but the design and the layout of the city, and how racialization works through housing lines drawn and the redlining practice, which is a part of at least US racialized history, and how those lines drawn delineate space and space use. The gift and the radical optimism for me that I carry with me from New Orleans is that even within the suffocation of those lines, we were able and have been able to create these spaces of ritualized relationship that kept us human. And sometimes, it's why people come to the city of New Orleans, to get a little bit of that, to feel what it feels like to be fully human, accepted, embraced. So thank you. I'm excited to continue this conversation.
Thank you. Sheila.
So thank you for the conversation. It's a profound moment and brings back a lot of memories for me. I was born in Detroit at the end of the Motown era. And for me, the front of my parents' house in Detroit, when I was small, was a place of community. Detroit was and is a majority Black city. I didn't know I was a minority then. It wasn't until we moved to Miami when I was 7. We moved to Miami when I was 7. We also lived in a Black neighborhood, but Miami was not a majority Black city. And the porch for me signified that I was part of racialized space, right? My community, if you've seen the movie Moonlight, that was where I grew up in Miami, Liberty City. And all of my neighbors were African-American like us, varying degrees of class, but no more than middle class. It was clearly a neighborhood that had lots of disinvestment, and that was clearly segregated. This all came to a head in 1980. And some of you may be a little too young to remember this, but when Arthur McDuffie was killed on his motorcycle and the Black community in Miami rioted and went up in arms, right? It reminds me of this moment. $100 million in damage, lives lost, the 4 police officers were acquitted. The porch also reminds me of another kind of racialized space. My mother worked, went back to school, got her PhD. We moved to the suburbs right before I left for college, the white suburbs. The porch then reminded me that we were a minority. We were one of 2 Black families in a very nice suburb of Miami, Kendall. And so when I went out and I looked around from my porch, I saw whiteness. I wasn't sure if we were welcome. And so, 25, 30 years later, not much has changed. And so the porch to me is both a symbol of community and comfort, but also a symbol of racialized space.
And James, did you want to share?
Okay, yes, I'm James Ross. I'm Latino, born in East LA, and I don't have any great porch stories because as a Latino boy, that was not my space. That was for my sister, my mother, and grandmother. So I just kind of roamed the streets. But I know that it was a really important space for them, as a way for them to be kind of plugged in the community and how the role they did. So so in my work at MIT, looking at the built environment, I study from porches as being part of the Latino space. So it became really important as a way to understand that. So I think we have a video of all this. I've been documenting porches all over the country in Latino neighborhoods, from California to New York to Texas to Detroit, and just how the role of design really impacts the way Latinos are using these spaces. So I don't know if we have the video link to show. That's a Philadelphia. Detroit. Thanks. So it's just a way of thinking about who gets to use space and who designs space and how important that is to this community for their aspirations. How do you aspire to see something better in space? So thank you.
I just wanted to share as well, and I will also, even though Stephen, you started the video, I'll let you also share. I'm going to say really quickly, I actually didn't have my own porch either. I didn't grow up with a porch, but I have one memory that I have where my family moved all over the country, and we didn't really have our family around us. And I had one moment when I was 17 where my family went back to Warren, Ohio, where I was from, and I got to see my grandmother probably for the first and also the last time. And all I remember is that the minute that we parked and got out of the car, the first thing that my grandmother said to me was, "Come here, baby, let me do your hair." And I remember that I had never in my life felt like I belonged to anyone in the way that I belonged to her. And so I didn't have I never grew up getting to know my whole family in that way, like described by Carmen. But I do know that my grandmother had a large heart, and I wish at that moment that I could have known what that space was, because I never felt like that from anywhere in my life before or since. So I just wanted to put that out also. And Steve, if you want to say anything.
I think my video covered it all, and now I'm in tears. Those of you who don't know, Madeline and I are cousins. I've met her brother and sister and father, but never got the opportunity to meet in person. So hearing your story and seeing our grandmother up there, it's taken me to a space. But if you heard it at the beginning of my video, that's how I identified what a porch was. We had porches, but we grew up in mainstream or not areas of color, rather, excuse me. So when I had to dig deep and think about when did I have a porch experience, and it was every summer when I would go home to Warren, Ohio and sit with our grandmother. And she would use that as a sacred space. It was almost like a sanctuary, as I said in the video. And she would give advice and admonish people right there from the comfort of the armchair that was just showed in the picture. And so when I think of a porch, I do think of storytelling. And as I said, I've taken on that mantle of storytelling as a producer through media. And I just think that we all have a responsibility, especially in these dark times, to shed as much light as we can on injustice. Anywhere where there's inequality, we need to be using our voice and speaking up to bring justice for all that was promised to us in the Constitution, but doesn't often apply to people of color. So I'm honored to be here. I love everyone's stories. And thank you for the opportunity, cousin.
Moving into the next section, I really want to bring back what Jay also stated at the beginning about the fact that why is it that after 400 years, we still don't feel safe off of the porch? And I want to also ask the question of how do these narratives that everybody just shared about porches, how do they impact and inform the spaces in which we live? And I know that each of you as professionals have an understanding of that, and I'd love to hear more about this question. So we can just start with Jay.
As someone who, again, designs and worked on the design and programming and policy of public spaces, I think something that is important to understand in this moment is that people of African descent generally feel unsafe in public space. So we tend to respond to these moments where someone has lost their lives. But in the work that I do, what comes up quite a bit is the cumulative daily ways that Black people are hemmed in as they navigate public space. And there are so many ways that that manifests. So everything from iconic symbols like Confederate monuments, anything from even our absence in the public space. So many cities are built on Black labor. But when you look at plaques or parks or any type of commemorizing of Black labor and Black culture within the public realm, we are invisible. There's a way in which Black people learn to navigate space in a way that is hypervigilant. And so when I think about this moment, even in terms of the expression of Black public rage, I think one of the things that I wanted to insert in this conversation is that there's a real misunderstanding of the expression of Black public rage. People think that we become very angry or incited to anger over the loss of a life or lives, and that would be enough, certainly, but it is so much more complex than that. And I just want to, I think, underscore the fact that Black public anger, the manifestation of it, is a secondary emotion. So psychology teaches us that anger is generally due to, and the expression of anger is a sense of a lack of safety, a lack of self-worth, feeling as though we are worthy and valued in public, and a lack of being heard. And that's from a psychological standpoint. And Black people navigate public space generally carrying these emotions. And as someone who takes up a good amount of space, like I feel pretty, pretty confident and pretty comfortable in space, but I have to say that I feel that way because I have a lot of privilege. And it is also true that I make very distinct choices every single day to protect my sense of safety and confidence. And so I guess when we're talking about safety beyond the porch, I think we have to understand that safety is not momentary or, a single incident. It's multidimensional, and Black people carry a lot of complexity around the ways that we navigate the public realm.
Carmen, would you like to?
Yeah, so yes, space, public space, particularly here, Alabama is home to the Equal Justice Initiative. And if you are familiar with the work they have been doing around cataloging lynchings, it reminds us all just how precarious public space has been historically. And with current events, you can see how precarious public space is. But it also points to an idea of ownership, like whose space is it? And part of that, the idea that Black people are visitors or tolerated guests that have overstayed their welcome really informs the way people treat Black folks in public space. It's the idea that we don't belong there. And that's very difficult to deal with. And it points to the anger that you see and the idea of occupying that space. So it does mean you want to be in the street. You do see the thriving of organizations like Outdoor Afro, which encourages Black people to explore not just urban public spaces, but rural and nature preserves and state parks and national parks and things of that nature. I'd also want to talk about like how the porch is also not safe. So there has been video, I think in DC. Well, it could have been DC. Don't let me lie on DC, but somewhere else, where people were on their porch and they were still shot with paintballs by the police because they weren't inside the home. There was video of people here in Birmingham. We are under a curfew, and it appeared to be public housing, and they were told that they couldn't sit on the porch, that they had to go inside. And so there seems to be a constant negotiation that Black people experience around where can we be, and where can we be safely. So like it's a very complicated feeling. It's not a complicated thing because it's really about extending the same level of ownership over public space that other people have to Black people.
Did you want to speak, James?
Well, yeah, I think what I just showed you for Latinos, claiming the porch is so important to them. That's like we've arrived here and we're going to do our thing on these porches and claim that space and make it our own. But it's kind of their aspiration to have the space. It kind of makes them stronger and better because that's where they can say, "This is mine." Even though they might not be welcome someplace, but this is where their culture gets passed down. It just gets to this front porch use. And from just it's about the struggle, it's about their need and aspirations, all take place there. It could just be a small plant that a grandmother puts on their front porch to a big arch redesign of the front porch. But it just really kind of shows that need for claiming space and being safe in the space, and giving people the opportunity to really think about how spaces are being shaped by different people.
And James, you talk a lot about memory, and you work a lot with memory. Do you want to share a little bit about how that plays into this as well? Memory and being able to tell your story.
Yeah, well, I think, memory is a part of who we are. I think, that's just, and that story has to be front and center of all the planning processes. If we're gonna design a transportation project or a housing project, start with that porch, start with that memory, start with the very physical way of understanding people's use of spaces, to really say, we're gonna uplift the story to be part of this infrastructure project, rather than saying, we're gonna build a highway and then you deal with it. It's really thinking about memory as a way to understand and how we plan our spaces in the future, so we know that at least our story is going to be embedded in this infrastructure. So I have people talk about their favorite child memories as a way to understand themselves and space, and understand the planning process as their process. And just uplift that story and say, that story belongs in all these plans. So now it's their plan, their story, their space. It started from that root, because that's your DNA for how are you going to feel safe in the world, what you're going to look for, and and how you're going to view yourself in the city. We're looking for that space, that sacred space. It's really important for us to do that.
Amber?
Yeah, this brings up so much. And in hearing everyone's story, like James was saying, I'm reflecting more deeply on my own and things that I probably took for granted. Growing up in Louisiana, we have a carnival season. And so that's when I hear this, the question, the invitation to talk about permission to use space and feeling safe within a particular space, that's something that actually emerged naturally within that particular culture, because we have this carnival season. Everyone is given permission to come outside. We occupy the streets. It's one of the most nutritive things we do as a community. It fills us to have that resonance with everyone's body and the music and the colors. At the same time, speaking to that complexity, you have, and pardon my humor in this, we call it the gift of segregation. And what I mean by that is, in the place where I was born, specifically Lafayette, Louisiana, the red line is still in effect for the most part. So people generally will stay, especially because we're such an extended family network. If you stay in town, you're staying in close proximity to where you were born. We don't have a desire to cross that line. And that's partially informed by the police state telling us for generations and generations that you didn't have permission to cross that line. So we basically made do and made community staying on our side of the line, So there's a certain sense of permission, of acceptance. But when it comes into this question of safety crossing that line, what it brings up for me is the gaze and how the specifically white Eurocentric gaze is connected to a particular narrative about what it means to have social harmony. And for some people, especially Black racialized people, marginalized people, your presence in some spaces disrupts the social harmony. It disrupts the balance. And whether it is explicit or more covert, the body really is receiving that information. Stress responses are going off from receiving that information, which could be something as simple as a harsh gaze that communicates you're not welcome here. And more so, we don't know how to make meaning of your presence here. It brings to mind in a different setting, but within institutions, a Black person who's in a predominantly white institution, and how your presence creates a ripple effect. So the same within cities. And just to bring back in the point that Jay was making about anger and the expression of collective rage, especially Black rage. I really appreciate you centering and unpacking that anger. That's something that's definitely gone deep into, especially with these unconscious transmissions of non-belonging, right? And one of the things that I discovered in that deep dive was to build on what Jay was saying, that the expression of anger is a secondary emotion. And along with, I think what you said was lack of being heard was one of the causes for the expression of anger. What I found was that there was a whole gamut of needs that were unmet, which also precipitate the anger. So disappointment can precipitate the anger. Betrayal, racism as a form of cultural betrayal to the human species can precipitate the expression of anger. Feelings of being tricked or manipulated can precipitate the expression of rage or anger. Lack of belonging in general can precipitate this expression of anger. So all of these things, I just wanted to add that to the pot of our thinking and co-imagining as we move towards something generative.
Yeah, I think on that point, I think it's interesting because a planner, I have to learn how to be a white person, because planning for white people is all about perfection. You either wrong or you're right, and belong or you don't belong here. And that's just the way the planning process works. It started it started historically in this country. And for me, a Latino, it's about survival. I don't care for how you don't cut your grass. I don't care about what you do in your space, but it's about how we survive and how we have to look at the flexibility in survival, and how we create our spaces, our own, and not say, well, you're all wrong because you're not doing it the right way. That's not how we should be thinking about our space. It's about survival, and it's not about perfection, because then it's really hard to live up to that expectation, and we're never going to fit that expectation. So why, so it creates this kind of disconnect. Well, I'm second class because I can't be perfect like everybody else. That's why we have to change this whole planning narrative and design narrative. It's about survival and how we survive and respect that.
I think I want to say very quickly, though, that, as Black people in this part of the world, there's been enough of this survival kind of mentality. We have, within the margins, carved out survival starting on the plantation. It is time to create spaces where Black people can move from survival to thriving. And so I think that the state and urbanism, which we know planning and other urbanism professions actually go all the way back to colonization, because it begins with the surveying of land, assessing its value, carving it up, assessing who goes where and who belongs where. It is a very class and race-based practice. And I hear what you're saying about that imperfection, like not embracing this whole idea of planners swooping in with a single solution that's going to make everything perfect. I think though, when I work in Black communities and with other equity-seeking groups, I am so tired of survival. Black people have created music and dance and language and food in the margins. Imagine what we could do if we were given the geographic and also the imaginary space to be full-fledged human beings. So we don't only exist in the margins of our cities and the geographical margins, we exist in the margins of people's minds.
I want to pick up on something that Jay has said twice. Twice you've invoked history, which I think is great, right? The first thing you said was that our history is often invisible, right? The contributions of people of color, the labor contributions, and others to the construction of not only cities and public space, but in fact to our current society, right? Something that we describe as racial capitalism. And that it makes us, so like that's invisible, right? In public spaces, we're often strangers in our own land in a sense. At the same time, I do feel like although our history is invisible, we are hyper visible in public spaces, right? The need to always be hyper vigilant, this kind of racial tax that follows us everywhere and that imposes health and other consequences. I mean, if we think about the way that COVID has hit, and people keep talking about comorbidities, if you dig a little deeper into each of those comorbidities, these aren't lifestyle choices, right? These are stressors, the social and economic determinants of health. So the first thing I want to say is that there's a paradox about invisibility of our contributions, but yet hypervisibility as if we're strangers. I think the second thing I want to say about history, which is something that also Jay just said, is that it's, I find a lot of conversations around, placemaking in the commons. And so I've been very deeply engaged in the question of the commons and the urban commons, really don't take much account of histories, right? The histories of colonialism, the histories of Black land loss in the South and how that happened, the histories of expulsive zoning, the histories of redlining, and the way in which those histories are spilling over into patterns we see today. If I can just come back to Detroit for a moment. I mean, a lot of what we're seeing happening in Detroit, which is my birthplace and where most of my family lives, is outright dispossession, right? Not by straight up colonial means, but something very close. If you look at the tax foreclosures there in Black communities, the enclosures of the common spaces, the urban farms that have been constructed there by African-American communities who remain in the core, very much connected to our history. And so having these conversations about placemaking or public space or even the commons without connecting into that history strikes me as just fraught for making the same mistakes and not really understanding what it is where, not just where we come from, but how we really do build a commons, for instance, a Black commons or a Native American commons. Like, we need to talk more about this history. And so I'm struck by your invocation of history, and I just wanted to put it on the table very strongly.
If I can add to what Sheila and Jay have said, historically speaking, if our contributions to this country have been omitted consistently, then it lets me know that I'm not seen, especially as a Black man. And if I can't feel seen, then I don't feel safe. So to piggyback off of what Sheila just said, it is so important that we continue to have conversations that allows us to speak to this issue, be seen, be felt, be heard, and also that allows us to reclaim our own narrative and allow us to see each other, to acknowledge each other, and hopefully by doing that and uplifting each other and coming together with conversations like this, the world will take notice, not just from a hypervigilant perspective, but the full embodiment of who we are as African-American people. We're human just like you, and somehow that continues to get misconstrued and lost in the cracks.
I think part of that is also the disregard of Black humanity and humanity of other marginalized people also means that we're not customers. We're not end users. So when people are designing buildings or spaces or anything like that, we're not thought about. So if it doesn't serve us because we were not included in that process. I have seen more than once when people do renderings of buildings, of developments, and I look at the people that they've put in the buildings and developments, and like there are no Black people. And I always comment, I'm like, where do Black people go in the future? Like, did we go somewhere, or did we go on our own? Did we all just decide to leave here, or like what happened? Like how come we don't exist in your imagination? How come when you imagine a future, Black people ain't there? And so I don't think that's a question that's raised often enough, that when you're designing, particularly for a city that has a majority Black population, more than likely Black people are going to be your end users. We are your customers. And so you should develop an understanding relationship, not much different than in the entrepreneurial world when we talk about customer avatars or customer personas. You need to get to know us in the same way that I don't know, like Tide gets to know its customers and spends time and understanding who we are and what we need and how we would use this space or use this building. But because we're dehumanized, because we're not considered, we don't get that kind of information. And it's a structural thing. Because I don't want to believe that just because you have a Black planner or a planner of color, that it's all going to be wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, it's fixed. That's not true. It's baked into the system. It's baked into the curriculum. It's baked into the ordinances about how things should be. And so it's definitely, there needs to be a shift in the way design is done and viewing people who are marginalized as actual customers and end users, no different than the way Facebook views us as customers and end users.
And I wanted to add to that, thank you so much, Sheila, for bringing that critical element to the table and the critical pull, because one thing I just dropped in the chat is something I've been sitting with for a minute, this concept of the social imaginary, since we're talking about being relegated to the margins, not only in space, but in the imagination, and how symbiotic that relationship is with narratives, with the stories that we're telling, which is what has brought us here to this digital table today. So I feel, especially from my experience moving through Hurricane Katrina and the post-organizing environment, what I recognized at a deep soul level was a need for, I didn't have the language then, I was much younger, but over time I developed this, you know, the decolonial term. There needs to be a decolonial turn in planning as well. And that decolonial turn is where you pull that narrative from the margin. This concept of the social imaginary, I'm just going to read the definition. It's from the field of sociology, anthropology, philosophy, but it's the imaginary, the social imaginary is the set of values, so who's valued or devalued, institutions, laws, and symbols common to a particular social group and the corresponding society, America, through which people imagine their social whole. So the presence of Confederate soldiers, while perceived and received as symbolic violence for some groups of people, for others is an accurate, adequate representation of their social wholeness. And it plays into and is supportive of a particular narrative, supportive of a particular project of dehumanizing a certain group of people, right? And being relegated to the shadows, one of the concepts that struck me deeply when learning about decolonial thought, and I rejected it. I actually wanted to fight with the scholars. I said, no, 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 that's not me. But they have this concept called Black people live in the zone of non-being. They live in a perpetual hell. And I reject, every cell in my body wanted to push this reality away. I was pulling on all of the gifts of my own upbringing, et cetera, which are true. However, when bringing it into the context of the larger social family, the larger social fabric, yes, it is a requirement for some group of people to live in the zone of non-being, to live in the social hell, in order to maintain the purity, the innocence, and the concept of wholeness and balance for white identity. And that affects everything, institutions of design, architecture, policies created. That's the sort of the underbelly, the undercurrent that is sustaining the practices that we have in place. So I just wanted to offer that to the table as something I've been sitting with for a minute now, especially as the narrative and the imagination intersects with the concrete material reality of what we do and create in the world, which shapes the quality of our lives. A decolonial turn in architecture and design.
Hear, hear.
Wow.
Yes.
That is intense.
Oh, Madeline, you know, Madeline and I know each other. We go to the same school and we study depth psychology, and this is what we We want to bring from the depths up to the surface that doesn't often enter the dominant narrative or the dominant conversation. Hopefully it can support moving beyond hypervigilance, beyond simply survival to thriving, to a more expansive use of our creative potential and life force, is to bring these other elements up from the deep so that it can inform what we're doing at the surface.
One of the things that really concerns me in my own city and in my own work is that it's about the ability of folks to imagine, to actually imagine something different. Because I started to realize, I was an activist for very many years, and I would protest and say no to things that were going on, to not feeling as if I was participating. And then I realized that I needed to take a stand that was an action, and that action had to be a creative action. And I needed to start visioning what it was going to look like in order for me to move forward. And when you ask many people, and I know like there's writings, like pedagogical writings where it talks about using, like this is Paulo Freire saying, using this idea of the banking method of education, where even that piece is, we're going to school, we're being taught, we don't ever have the space to actually think for ourselves and start to build the ideas of what a place even would look like for ourselves in our city. And when folks fight the ideas of gentrification and you ask them, what would you like your city to look like? A lot of times there's nothing there. It's like a dark hole. And so the question is, how do you move from this act of being silent and not having even a vision to moving towards the ability to begin envisioning space for yourself?
So can I just say that, just really quickly, that people are actually the ultimate placemakers. I just want to put that on the table. We are natural placemakers. You know, I was teaching a course in Detroit with architectural students, and then also folks from the community, block club leaders, and a lot of individuals who may not have advanced degrees, who wouldn't understand urbanism talk or the siting of buildings and all of these types of things. But I will tell you that in the work that I've done, especially in cities where there are large Black populations, I will tell you that Black people, just everyday folks on a regular basis, spit knowledge around the public realm to me, like insights that we have. So I just want to say this because in the class, you know, there was a moment where there was considerable grief and pain. And the question was raised, are we forever doomed to be a placeless people? You know, and it was very heavy in the class, and that reality and what you're talking about, Madeleine, is very real. It's a fair question, but I think we can move through the grief a little bit and look at the ways our ancestors and our elders have created place. We are the ultimate, some of the most creative, resilient, intelligent. I just want
No audio on YouTube. Sorry about that. But we're going to move on to our next performer, Candace Nicholas Littman. I want to read her bio and then play her voicemail before she gets on stage, on the virtual camera stage. I'm really excited to have Candace here. Candace Nicholas Littman is an actress and spoken word artist who is passionate about using her God-given talents to uplift uplift others. And she's very modest with her bio, but she's been on TV shows you've probably seen before, which I think is very cool. But I won't, oops, wrong one. I won't embarrass her too much by talking about all her TV credits. But here is her transit story.
Hi, my name is Candace Nicholas Whitman, and I am an actress and spoken word artist currently residing in Los Angeles. During the pandemic, I've been blessed that I have a car, so I've been able to get around. So if I need to, get essential items for my household, I have a car to do that. I have been protesting, one of the protesters out there fighting for Black Lives Matter, and using my art to do so as well. So I've been able to get to these protests with my vehicle, thank God. Also, as an artist who is struggling due to this pandemic, I'm a full-time artist, so I have no other income coming in right now. So I have to do things like Postmates in order to, earn money for food and earn money for gas, and things like that. And it's literally just chump change, but, you have to do what you have to do as an artist to survive. So I'm just grateful to have my car. I didn't always have a car living out here in Los Angeles, so I also know what it's like transporting on the bus and taking Ubers and Lyfts. Like, I know all about that struggle. So I'm very, very grateful to have my car. I'm very, very grateful that God has been blessing me, to somehow keep my car note up and to be able to keep gas in my car. It's literally, I give it all to God because I have no idea how I'm able to do this with no income. So, yeah, that's how I've been able to transport during COVID is with my car. So, again, I'm grateful and very blessed to have it. All right, thanks. Bye.
Goodbye virtually. And
I hate listening to my own voice. I was like, oh my God, did I leave a long voicemail or what?
No, it's good. I loved hearing both perspectives, both that the car has helped you get to Protex, but also it's helping you supplement your income with like Postmates right now.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to everyone, please donate to the Arts Emergency Relief Fund so people like Candace might possibly get some money from the city of LA. And we're fingers are crossed that you get that grant money right now. And then we also want you to call that Safer LA hotline. So that said, Candace, you can put your camera.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, hello. I'm not really sure all who's on here. I don't know if it's just me, you, Renee. But yeah, guys. So, like Renee said, I am an actress and a spoken word artist here living in Los Angeles. And basically, I guess for my time slot or my set and whatnot, of course, being a poet, I'm going to share some poetry with you all. So I am very much an artist who believes in using my art to reflect the times. That is a direct quote from one of my favorite artists, Nina Simone. I'm a big believer in that, using my art for good and, all that stuff. Guys, I feel like I'm really bright. Like, it looks like the light is just like shining all in my face. Okay, maybe that's a little bit better. There we go. So I'm just going to do 3 poems for you guys and then I'm out of here. Okay. So the first piece that I am going to share with you is a piece that I recently wrote in response to everything that has occurred with George Floyd. So again, like I said, my art, I reflect the times and my art is also very therapeutic for me. So it helps me to get things out that's all going on in here and in here, right? And if you're an artist, you understand. So hello to people just joining. Hi. And here we go. So this is the first piece, my first poem, and it's titled 10. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Hold your breath for 10 minutes. It's impossible to do it. You would need to have the lung capacity of a fish, which unfortunately George Floyd didn't. 10 minutes, the time you may spend waiting in line for your Starbucks fix. 10 minutes, the time it may take you to fix your children breakfast. 10 minutes, the first way you spend it checking Instagram and posting a new TikTok challenge. 10 minutes to check emails and make phone calls, text your boo thing good morning with heart-eyed emojis. 10 minutes to take that new quarantine selfie with the overly used caption, "What month are we in?" 10 minutes to take a walk in Central Park and marvel at God's creations, but then to be approached by yet another Karen who forgot that as a child we were taught to not make up stories and lies just because you're white. 10 minutes or less than to come to the conclusion that this Black or brown person must be dangerous. They are a certified criminal. Can't you see their skin color hold your purse tight and lock your doors? They are prone to breaking and entering. You see that in their hand? That's not a cell phone. Black and browns can't afford one of those. That is for sure a weapon. 10 minutes to walk to the convenience store to satisfy your sweet tooth. Oh no, Blacks don't eat Skittles. He must be an intruder as he intrudes upon the sidewalk with a light jaw, because you know Black people shouldn't exercise. 10 minutes it takes to plant evidence, falsify reports, and bribe witnesses. Imagine all the lives that have been taken where there was no camera recording. 10 minutes and a lifetime it took for that white devil to admit that that sweet baby boy Emmett Till never did nothing. 10 minutes to be pulled over for a taillight infraction, gunned down in the middle of an intersection, tased, maced, and water hose, executed while playing video games with nephew, followed around the store because whatever I'm stealing will somehow fit within my afro. 10 minutes to cut a high schooler's dreads in the middle of a wrestling match or expel young girls for rocking protective styles. 10 minutes to reconsider procreating. How can I bring a beautifully brown child into a world where the very moment they are born, they've already been issued a death warrant? 10 minutes of hashtags and headlines, Black Lives Matter chants and screams of say their names, which will soon be washed over by the next twerk video gone viral. 10 minutes it would take for my privileged white friends who call themselves allies to use their falsely believed superiority and speak up for minorities. 10 minutes to call upon my ancestors whose blood lives within this American soil to pray to my God whose blood saved the world, who will cry for the little boy. Antoine Fisher, Eric Gardner, Khalif Browder. I am angry like Malcolm, compassionate like Martin, fired up like Nina Simone, Mississippi. Goddamn, 10 minutes. I cry out. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Mama, Mama, do you hear me? Officer, officer, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't. Whatever you do in the next 10 minutes, I want you to think of George. He was a father, a lover, a son, a human. And in just 10 minutes, they took his existence. In 10 minutes. 10. Woo, Lord.
Oh my God, thank you for sharing that piece. That one, I think that's the second time I've seen it now, and it is just so, it gives me chills every single time. Candace, are you okay?
Yeah. You know, I'm very passionate about it. So my art, I feel everything, you know. So like when I do my art, I just feel, you know, everything. So yeah.
Take a moment to breathe. We're good.
Oh goodness. Okay. Let me get some water.
Yes.
All right. Oh, my heart, Jesus, my heart. So yeah, guys, that was that first piece.
It's hard because it sounds like no one's here, but I promise more than just me are applauding you.
Oh, yay, thanks.
You have fans.
I'm so happy you came back. I was like, I'm just all alone, crying like a little, like just by myself. Oh goodness. Okay. So yeah, you guys. What I want to say is that if you are in here and you're watching, you're listening, you guys just please always think of your friends who are of color, you know, and just continue to keep us in your prayers, in your well wishes, in your thoughts, and pray for our mental health, you know, because I know there's a lot of people where they're just now being woken up to this, or just now realizing, oh my goodness, this is really an issue. But you have to understand that for all of us who look like me, we've been dealing with this our entire lives. So it's not something that is just now occurring for us. We live it every single day. So just, you know, remember your friends of color, and just remember us, and pray for our mental health. And it's exhausting, you know, this is exhausting on this fight for equality, just to say that we matter and we're important too, you know. So the next poem I'm gonna share for y'all is a piece. So like Renee did say, I have been on you know, I do have a few TV credits or whatever. I just feel weird announcing that stuff. So when people ask me for bios, I don't usually like give people my credits in bios. I don't know why. It just feels weird, but I'm learning, you know, it's okay to, you know, enjoy your accomplishments. You know, I'm learning to do that. It's okay. So this particular piece I'm going to share with you. Renee is so you guys, if you guys are watching on YouTube, you know, on Zoom, you have the chat or whatever. So Renee just put that I was on Grey's Anatomy. So yes, I was on Grey's Anatomy. But the piece that I'm getting ready to share with you now is a piece that I wrote and performed on the television show Good Trouble. I play the role of Yari on Good Trouble, and I was very blessed and fortunate to be asked to write my own words. You know, I wrote this poem, and to be able to perform it as Yari is one of the biggest blessings. Like, I'm so grateful still to this day that I got to do that. You know, actually, you can catch season 1 and season 2 of Good Trouble right now on Hulu. Yay. So this piece that I'm going to share with you all is titled Dear Black Girl. Growing up as a kid, I hated my dark skin. And if I can be transparent, even now, as a grown woman, I have to constantly reprogram my thinking. Years of being told I was not the standard for beauty, but see, that was a lie. which is why I chose to rewrite my own narrative. Dear Black girl, we are warriors whose spirits can't be crushed. We speak up when told we're too much. We forgive when our Black men dismiss, degrade, and can't see that we are not the ugly duckling, but the swan princess, the Nubian goddess, the reflection of our ancestors, the made in his image. When society tries to pin light versus dark skin, we remind them that every shade of chocolate is divinely crafted. Black girl magic is more than a hashtag. It is a movement, a statement like Maxine Waters, reclaiming our power, moving through this world unapologetically, degree holding with our heads held high, melanin moisturized, big hips, thick thighs, hair free and natural, or wrapped in a protective style. Dear Black girl, you better recognize we are the trailblazers. Everybody wants to be us. So to all my sisters, as we continue this process of loving our skin, start with this. Look yourself in the mirror. This is me, the chocolate beauty, deserving and saying, I am queen. Dear Black girl, know that we are everything. So y'all, that was that poem.
You seem to thrive when someone acknowledges, so I'm like, woo! You have some snaps in the Zoom chat as well.
Oh yeah.
YouTubers, you should also give some love. At least like the video on YouTube.
Okay. Thank y'all so much for the support.
Anyways.
I'm gonna just do one more piece for you. Just one more piece. This piece, I've actually only ever done this poem once, ever. So it's actually a new piece. So you guys kind of be the first one, so to speak, to kind of hear it, because I haven't really performed it, you know? So this piece is titled Los Angeles. Fall of 2010, I moved to Los Angeles, the city of angels, the sanctuary for dreamers, the home of movie stars, and I would be one of them, changing the world through my art, giving motivational speeches on TED Talk, sharing my life's journey on Oprah's couch, producing soul-changing work on and off the TV screens. Oh, y'all, I have big dreams. Award-winning, Oscar, Emmy, and of course, the NAACP. Holla. Best-selling, book author, traveling countries, giving God glory, teaching and inspiring youth to be all that they can be, and it will all begin in the city of Los Angeles, because see, this is the place where one takes chances, leaving behind hometowns of people filled with regrets, families who mock your aspirations. Los Angeles is where I would no longer be the laughing stock, as this is the place that understands my heart, how it beats for the arts, lights, camera, action, a city where the impossible happens. And cut. That's a wrap on this production. Oh, I see. This motion picture called Los Angeles is just an illusion. Starline tours don't tell you about the cost of living, car repossessions, no student loan forgiveness, surviving off noodles and peanut butter sandwiches. Now, let me say this. I did not come thinking it would be easy. Nothing in my life ever is. I work hard for all my accomplishments. I'm just upset about the false advertisements. You once said, together we're the best, but you didn't keep up your end of the partnership, Los Angeles. You should have been up front. Somewhere in our pen pal letters, you could have mentioned that no matter how many jobs I worked while pursuing my dream, it wouldn't make a difference, as it's too damn expensive just to live. You blindsided me. I thought we'd be friends, but instead you gifted me with debt and evictions. In 2016, I ended up homeless, Los Angeles. You were supposed to be my refuge, a safe space where I can start over, be fearless, and break generational curses. I am the hope for my family. I have to make it. Don't you understand? There's no going back for me. Los Angeles, the city of Hollywood magic. You were supposed to be my future, but instead you act as evil stepmother. You fed me stories of gold and fairy tale. Where's my happily ever after? I'm tired. I'm tired. I have been struggling all of my life. And this rising epidemic in homelessness, inflation, making it impossible to live Los Angeles. I need to restore my confidence. How can we fix it? Come September marks a decade that I've spent with you. And I'm not denying you are a city where dreams can come true. I have had moments of success, and for that, I am grateful. And you know, I do thank you because through all the hardships, you have tested me and revealed I'm so much stronger than I think. Many come to you, but can't survive. They move back to the small-minded villages and live with their regrets. But for me, that is not an option, Los Angeles. I am clear on my purpose. I will never give up. And although I still don't know how I'll pay rent next month, you, my dear friend, have drawn me closer to him. Every obstacle that comes my way just lets me know I'm so close to receiving all that is promised. And with that, I'll continue to press ahead by faith, knowing that my time is coming. Therefore, Los Angeles, we can have this love-hate relationship. Because no matter what you throw at me, I'm not leaving. Thank you.
Woo!
Did Renee leave?
No, I'm still here. I mute myself so I can be a little bit sneaky, and then I have to unmute, and like I'm like cheering, and then I'm like, oh, she's not hearing me. But I want to just say thank you so much for being part of this event. You know, I learned about you through a good friend of mine, and I was so blown away by your performance. And then now I get to see it again, and even though it's like a weird time, it's just so enjoyable. You know, I promised I was not the only one here, but even if I was, it was like mind-blowing.
Thank you.
Thank you
and
so
Renee,
much.
I just want to give you your props because this is amazing for you to orchestrate. Like, I don't think people know you put this whole thing together. You saw I posted about you on my social media because I think it's amazing as an artist for you to want to give back to other artists. And you know what I mean? Us just using what we have, which is art, you know? So I'm grateful. I'm honored. I want to give a shout out to Kimberly. She's the one who connected us. I'm very, very grateful for Kim. I love her. The event that she and Lauren put together that I got to be a part of was so beautiful. Oh, it was so beautiful and needed. So anytime I get to share my art, I'm grateful. So thank you so much for having me. Y'all donate if there's any people on there. Donate for us artists, please. We need it.
Yes, and I'm going to plug that donation right now, actually. So again, I think Candace is going to apply for this grant. So if you donate, you are directly giving money to her. Fingers crossed that DCA gives her this grant. But also, DCA, if you're listening, you should give Candace this grant.
Listen, you know we should have put our cash apps in there, Renee.
Oh,
so people could have wanted to bless people, you know, Lord.
Honestly, if you want to put your cash app in the chat right now, I'll share it. You know, I think some people have enough money to go around to, you know, directly and indirectly. So do not be afraid. We have shared a few cash apps or Venmos so far throughout these 3 days. So I don't want anyone to feel ashamed.
I have learned not to be shy about this anymore. I used to be. I just always thought it was so weird to like ask, you know, I'm better with just being like, it's okay, Candace, it's okay, because other people are doing it. It's
Yes.
okay.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I will once again share all my, first let me make sure I put this in YouTube as well before I
Yeah,
forget.
you guys can follow me if you want. All of my social media handles is my name, so I don't have like a stage name. My name is my name. So on Instagram, I'm Candace Nicholas Littman. On Facebook, on YouTube, I'm everything on all the platforms. And then also, I do have a website, arosecalledcandace.com. I have officially published my own poetry books. So I'm so proud of myself with that. I have merch and everything. So we can stay connected, y'all, whoever's on here.
Yay!
Yay! Thank you again so much, Renee. I love you. This is amazing. And I'm going to try to stay on a little bit longer. I have a meeting at 5, so I'm going to stay on, though, a little bit longer to support the next artist.
Yes. And actually, I thought our next artist wasn't going to be with us because she is working in the service industry as an essential worker, but I do see that she is logged in, so I'm really excited.
Hello, my friends.
Yes.
Okay, I'll turn off so you can have your moment. My time's up. Okay, bye.
Hi, Megan. Are you
Hi.
I'm
at work, y'all. I'm at work doing the thing.
Oh my goodness. I'm so happy that you were able at least to say hi to us while you're here. I haven't introduced you yet, so let me quickly read your bio and do your voicemail. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. I really just popped in to say hi. I'm so happy to be here and thinking of you, and just really happy this is going on.
Yeah, okay, well, because your time is limited then, I'm gonna, let you say hi to everybody before you have to leave.
Okay, cool.
But yes, please get pizza at Cosa Buona in Echo Park. But also please wear a mask and make sure Megan stays safe because she should not get sick because of our delicious hunger for pizza.
Word. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for popping in and joining us. Okay, so she has to go. I'm just impressed though that she was able to at least say hi for a second. Yeah, so her support is going to be pre-recorded, but I'm really excited to show it. But before we get into her performance, so it's Megan Peppercorn, but she's also known as Christina's World, which is an alt-folk music project by singer-songwriter Megan Peppercorn. She will be playing a set of original material accompanied by footage of her commute to work. She's obsessed with tragedy and topography, fleeting bus interactions, and biking around LA. And I want everyone to listen to her transit story that she gave us in advance of today. And please call the Safer LA 2020 Transit Hotline to share your transit story. And let's give it a listen right now.
Hey, this is Megan Peppercorn from Christina's World. I have been taking a lot of bike rides that are very long and sort of destinationless, which has been just a really beautiful experience during this time. Have also taken the metro a fair amount downtown, just around and remembering what it was like to be pushed up against people and doing that at protests as well. So yeah, that's what I got. All right. I can't wait to hear.
Yay, Megan. So I am going to switch us to watching her performance. This is a great thing though about technology. Even if people can't be here today because they're at work, we have people who could record their wonderful performances in advance. And so, give me a second because I need YouTube to catch up. Okay. And now for Megan. Hold on.
Hey friends, this is Megan from Christina's World. I am so glad to be here with you today, participating in this event. I'm going to play some songs that are largely about moving through Los Angeles and a lot of public transportation being the vehicle for that. I hope this finds you well. Ragged faces at my stop, avoid the metro cop who seems to catch me every time I hop the train. No one seems to look at me, but we're all talking silently about just how we plan to spend our day. So I go on hallucinating, reading backwards neighbors' papers. It's scary and you keep turning the page, and I catch myself getting stressed about making life out of all my debt, and who moves the money around when it's all fake. The currency so American, same color, same shade of green, and each one stamped with another white man's face. And this city keeps getting hotter, drinking our own piss for water, and this town ain't dry. We're not slowing down. So go ahead, pour me another. We'll pretend we don't need each other, with swollen hats and billboards as our crowns. I can't seem to stay asleep these nights alone. I tend to dream about the same old hallways, the same dark house, wishing for a former lover to come and meet me undercover, telling me I don't have to put out sort of botched the ending there. Been a while. All right. Swallowing dark, dark water. I know it's truth you're after. Only daughter. Skin alabaster. My chosen sister, my shapeshifter. I know it's truth you're after. I wouldn't could come faster. I don't know what it's whispering to you. Let it gravel underneath your shin. Winter's hard in a city so dark, a concentrated glow running on fumes, and all the power that it takes. Light that doesn't warm eclipse you awake. Pick up your feet, it's just a street that's got you spooked. See, I'm on your right variety. See, look to your right variety. And not a soul to tell us no. And anywhere we please we go, caught on the spurs and longing for home. And all we need are two shadows. See, I'm on your right variety. you. Thank you. Alright, going down. Wow, what an honor to be on your Zoom. Behind me is my commute to work. The song is about the LA River. I was born here in the San Fernando Valley and raised in Tennessee, Virginia, right on the state border, Bristol. I don't know if any of you guys know it, but yeah. to do one I seldom do, but I have to grab a note for it. Excuse me. Right. Let's see if I can do it. Oh my goodness gracious. What a time. What an inspired time to be a part of this city. I certainly feel that way. having me, LADOT for putting on this beautiful event. It is an extreme privilege. It is an extreme privilege to be here with you. Again, I'm Megan from Christina's World, and I'm sending you a lot of love. Stay hydrated, stay fighting. When I first stepped out, it was dark. It's dark in the beginning. When I first stepped out for a mouthful of the morning to be new. When I first stepped out, it was because something was missing, something I had done without. Can you tell me, do you know that feeling? And I said to myself, all I have to do today is this one thing. Have you ever said that to yourself? All I have to do is this one thing to be new. When I first made sound, it was to keep myself company. Crook in my neck, scared feet on the concrete. When I first stepped out, I thought, how did I survive inside that house? Nothing in my hands. This can be the place of beginning new. Can I step out again tomorrow? Thank you so much. See you out in the streets, wearing masks. Stay safe, stay hydrated. Sending big love to you. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Hello, everybody. Please bear with me for just a second. I am coming back onto the screen, and it'll take me a second just to get everything done right. Thanks, everybody. That was such beautiful music, and thank you, Megan, for helping us do that remotely while you are working, essentially. I want to now introduce our next group, Community Meeting, which will have a panel of a few people. And right now it shows multiple people with the same name. If you guys have a moment and have your name in the participants tab, there should be a more button and rename, and then you can put the right name in so we know who everybody is. So
okay, cool. I think Delaine's on mine.
Oh, cool. Yes. Oh no,
we're all on mine.
Yeah. But if you change your name, it will not change it for everyone. So just take a second to do that so we know who everybody is. And while we're waiting for those names to be updated, of course, the biggest thank you to Megan, and please donate to the Arts Emergency Relief Fund. When you go to the website, you will see something that's asking you if you have a special purpose for your donation, please let us know. And there's a drop-down menu, and you have to select Arts Emergency Relief Fund. And we also have the Safer LA 2020 travel hotline, where you can share a story about what it's like to commute in LA during these uncertain times. I don't believe we actually have a story from Community Meeting, but
I asked a couple of us to send them in.
Oh no, it's okay. It's totally okay. I'm gonna share that phone number in a moment. And then I also just want to introduce Community Meeting by saying, oh no, hold on 1 second. I did a copy and paste mistake, so let's see, hold on. Oh no, what did I do? 1 second. I feel bad. I think I might have messed up and misplaced your bios, so I feel like a jerk.
It's okay. I mean, like, if you want to just put the website there, that's fine. It's not a big deal.
Okay, great.
We're just chatting.
I will how the link, and how about you introduce yourself?
Okay, cool.
Awesome. So, yep.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. I mean, you've been going in all weekend.
Yes.
Hosting this.
It's kind of crazy, but this is the last day, so I'm trucking through it.
Cool, it's mega. I can't see. Oh, I can see everyone. I'm like on my phone, so.
Oh yeah. So people are on as panelists. Yep.
I'm streaming on YouTube right now. Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Unless you can take over. Hi, Delane. Where did Jake go? Jake, hi, Jess.
Hey.
Delane, are you muted?
No,
I heard you.
I'm unmuted. Hi.
Gotcha.
Hi, Renee. Good job.
Yay. Thank you.
Yeah, good job. Okay. Well, Community Meeting is just a space that we create to be able to talk about stuff related to mental health. Kind of wanted to talk about I want to just talk about today just transportation stuff. I think it's cute that people are calling in and sharing their transportation stories, and I think we can dig into it a little bit more too, and tie in mental health. It's always fun to hear our friends' stories and their experiences and connect with those things. Oh, Lily, in your background, your car. Your first car, cute. Where's Jake? Jake, are you there?
I see myself, but I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it just looks like your room's empty.
I can see you. You're in front of a stucco wall, I believe.
Oh, I see you. There's another screen on, Jake, that's in your other room.
Oh, that's my computer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see you now. I see you.
Let's see. Maybe I can turn off.
Two screens.
Okay, so I stopped the video of the one of the empty room, I think.
That's hilarious.
I was gonna say we should all set up different computers so it looks like hell if people are in here.
We just get like a bunch of different angles. It's too funny. Yeah, I mean, I think you guys get to browse the email I sent, so I kind of just wanted to do you, Jake and Delaney, do y'all want to do it like panel style where we all kind of chit chat about stuff, or do you want to individually share about like experiences around the questions that I sent?
I want to do panel and chit chat.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Let's do what's your first car?
Mine was a 1980 Benz light blue.
Hot.
Its name was
How
Fiona.
old were you? Aww.
Like I think 17.
Did you have to like work for it, or did your parents get it for you?
No, it was kind of like my sister's, and then it became mine.
Aww.
And then I fell asleep and crashed it.
What? Wait, what the hell? How far into your relationship with that car did you crash it?
Probably like a year or so.
Dang. Were you excited to have this car? Or were you kind of just like, oh, it's my sister's, so whatever?
No, I thought it was really cool. I liked it a lot.
Aw, that's cute. What about you, Jillian?
That's sad. Similar. This is a picture of my old car, except this is actually not a photo of my old car, but a car that I saw that was exactly my old car. So,
is that the one
but it
in your
really
neighborhood?
looked just like this. So it was a 1984 Toyota Land Cruiser in this color red. This is the exact vehicle.
I love that it's not the actual car.
I know, because now we don't even have the car anymore, but this car was amazing because my dad bought it brand new in 1984, and it's just like been in my family since then. And my sister drove it like you, Jake. It was like her car when she first learned how to drive. And it's like a stick shift car. So learning how to drive a car and navigating the road was hard enough, but then navigating a massive metal beast that was like a stick shift car was even harder. And so like my dad was like, you either drive this car or you don't drive. And I was like, okay. So like we would go to the parking lot at like a junior college by our house and like practice driving this thing. And it was very frustrating, and I felt very scared every time I drove it at the beginning. And I crashed twice, but like because it was metal, nothing happened to it. It's like a freaking beast. And then I got the hang of it, and I felt like a G. Like
I remember when I was like learning how to drive, like I was so stiff with my leg. Like I literally was just like, my foot was so tense that after I got done like practicing, like my whole leg would hurt. My mom's like, "Why? Like, just chill out."
Like,
I'm like,
it's scary as hell to learn how to drive. Like I remember not wanting to like speed. I would crawl down the road like at the very, very beginning. Things you get over really fast, but it was just like terrifying for me.
So funny. I thought like such a crazy thing in like the driving test is where you have to like, I don't know if they do it here, but in Texas you have to like reverse around a corner.
No, they do not make you do that in California. That's
no. Literally, you have to reverse behind you and then pull around a corner backwards.
They're like, pop a wheelie and like,
so crazy.
We're gonna go to a parking lot and you need to do donuts or you don't pass.
I've avoided getting my license in California because like I don't want to take a driving test. It's so stressful.
I failed my test 4 times.
Here?
No, New York.
When you were a teenager?
Tell us what the
Yeah.
fails were. What were the things you did wrong, if you remember?
I pulled into traffic. I was like so nervous, and like a car was coming. I was like, I don't want to wait for that car to pass. I feel like that'll make me look lame. And then I pulled in front of it, and the car beeped.
God.
The lady was so scared that she was gonna die.
Oh my God. Who taught you how to drive?
I had driver's ed.
Oh, I didn't do
My
that.
mom tried to teach me how to drive stick when we lived in Bali, and like every time we fought, and I was like, I'm just not gonna learn stick. It sucks.
Oh my gosh. My mom was like my main teacher. What about you, Jelaine? Your dad?
I also took driver's ed like through school. And driving with my parents when I was a new driver was hell on earth for me because they were so anxious and they were just screaming at me the whole time. And then I was really tense and I would like do everything wrong. It was actually very traumatic. And I failed my first time because I was like overly aware of all the things that you're supposed to do right. So I was like always checking the mirror, and like they were like, if you see a pedestrian, like stop for the pedestrian. And so I was like driving down a road and I saw a pedestrian and I stopped for it. But it was a green light and there were several other lanes that just kept going.
Oh my God.
She failed me because I stopped on a green light because green means go.
I still do that all the time.
Oh my God. I remember when I was growing up. Oh my God. The most elementary. I remember like because my grandparents raised me as well. And my grandpa was the driver because my grandma just did not drive. And she's a trip because like she doesn't know how to drive. And she's like the #1 backseat driver. And just like he was so chill, and like she just like such a nightmare. So she would just be like constantly like nagging him like while in the car. So I hated being in the car with them because she was always just like really tense, like holding on to the like arm of the door, just being like, oh my God, you need to slow down. But my grandpa just like is a chill driver. So funny.
That's cute. Now it's cute. Back then it was so traumatizing and scary and horrible.
Yeah, you just like really see people's personalities in the car. I mean, it's a scary thing. I still like can't believe that we like drive.
And when you're a
we drive
teenager
cars
and you
and
fail your driver's test, it's like you are so distraught because there's also like a period of time you have to wait unless you're 18.
Yeah.
That you can like take it again. And everything is riding on you getting it. Like I grew up in California. Everything was riding on like me getting my license. That meant like freedom for me, like freedom from my parents, like social freedom. I could go to school. Like life was on pause until I could get that.
I know, exactly. Exactly. I didn't even have a car. I didn't have my own car in high school. And so like when I did finally get to drive, like my mom had this like gold like Ford minivan, and it was like so fucking lame. And like, but like I was like the only one of my friends who drove. So like we were always just like going around in this like ugly van. It was cute.
Oh my God. Before I drove, my mom had this car called the Colt. It was like a Ford or something.
What's that?
It's like this like hatchback sedan, like really small. I don't remember like where or when she bought it, but it had a piece of driftwood as a bumper, and we were like,
oh my God, you told me that.
We were so embarrassed, and we like would have to get dropped off outside of school like way before the one like walks because we were so embarrassed. So my mom would get like free gas all the time because the gas station was like felt so bad about this car.
It's so cute.
But like now,
oh my God,
like, I would be so proud to have a car like that these days.
Yeah, it sounds hilarious. What's your current car?
My current car is really special. It's a 62 Ranchero body on top of an 88 Ranger. So it's like this hybrid.
Are you able to go to it right now? Or are you on your roof?
I'm on my roof. It's down the street. It's like not parked in front right now, but maybe pull up in the future.
Oh yeah, I wonder if you can screen share. What kind of car do you have, Deline?
I have a busted Toyota Prius. It's black. I've only ever owned Toyota vehicles, and my Prius is very cool. And 2 people in my history in Los Angeles have gotten in my car thinking I was their Uber, like gotten into my car.
Oh my God.
So, I mean, Brittany has a lot of experience driving my car. It's pretty legit.
It's a great car. Do you like think about other cars you would drive?
No, because I think cars are garbage. I think they're trash, but like you need it. So I don't really daydream about cars. I don't have like a car like dream or fetish. Like that's why I like the Prius, because I'm like, it's small, it gets you places, you don't have to pay for gas, it doesn't make any noise, it has a Bluetooth stereo, so like what else do you want?
It's a very practical car.
And it doesn't matter if you like scratch it or something, or if someone like dings into you in a parking lot, like who cares?
Oh, we know, Deline, we know in your car. The like
mine's a little
like
extreme. Mine's a little too much, but oh shit, Jake's got a picture.
Do you see that car? Oh my God.
That car is.
Jake, I remember when you first met, you had that gold. Yeah, that's the new one.
It's so cool.
You had that gold Mercedes, and something that tripped me out was like in the back seat of that car, you had like a stack of like candies from like this guy's sculpture. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I thought that was so cool. I was like, what the hell is this? I guess I just looked at our like list of questions to talk about. What I guess I want to talk about like road rage and like how you handle your emotions like while in the car. Like, what do you do to calm yourself down? Do you get in the car do you get in the car like ready to like be mad at everyone, or do you get in the car just like, oh, I'm on my way?
You know,
I've never had road rage in my life. So
Yeah, you're a really calm driver. What about you, Deline?
You know, like any emotion, I don't think you get in the vehicle and the vehicle can be a metaphor. With anger in your heart or really in your intention space, but you'll be surprised what comes out. And like something else I was thinking about when it comes to the question of road rage, which is like people talk about this, but like the way that when people who do road rage are able to dehumanize other people because they're in their car, like the things you would do at someone or like say or like flip someone off, like what if that person cut you in a grocery store line? Like you would never be like, you bitch, like you wouldn't like follow them on foot around the aisles and like tailgate them.
I think a part of it is like it becomes you. It becomes like if someone hits you, it's like you say they hit me. They don't say they hit my car. They're like,
true.
Like their car hit my car. They're like they hit me.
Oh
so
yeah, that's
like,
true.
So you feel like you are the thing that you're driving, and so like I think that kind of it probably gives you this like armor that like. Not only is it a projection of your body, it like becomes your body. So you like become kind of this stronger creature.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What's your favorite music to listen to while in the car? What do you listen to in the car while driving?
I listen to radio.
What, Jake?
I usually just listen to like talk radio or nothing or classical.
Oh yeah, driving on classical is funny. What about you, Deline?
Like I only listen to like hip hop or pop in the car, and like honestly, I need to chill because sometimes it's like 8 a.m. and I'm just listening to like really hyper music. And I'm like, why don't I have more chill music? Like, why don't I have ambient sounds? Like, why am I not like, why do I not listen to different things and throughout the day? So sometimes I just turn it off and I enjoy silence.
Yeah.
And on longer commutes, I have gotten more intentional, and like listening to a podcast is really nice.
Yeah, true. I like being able to like, because I don't drive, so whenever I do get to drive someone's car, like, and I love a car sound system. I love just like blasting like dance music. Classical's so funny. It makes everything feel like really trippy.
Yeah, like you're gonna get murdered.
Oh my god. Sitting in traffic. What do you think about traffic? Do we like it? Is it okay?
I like it more when I'm not driving.
Oh yeah, just like chilling in it.
Yeah, like when I was Ubering more often, I didn't mind traffic at all, because I had just like sit in there and like think or text or meditate or like whatever. And it's just like chill. It's like
true.
like an excuse to not do anything. But when you're driving, it's like you can't really fully zone out.
Yeah, I hope not. I don't mind traffic while driving or as a passenger, because I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know. I'll get there, I guess.
I can answer my thoughts on traffic. I think, okay, I would commute for my job every day, and it's like a longer commute, and so many people share that lifestyle. And traffic,
totally.
like light traffic, when you're just cruising around, like that's fine. It can be kind of cute because you can like see other people on the road, but like a traffic issue like the city of Los Angeles has, I think it is a stifling, abusive, like violation of our lives. Like I oftentimes am stuck in traffic and I think this is abusive and it is so bad for me. It's so bad for everyone.
Totally.
It's like a toxic situation when you're stuck in a vehicle, you've been sitting in it for so long, you're in a sea of other people the same way. Everyone is angry, everyone is impatient, and you cannot move. Like there's a difference between driving an hour down an empty freeway and you're just like lapping miles and getting somewhere versus like sitting for an hour in your car crawling at 3 miles an hour. Like psychologically, that is like a lot harder to go through, especially when you don't have a choice but to get through it because you just need to get to where you're going. Like I think it's horrendous. And like that's where the conversation of public transportation to support your people so that they don't have to be stuck in a situation like that. That's where that's important and also for many reasons, but that's a big one.
Have either of y'all like taken the subway or like any bus routes in LA?
I have once.
What do you remember the trip?
I've taken the subway once, and I remember taking the bus like a couple of times. I took the bus to buy that car that you were taught, that golden Mercedes.
Mm-hmm. What did you feel when you were on the bus?
That was like before Uber was invented.
Oh yeah.
I used to live in New York, so it was just like the same, just like a little bit more rare. And I was also like new to LA, so like I didn't really have like driving LA to compare it to.
Yeah.
Like now, I think if I were to take the bus, it would be more of a contrast to driving because I like know where I'm going rather than just like kind of like entering it as like a teleportation device and exiting it where I'm supposed to be.
What about like in New York, like when you're doing the subway or whatever, like how do you deal with like people? What do you think about like being in a public space and dealing with people like that are also on the go?
Yeah, it was very depressing to me. And that was like the subway is one of the reasons why I like decided I didn't want to live in New York, because it kind of shoved in my face that everyone was alone, and like there's so many people doing their own thing, like looking straight ahead and not interacting, like how everyone is just like lonely within these like commuting crowds. And like it kind of got to me, like especially in the winter when like you just got these like packs of people, like no one's smiling, no one's interacting with each other, and like kind of like just living their own like lonely lives.
I mean, I think also like for public transportation, it's, for myself, it feels weird because it's also like people rushing to get to work or like rushing to get home from work, or like these like capitalism type of things. So it's like weird to see people have to like feel people's energy like in your face. It's like because they're within like this system and like they're trying to go somewhere, but then like, you know, it's really tricky to see. What about you? Go for it, Jake.
I was just gonna say, it's kind of like everyone is just like, you start to see people as just like cogs.
Yeah.
I like, rather than as individuals, they're just like kind of like part of this like monster of a city or like society or something.
Yeah, it's definitely like really frustrating too, because like, you know, if a bus runs late or it's not going to come on time, then it screws you over, and then you have people frustrated and like your schedule is fucked up. Delene, do you have any experiences on public transit?
Yeah. I have a very polar opposite opinion on New York subway experience, first of all. So also I invited my friend Netta to join, but I think she's under Brittany Scott because I just sent her the link I had.
There's like there's mad Brittany Scotts.
Oh my god.
Well, the real Brittany Scott, please stand up.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
Is there a way I can?
Yeah, you can. You just click that little like 3 dots on the corner.
I clearly like didn't share the right info. Are you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on an iPad.
If you go to like participants, it'll have like our list, and I think you can click my name and then it'll say like change name.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got it.
Okay, well, can I keep talking about what I think about the subway?
Yeah.
No.
Because I have a lot of thoughts here.
Let's hear them, girl.
I lived in New York, and actually the thing I loved the most and missed the most was riding the subway. Because I felt the same thing Jake is saying, but I had a different interpretation of it, which was I loved to observe other people in their lives, like in their emotions. Like people watching on the subway is like prime time spot. You just see so many people being unseen, and like they're listening to music. You can always tell an emotion, like what they're going through. I have been in every emotion. I have been sitting on the subway just like crying to myself.
Oh shit.
People on the subway, there's performers on the subway, there's like the craziest like psycho people you've ever seen in your life doing like very weird things. Like one time I saw an elderly white woman who was dressed like Little Bo Peep, and she like absolutely dressed in like Victorian garb, and the end of her dress was just soaking wet, and there was water streaming from out of her, like in channels in the subway car. Like I don't know where this water came from, and
what
it was like
the hell
movie, and she just had these rags, and she was like slowly walking throughout the train, like trying to clean up all the water. Just
what?
like
Is that
like
art?
that, or I was like every day I was like whoa. And then And then like I lived in Harlem and I would go to Brooklyn. And I would take the train all the way down. And like as you're passing through the different neighborhoods in New York City, like the demographic of who's on the train changes. So it's like definitely people watching. You can like feel how like the city is different from different areas. Like super businessy people, and then like opera people and artsy people, and then like Soho people, and then like Brooklyn. It was just so cool to me. And it was like my favorite thing to do, and just like sit and listen to music or read a book and not have to like pay attention to driving. I actually really liked it a lot. And in the summer, it was like one of the few places I could get AC. I loved it.
True.
You can eat on there. You can drink on there. It's fun.
You're not supposed to do that in like LA, but yeah, I mean, it is cool. I used to ride when I lived downtown. I used to ride the subway all the time, and I basically just like, I really liked it. It was reliable. Like it got me where I needed to go, and I really love the Gold Line when it goes like east, because it's overground and you can see everything, and it's like really pretty. And I also like the light blue line that goes to the ocean, because like that's a cool ride as well. But I got threatened too many times, like on the bus and on the subway, that I was like, all right, I'm not gonna ride this anymore. So that's a drag. It's so weird. Like,
definitely be safe places or really unsafe places, and that's a huge issue.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like early in the morning, like it's kind of like iffy, because like if it's really early, like if it's like 6, if it's 5 or 6, like you don't know if these are just like crackheads or if they're people going to work. Like you don't know when you're gonna get on the bus, like what's gonna be the mood for the day. So that's always like really tricky. And then especially at night too, like I definitely like do not ride the bus at night. The subway's like not that bad, but even still, it's like
it's different city to city, I think. Like in New York, for example, like there's a second rush hour at midnight of people coming home from the theater, coming home from bars or going to bars, whatever. Like LA, and since we're in partnership with LADOT, I can say a couple things. Like it is a completely different experience. It's an inefficient system that many people are required to take because they don't have other options.
Totally.
And like the subway in LA is cool, but like you can't really, unless you're going station to station, like how are you going to get to most of the city once you get to one of their stations? So
yeah,
it's like
for sure.
not always realistic. And then like the bus takes so long, so it just kind of like takes longer than driving, which is the opposite in New York City. It takes longer to drive through Manhattan than it does taking the train, and that's why it's like more optimal to take public transportation. And then like LADOT and all subway, like all metro systems around the US, or at least the ones in New York and LA, the way they run their systems is unsafe for many people, because you can be criminalized for not paying your fare. You can get attacked by police or arrested if you're the quote unquote wrong type of demographic, aka Black and brown people, just for not paying your fare. So it's like even the administrations themselves don't necessarily prioritize like keeping minorities safe when they're using.
Also, I noticed it's like so much easier to not, like there's no turnstiles in LA. So you just like wander onto the train. Like a couple of times when I lived in Highland Park and I'd like take the Gold Line to downtown, I would like just like wander in because I would just use the excuse that I didn't know. And then I'm like bombarded at the end. Like, but it's like it was so easy to get on to the train that like it's almost like set up for me to like get caught or something.
Yeah, that's
there's definitely,
especially if
are you talking about downtown?
I'm talking about like getting onto the train and like how there's no turnstiles.
The
tap
I know
thing.
like over like in Highland Park and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, tap is tricky. I remember getting I got a ticket once and I was so mad because it was nighttime and I was like I was like going to a show or something, and like it's just me by myself. I was kind of, and I just like didn't pay the fare, and like a cop stopped me and like gave me like a $70 ticket, which is just like so outrageous when the fare is like $1.50.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was just, and I was just like, I was like, I need to just go home. Like, I just like made up a whole thing, and he was just like, still was like so unforgiving. And I was just like, well, this is like, this is a scam. Like, that's not fair. I do think like public transit, like obviously it needs to be maintained, but at the same time, like, it should be free or something. We shouldn't be getting ticketed as well. It's fucked up.
Definitely be free. Like, it should be a free public service. Like, that's the whole, this is like part of like BLM conversation around like defunding the police,
Right.
is like what should be free in your city, like what that money
Right.
should be for on the most like smallest scale of just making
Right.
metro free and stopping so many like arrests from people who are being discriminated
Yeah.
against and not paying their fare. It's just like,
Yeah.
you know, LADOT puts out a BLM statement and claims their support, but it's like there's so much that the department needs to be doing to put their money where their mouth is and make the subway an equitable place for like Black passengers.
Agree. Yeah, I agree.
There's a really great urban transportation urban planner who talks about this. Her name is Dr. Destiny Thomas. And you guys should check her out. She's written.
Is this what you were telling me about yesterday, about what the podcast you're listening on Palestinian transportation? No, we were talking. You said you listened to a podcast that wasn't like, and you wanted to share like tidbits from it. Was it this one?
Yeah, I was on it was a Zoom call. It was called Radicalizing Urban Planning. I'm an urban planner. And it was awesome. It was organized by a guy who works at LADOT in like the Vision Zero group. I'm forgetting his name right now, but it was just super cool, like mostly like young LA urban planners talking about radical urban planning, like what needs to happen in the field, basically. And he was highlighting like this point about LADOT being, you know, it's easy to like put out a BLM statement, but like when you think about Vision Zero is an initiative by Metro and like transportation companies that is aiming to have 0 pedestrian deaths by the year 2025 or something. So it's like making our streets safer for pedestrians is like the mission there, like, and they're kind of targeting like car fatality, like car crashes and stuff, like unsafe streets to walk in. But this group was talking about how Vision Zero needs to center the pedestrian, and like if you want to talk about like ways to not kill pedestrians, then there's like a whole lot of other topics that need to be included, and it doesn't start with cars.
Please don't kill people that are walking.
Yeah, it's like, how about you have like healthy natural environments in like inner city neighborhoods and like whatever, all these other things. Stop arresting people.
Yeah, agree.
Oh, and then the ultimate goal was, or like one of the like grand finales that I thought was really cool was like, we need to stop shoving like public transportation as the solution to like the car problem, because unless there's a way to ensure that taking transportation for brown and Black people is a safe experience, then private cars should be number one form of transportation. That's kind of like a whitewashed like solution to just be like cars off the road, like everyone should take public trans, like that's an idealism that like for so many people is actually not safe on the ground. So it's like a very like white urban planning like mindset to kind of think that way and not really like legitimize the experience.
Yeah. We've kind of gone through all of the points that I was trying to hit. Oh, actually, Jess, are you still there? I didn't realize the time.
Hi. Yeah.
We can basically end the combo about transportation. So thank you, Jake, and thank you, Jolene. for sharing your
welcome.
stories.
You're welcome.
I thought that was cute. I found out some more stuff about y'all. Jess, hey.
Hi guys, that was a great dialogue. It's nice seeing you, Jake. Hi, Jake.
Hi.
Let me know if it's loud. I actually live right next to the 2 freeway and I have the window open, so you hear
very zen.
Yeah, but I just have a short flow for you guys planned, and we're gonna start seated, but if you need to stand up and stretch and loosen up just a bit, take a
Okay.
And then we're just gonna meet in a seated position, and if you're in a chair, that's totally fine too. The bottoms of your feet flat on the floor. Start to take a few breaths and bring your awareness internal. Gently closing your eyes. Just start to think about and notice where you're right now. Is your breath slow, deep, quick? And then start to notice any sensations or tingling in your body. And before we begin, I just wanted to share a quote with you that I thought was really timely for what's going on right now. It is not enough to be compassionate. You must act. There are no aspects to action. One is to overcome the distortions and afflictions of your own mind. The other is more social, more public. When something needs to be done in the world to rectify the wrongs, if one is really concerned with benefiting others, one needs to be engaged and involved. That was said by the Dalai Lama from The Path to Tranquility. Gently open your eyes. We're just going to start with a little breathing exercise, deep belly breathing, starting to warm up our throat. So just take a deep breath in with your lips sealed, filling up your belly, rising through the chest. Hold at the top and then exhale. Now bring your hands together, clasped in front of your chest. And as you inhale, push away from your chest slowly, and then raise your arms overhead, hold at the top, and then flip your palms and push the air out as you exhale. When you get to the bottom, one more time, inhale, trying to match the motion of your arms with your breath. When you reach the top, hold, and then flip your palms down, push, exhaling from the back of the throat, lips sealed. One last time, inhale. Hold at the top, and then exhale, pushing all the air out. Release your hands, and then bring your arms overhead. Gently cactus your arms and feel your shoulder blades retract behind your back. And then release. Take your left hand to the left side of your chair or hip, and then start to bring your right arm over to the left side for a left side bend. Take a few breaths here, sending the breath over to the right side body. And for a deeper stretch, you can try to reach further out towards the left, but keep your right sit bone grounded. Exhale, return to center, switch sides. Right hand reaching over to the right side, left arm sending your left arm towards the right. Exhale, release. Bring your arms back overhead, and then start to twist over to the right side, bringing your left hand to your right knee, and your right hand either behind you, or you can grab the back of your chair, whatever's comfortable for you. And then just start to twist and take some breaths here. As you inhale, lengthen your spine to the crown. And then on the exhale, see if you can twist a little deeper. sending your gaze behind your right shoulder. A few more breaths on your own. Lengthening on the inhale, deep twisting on the exhale. On your next breath, return back to center, arms overhead. Deep breath in, and then exhale to turn, twist to the left. Left hand is behind your left hip or on the back of your chair. Right hand on your left knee. Inhale to lengthen. Exhale to twist a little deeper, sending your gaze behind your left shoulder. On your next breath, release and return to center. And we're just going to start to roll out our neck. So sending our neck, our head from the right side to the left. Just some really slow semicircles, tucking your chin into your chest. Right, left ear meets the left shoulder. Right ear meets the right shoulder. And then when your left ear meets your left shoulder, hold it there, and then bring your left hand and gently place it on your head. Send the breath to your right, the right of your neck. And then if you'd like to try for a deeper stretch, you can let go of your left hand onto the floor or the side or take a bind of your left hand behind your right hip. Release and then start to roll your neck. Right ear meets the right shoulder. And then gently bring your right hand onto your head. Again, if you'd like to try for the deeper stretch, you can go for the bind. Taking your right hand behind your left hip. Go ahead and gently release and then start to take some full circles with your neck. Just start to feel the tension loosen. And if you have any sticky bits, feel free to pause and send some breath there. If you're going one way, you can start to go the other. And then when you're ready, you can return to neutral. From here, we'll do some seated cat-cows. So sitting straight, tucking your tailbone down, take your arms to a T, and then start to reach in front of your chest, puffing the back of your heart, sending your gaze towards your belly, navel to the spine, and then release, and start to bring your arms, placing your palms on your lower back, drawing your chest up towards the ceiling, along with your gaze. Remember to breathe. And then release, start to bring your arms forward again for cat. Navel to the spine. And then last one, release. Hands behind your lower back. Chest rises towards the ceiling. Go ahead and return to neutral, and we're going to take a standing position now, so you can step out of your chair. We're just going to do kind of like the same sequence standing. So we'll start with a breathing exercise again. Clasp your hands in front of your chest, and then push forward as you inhale. Draw the arms overhead, inhaling. Hold at the top. And then push the air out on the exhale. Inhale, arms rise as you fill up through the chest. Hold at the top, and then exhale, pushing your hands down. One more breath, inhale. Hold at the top, and then exhale. From here, release your arms to your side, and then start to raise your arms overhead, upward salute. Standing strong, take your left arm with your right wrist and start to lean over to the right, stepping your left foot behind your right for a half moon side bend. Take a few breaths here, sending the breath to your left side body through the rib cages, feeling the rib cage fan. And then release, step your left foot back and take your left arm, take your right wrist with your left arm and step behind your left foot. Release back to center, and then slowly, gently cactus your arms, retracting your shoulder blades, and then cascade your hands behind your back. You can either bring your hands back to your lower back or clasp them and take a gentle back bend. Drawing the chest towards the ceiling, sending your gaze up. Release and bring your hands to heart prayer and then start to hinge at the hips, forward fold. And then in your forward fold, feel free to take a deep bend in the knees, draping your belly over your thighs. You can keep your hands on the earth or you can grab your elbows and just bounce around and let it out. This is a restorative pose. And then on an inhale, lift up halfway, flat back, and then slowly start to roll your body up, accentuating every vertebrae in your spine. From here, upward salute. Gently cactus your arms, and then cascade your body, your hands behind you for another gentle back bend. Release, and then we'll do that sequence one more time. So starting with the breath, clasp your hands in front of your chest, push away, inhale, hold at the top, exhale, push the breath out. Another breath, inhale. Hold at the top, flip your hands and push. One last breath. Inhale, arms raised. Hold at the top, flip your palms, and then press it down. Release your arms, upward salute. Belly to the spine, tuck your tailbone down, and then one more side bend. Grabbing your left arm with the right, stepping your left foot behind your right. See if you notice a deeper bend this time. Release, up to center. Grab your right wrist with your left and step behind your left foot. Sending breath to the side body. Side bends are really great for deepening your breath and expanding your lungs. Return to center. Arms up overhead, gently cactus your arms. And then waterfall your hands behind your back for your last back bend. You can release and place your hands by your side. And start to hinge at the hips and forward fold. On an inhale, lift up halfway. And then exhale, let it out. Forward fold. Slowly roll up. Neck and head should be the last thing to come up. Then take a final deep breath in. Exhale. And then we can come back to a seat. And just gently close your eyes and tune back into your body. Notice any sensations, any new sensations or tingling from the beginning of the session. And then bring your hands to Heart's Prayer in front of you. And start to rub your palms together. Slowly, and then faster. And then faster. Feeling that heat, that energy. And then slowly start to bring your palms to a stop. Now place your palms anywhere that feels connected to you, whether that's in front of your heart or on your knees or wherever you like. But feel that energy you just created. That's the fire. With your eyes closed, I'm going to share with you one last reading. Ultimately in life, you take action or you don't. All the talk, analyzing, insight, and dreams are only interesting ideas until you put them into action. The challenge is to find your fire, the energy of transformation, and use it to mobilize your intentions in a sustained, organized direction. Fire creates the alchemy that mixes together your hopes, desires, and dreams and converts them into I can, I will, and here's my plan. Take a deep breath in. Sigh it out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Thank you so much. This was such a good conversation and a really relaxing like yoga flow session that I think resets us all in time for
I know you've been sitting all weekend, I can imagine.
I know I'm like my booty's getting a little numb, but I'm dealing.
Aww. You know, yeah, this is awesome.
stretch.
Thank you so much for hosting this. Yes, girl. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. And I loved hearing everybody's experiences with transit in LA. And even though I'm like obviously an LADOT fangirl, I understand safety concerns and infrastructure that needs to be improved in ways of like making our transportation more just and equal for people who are not drivers. So I think all the concerns raised were like really important.
Yeah, so
yeah.
I mean, you know, we can't move forward unless we like talk about it. So it's good to just like pick it apart and think about it and like figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. And Vision Zero is working to get that number down to 0 fatalities. And it's not just like cars hitting pedestrians, it's also cars hitting other cars and cars hitting cyclists. And just, we don't want anyone to die because of a mobility.
Totally. I'm going to look more into that because I haven't heard of that before. Delane said it.
Yeah. I'm actually the artist in residence at LADOT, but I specifically am in Vision Zero's team. So those are the people, those are my immediate coworkers.
Gotcha. So, cool. That guy who did the talk then, he's so cool. His middle name is Richard. I think his last name is Alvilas.
Oh, I don't know who that
I'll send you his name. I found him on Instagram. He's awesome. I'm sure you know him. You can talk to him.
I probably met them and just am blanking on who it is.
No, it's all good. Good job, Renee. This is cool.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Delane.
I'm so happy you came in and had this conversation. Thank you so much for making the time for the telethon.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, Jake, Brittany, Darlene, Jessica, all of you.
Yay! All right, I'll see you later. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Keep it up.
And before we get into our conversation with Holly and Brianna, I just want to remind everybody to, again, donate to our Arts Emergency Relief Fund. When you get to the website, fill out the top part is normal, and then you'll see a field that says, if you have a special purpose for your donation, please let us know. And there's a drop-down box, and that's where you select Arts Emergency Relief Fund. And so hopefully we'll continue raising money as this goes on. We also have the Safer LA 2020 transit hotline. So if you want to voice a story about what it's been like to travel in Los Angeles during this time, just dial this number and leave a voicemail. And hopefully by the end of the night, I'll play basically everything that we got. So I'm putting those links in the chat. You know, hopefully you've seen them. And without, I guess, further delay, Brianna and Holly, how are you?
Hi. Great to meet you in
Hello.
person or virtually in person.
Hi,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, I don't think my video works, but
Oh, you were on earlier. Let's see. Ask to start. You might have a notification that's like start video.
Hi,
Great.
Brianna.
hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm glad to. We're so. I say we, but because we're talking earlier, but we're so glad to participate in the telethon. Renee, thanks for organizing. And yeah, so I'm a little bit technically challenged. I have like a little PowerPoint, so I'm going to share my screen because I have some of images of Holly's paintings, and so yeah, I'll just get acquainted.
Great. So there's a share screen button, and then yes.
Aha. Okay. Okay. So you see my little title card?
I see it. Give me 1 second. Okay, now it's on our YouTube as well. Okay.
Oh, okay, great. So, hi. My name's Brianna Baki, and I'm happy to introduce to you the artist Holly Tempo. Holly is a painter based in Inglewood, and we share the experience when we've met with like studio visits in the past. Holly's practice is centered on with walking incorporated to gather conceptual materials for her landscape paintings that we'll get further in. I can't just define as landscape paintings now because they're much more psychological. And myself, I work in the creative sphere. I'm a creative producer. I'm a curator. I wear a lot of hats. And so Renee, one of my hats is that I'm a running enthusiast. And so Renee reached out to me.
I realized I forgot to read your bios. Do you want me to take a second to read them?
Yeah, I know. That's like, sure.
I just realized. Okay, wait. Give me just 1 second to give you two justice. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Holly Tempo received her MFA from Claremont Graduate University, and she is known for her paintings and site-specific works. Tempo served as faculty in the Fine Arts Department at Otis College of Art and Design for 16 years before embarking on a freelance career in 2017. The artist, born in Minneapolis, maintains a studio in Inglewood, California. She is also a 2019-2020 City of LA Department of Cultural Affairs COLA Fellow. So congrats, Holly, on being a COLA. It's a pretty high achievement in LA. And then Brianna Baki is a local marathon runner and cultural producer. She holds an MFA from UC Irvine in critical and curatorial studies, as well as me. Aside from a lot of running and mostly walking, she's currently writing about the artist Juan Yosef and works as the assistant curator at the Los Angeles Municipal Art Gallery. So thank you. Sorry about that. Now please continue.
Brianna, can I introduce the dog?
Yes, of course.
Dilip is important for everybody to meet because he's part of my process and part of it. So say hi, Dilip. All right, that's enough.
I love dogs. My dog won't get on camera, even though I've tried to bribe her. So I'm so happy to see your dog.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so we wanted to have our conversation around here on the slide, pedestrian experiences, walking for transport, wellness and creativity. And we also wanted to kind of, first acknowledge when we want to have this conversation about pedestrian experiences, that we carry also the current context right now on our hearts and minds of the recent murder of Ahmaud Arbery. And his death reminds us all that these experiences are experienced differently by different people, and particularly people of color. And so we want to start this conversation like recognizing that Black Lives Matter, and when we discuss these experiences, just that there are many. And yeah, so Holly, wait, let's get to, we want to share about our walking experiences. I'm a creative worker and I run a lot, and it's, it really helps me get out of a rut. And especially like when we're having these conversations about COVID right now, and the, just encourage viewers to take a walk, and it might come for some relief with getting out of the doldrums of our kind of new like worlds that are getting smaller. And also, so Holly is a painter that walking is a significant part of her experience right now. So Holly, do you want to jump in and talk about how walking is part of your artistic process?
Sure, I'll back up a little bit and start by saying I don't have a vehicle. I decided a couple years ago that it didn't seem necessary, and of course the cost to upkeep a vehicle, and also the possible negative impact to the environment was important to me. So I started taking the bus. So thank you, LADOT. I have a TAP card, and I have been taking the bus now for several years. As far as my studio practice goes, what happened was when I moved to Inglewood, I found the little dog Dilip that you just met, and started having to walk him, being that he was a dog, and found that being out in the street is a very different experience than being in a car. And I started to notice things and experience things that I didn't when I was zipping by, at 30, 40, 50 miles per hour. So what happened was I started noticing things around my neighborhood, and specifically things that relate to the urban landscape. So in that sense, yes, they are landscape paintings, but also to the cultural landscape and to psychological scapes. I live in Inglewood, which is a community of color. My neighborhood is about 50% Latinx and 50% African American. And, it's a long time community. I think Inglewood was established in 1908, and there's multiple generations that live here. So culture is an important part of this environment and something that I pay attention to. When I'm walking, I look at things like color. I look at people's homes. I look at trash in the streets. I listen to the music that's coming out of people's car windows. Name it, even things like the sound of the wind in the trees, flowers in someone's garden. It may be a bit of trash. It may be an empty lot. So all of these things enter my consciousness, and specifically also graffiti, which is something we don't have tons of it in my immediate neighborhood, but there is some. So to me, graffiti becomes obviously it's a form of protest and expression and territory marking in the most basic sense in the street. But in my paintings, it translates into abstract marks and gestures. So I actually use spray paint in the paintings to create marks that I believe, transcend sort of the initial sense of what a spray paint a graffiti mark would be. If on a wall, for example, in a community, it might be seen as a defacement, it might be a declaration of territory, it might be a threat. In my paintings, it becomes a gesture, and it also becomes pattern and defines space. So it's interesting how those things translate.
Yeah, I like to, you know, Holly, I like to also think of your paintings like almost like landscape paintings, especially like with this, the last time I went to visit your studio before all this, the scale of it, and I immediately felt the experience that I do when I'm you know, running through different neighborhoods, like the full size hedges or signs and everything that that you know, one encounters when they're, you know, running outdoors, and thinking about them like landscapes, you know, they don't, the traditional, when you think of a traditional landscape painting, you think of like the grandeur of nature and like this epic, you know, cloud scene, and it's totally absent of any like humans in there. And if there's any humans, or they're just little figures for scale to like show the magnitude of nature. But what I find very interesting about your paintings and the mark making and the references, these visual languages, there's so much activity present. Can you talk about like a little about the sorts of like activity that makes its way into these, that they're like kind of like psychological landscapes in a way?
Yeah, I think that you know, pattern is something that's of interest to me. It's something that generally is associated with work by women. Of course, there's the pattern and decoration movement from the 1970s. It's certainly had a wonderful revival in the last, I'd say, 10 years, especially with the surge in craft being reintroduced into artistic practice. So, you know, I look at textiles, I look at, you know, things like the lines of a fence. It might be flowers, a little field of flowers in a parkway. The other thing about these marks is that they repeat. So the repeated marks immediately become associated with the body, with my gesture, my sense of movement. There's a sort of meditative quality to making repeated marks, and then I disrupt them. So for example, in the painting behind me, you see this sort of peach square with these X's made with marker, and then it's immediately disrupted by that blue blob of spray paint that can read like anything from a figure to a gunshot to a note, a musical note. And what I'm doing with the pattern is I'm creating different senses of spatial areas. And the spaces are not only related to geography or topography, but also to psychology and to not only what is outside, but what also is within or could be within. And of course, I think it's interesting to note that when I was younger, I spent a lot of time looking at the work by a French Impressionist painter, Claude Monet, and you know, who of course was one of the ultimate landscape painters. And I actually have been fortunate enough to see some of his work in Paris and of course in various museums in the US. And I think the idea of an impression of course, the Impressionists were very interested in light and color and space. And strangely enough, I think there's some relationship of that to what I'm doing. It's just that my space and my light and color are informed by an urban environment as opposed to a pastoral scene, for example, in a French countryside or an estate in Europe. So it's a different source material, but I think there's a lot in common there. There's also the boldness of the abstract expressionist gesture, you know, which often is associated with a very male kind of macho, you know, the de Kooning, the Pollock, that sort of thing. I think the patterns are a way of activating those surfaces in a different direction, of feminizing them. And again, taking them out of the traditional Western European art canon and challenging it somewhat. So in a way, when I make a spray painted mark on my paintings, it's not only a gesture and a mark, it's also a form of defacement, of adding something, but also taking away from something that's already there. So it has lots and lots of layers and meanings.
Yeah, that's interesting that you bring up Monet, because we all know the guy, and and also I never thought about like the abstraction in that way, during a time when so many landscapes were about manifest destiny and claiming this territory and everything that goes along with that, and that's kind of one of the first kind of it starts to look within yourself, and definitely your work is doing that too. So Holly, this video, so Holly's a COLA fellow 2020, and I have had the pleasure to interview her for a focus series produced by the Los Angeles Municipal Art Gallery. I encourage you guys, even though we're experiencing time where museums are closed and everything, everyone's worked really hard and done amazing work to bring content to you at home, and it's called The Mag at Home. And the artist focus series is up on there, and Holly has a video there, and Renee, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here. So I'm gonna.
Renee's going, because my internet's so poor. Renee's going to roll that video, and yeah, we're happy to share. And you can see a little bit of a video of Holly walking.
Yeah. So just give me a moment. Both YouTube and Zoom, and it might take a second to switch over successfully. Let's see. Hold on one second.
I've never seen this interface of it. There's a website. Oh my gosh, I can see myself on Zoom now. You guys, I have this digital background of the Rose Bowl because that's where I train, and they have the community running loop. So that's a great place to do your walking fitness too.
Awesome. I'm gonna play this video. You want me to play the full thing?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
It's not very long.
I'm Holly Tempo, greeting you from my studio in Inglewood. This is my doggy Billy, and I'm very pleased to be a 2020 COLA Master Artist Fellow. Who knew? The year I get the COLA grant, there's a global pandemic. The COLA grant has been wonderful. It's definitely allowed me to be able to spend more time on my painting, and also to paint much larger. As an artist, I'm very much influenced by modernist abstraction, conceptual art, and socially engaged art. What I'm particularly interested in the work is exploring how the geographic and cultural history of a place, trauma, social anger, how that can be translated into abstract painting. Los Angeles is an ecosystem composed of many parts. There are over 200 languages spoken in this region, which really speaks to the incredible amount of diversity that we have here. And although it's very spread out as compared to a place like New York, there are many realities that make up a group experience of being here in LA. As far as its importance to my artwork, it all started when I found my dog, actually. I found him running in the streets in Inglewood during rush hour traffic. Finding him and moving to Inglewood actually coincided and sort of spurred on a big change in my artwork. Just by taking the dog out for walks and not being in the car and being on the street, looking at things, experiencing things, it started really seeping into my consciousness and eventually into my paintings. I think when I'm out walking, I guess I would characterize myself as a sponge. I'm taking it all in. So I'm looking at things, I'm looking at colors, I'm looking at lines. The lines might be a fence. It might be power lines, it might be the lines of shrubbery. I'm looking at both the pleasant and the unpleasant things. So it might be trash on the street, it might be someone's very lovely little garden, it might be the same dog that comes out and barks at us every time we walk by, maybe somebody's souped up car, it may even be a stain on the asphalt. So what I'm doing is taking these things back to the studio and then make marks, make gestures. I do not come from a street art background. So for me, it's not about making a certain style of graffiti, but to just take the raw material, which is spray paint, and the raw gesture, and then combining that in layers to create the painting into hybridized visual language. In a way, there are rules, but there are no rules. I'm also disrupting. There's this kind of back and forth between what is a painted mark, what is a defacement. You can make the comparison to additive and subtractive painting techniques, either where you're applying layers or where you're taking away layers, except that mine's happening conceptually. And that reflects the disruptions that I experienced in my walks in terms of what's going on out there in the world. Specifically in Inglewood, this is a community of color. It's a community in transition as we have several stadiums being built. There's many development projects happening. Real estate prices have gone up and up and up. So there are things that signal potential gentrification and big changes in the community. And a lot of people are uncomfortable. There's a fear of losing one's relevance in one's environment and also losing one's own community. So there's a sense of urgency, a concern of people being displaced physically, psychologically, and culturally. So I also want to say something about being a woman of color and being a Black woman artist. Many of my friends in Los Angeles fit this category, and we've talked a lot about feeling invisible and feeling disregarded. And I'm saying that as someone who, has done fairly well, I've had the teaching job, I've exhibited, but there are many opportunities that have eluded me and many conversations that I have felt ignored in. And so it's really lovely to receive the grant and to feel like, oh, someone is paying attention and someone does acknowledge the relevance of what I'm doing. And it's hopefully will be opening doors for other artists that are coming behind.
So transitioning back to Holly and Brianna's conversation now. You guys are back on our screens.
I was on mute.
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Thank you for I know I feel like I'm the worst millennial ever. I apologize, guys.
No, it's okay.
So bad with the technology. But yeah, so Holly, we had that conversation for that video, like very I believe like towards the end of March.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So, things were very fresh with our current like stay-at-home orders and everything. And yeah, so with walking being such a part of your integral practice and everything, how have you been keeping up since then?
Well, it's, as I mentioned to you, I think when we were talking, or probably prior to that conversation, that when the whole thing started happening with the COVID disaster started unfolding and all of us were trying to figure out what was going on, I found that I couldn't breathe. I think just because of the anxiety and ironically, because this is a disease that attacks the respiratory system, the lungs, and then the rest of the body through that system, it was interesting to me that I couldn't breathe. I found that when I couldn't breathe, I couldn't paint, especially the large paintings, because they actually require a lot of involvement with the body. So one of my remedies for this was to walk, to take daily walks, not only around the neighborhood with the dog, but actually to the park that's close to my house, the Edward Vincent Park in Inglewood. And just, I think that level of movement, being outside, of course, it informed my practice, but it also eased my mind and my spirit. Just being outside time, it was very quiet. You know, a lot of people were not out. People were still getting used to wearing masks. The whole thing about trying to breathe with the mask on, although I wear it pretty much everywhere, was strange to get used to. So I found doing that, and then online breathing exercises, some online Tai Chi classes, and meditation, that these things all helped me to regain my breath, and that the breath became important. So I think in terms of how I've kept up at this point, you know, I've adjusted, I guess, somewhat to the new normal. At least I thought I had, until, you know, then we had the terrible problems that were coming, that have existed for quite some time around racial issues, but the ensuing civil unrest and how everything unfolded. So at one point I was saying to someone, you know, not only am I under quarantine, but I'm also under curfew. And I feel like a prisoner. I don't know what to do with myself. The good news is that I was able to regain my breath. I was able to paint. And walking is what I do. You know, normally I take the bus. Right now I'm not so comfortable, although, you know, I'm also an LADOT fangirl. I'm not comfortable taking the bus quite yet, you know, because of the COVID safety issues. And I'm in the high risk group, so I have to be careful. But walking has become my means. So, you know, the idea of transformation through transportation is an interesting one, because it definitely relates to my artwork in terms of how I conceive of my paintings, but also how the body changes when one is out and about, moving in the community as a member of the community and not just passing through, which so often in Los Angeles, I think, happens, where people, you know, we have so many communities right next to each other that are completely different. And often don't really stop to see what's going on. We just zip by. So it's been kind of nice in a way to be able to slow down, although I wish the circumstances that caused that were somewhat different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about also like kind of wanting to share with viewers like that we've, you know, there's so, aside from walking experiences for transportation purposes, walking for health, wellness. There's so many, I mean, I don't have to like do with a PowerPoint of like the list of benefits from it, mm-hmm. But yes, especially for a time with like mental wellness, and also, yeah, as we use it for creativity too, especially working from home and having to, you know, get a break from, mm-hmm. from the, you know, sitting down all day.
The form of protest, you know, I mean, that's how people,
yes, exactly,
walking, marching. And I have to say, I'm very proud of all the young people who are risking their lives, really, on many different levels, not only in terms of proximity to the others and the fear of, you know, contaminating or catching COVID, but also at risk to their physical safety in terms of perhaps being attacked by police or by anti-protesters or whatever. That I'm very proud that they have been out protesting. You know, if I wasn't in a high-risk group, I would be out there too. I've certainly done my share of protests, but you know, I have to find different ways at home to voice my distress. But it's been very uplifting, and to see this not only in Los Angeles, but all around the world. So I'm really hoping that it's up to you young people. You know, I mean, I'm 56 years old. You know, I have a lot of living left to do, but this is a world that we've created that's not working. And we need to find a better way. And I think at this point, it's going to be up to the young people. So at the risk of being political, I just want to say, please keep protesting. Please keep voicing your opinions. Please keep standing up for what's right, and vote in November.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. And of course, like, this is also the, oh my gosh, sorry, there's a crying baby in the background at my house. But yes, that is definitely also, you know, walking for empowerment as well. Mm-hmm. So Holly, let's see. Sorry, I'm flipping through to do our screen share so we can share these new paintings of yours. Share screen. And okay, can you see the paintings yet? Okay, great. It's a little slow on this end. So yeah, so would you like to talk a little about, let's jump in to this one, because when we had your interview, we saw these new works that you made, but they were kind of popping in and out for B-roll. And yeah, so you mentioned earlier about your the colors and all the languages, the visual languages that go on in the neighborhood, and you have this kind of the way that you approach your painting is also kind of like a conversation as well, with additive and subtractive, and kind of engaging with a back and forth with it in a way. Can you share a little more?
So the painting that is up on the screen right now that has a lot of orange in it, the title of it is Word Up Homie. Orange is the opposite of blue, not red. So it's a little bit of a pun. In the area where I live, a little bit northeast of me is an area called the Rolling 60s, which is known as area where the black gangs, the Crips and the Bloods, control that area, or have controlled it historically. And it's been always a point of sort of distress and also fascination to me that someone could be killed because of the color they're wearing if they're walking in the wrong part of the city. There was an incident a couple years back where a young man who I believe was developmentally disabled was actually killed because he was wearing red sneakers, presumably by the other team. So thinking as a painter and sort of challenging that notion that, okay, if we're blue, then, we're against the reds. But in terms of color theory and in terms of painting, blue and orange are actually the opposite. So there's a little bit of a pun in there, but also there's a wryness and a sense of, don't you see how silly this is? I understand that there are many layers to, why gangs exist. And initially, ironically, as a response to terrorism by white gangs back in the 1920s and 30s. But so this painting is about color, playing with orange, playing with blue, much brighter than I normally work, but it was kind of fun to do that. The sort of terracotta color that has the black marks on is actually a direct reference to a wall that I saw in the park that I believe was featured in the video that had was a terracotta wall with some black graffiti. So I pulled the colors right from that. But of course the marks are different. And again, when I'm making these paintings, they are done in layers. It usually takes me between 21 and 25 layers until I feel comfortable with the painting being completed. And sometimes the layers work and sometimes they don't. Sometimes I have to paint things out. So I have to actually abate, if you will, my own painting. And
sorry, can I jump? Like when you're making like how many walks do you I've seen also you do several sketches and you have these ideas, like when are you picking things up? And you've also like described yourself as a filter that you're taking in all this information in.
Well, I would say that that's probably, most of the sketching is done in here, and it's impressions, it's things that I remember, it's a fleeting moment, it might be a color I saw somewhere, it might be just a little glance of something that I saw. I take them all in and I cogitate on them, I think about them, and as I start painting, the painting tells me what it wants to do, as strange as that may sound. So I just start doing it. I don't create compositional sketches of any kind. I don't necessarily plan for color, although I might have a certain palette that I'm working with. I noticed with the 3 paintings, the large pieces that I did for Cola, that each painting I started with a base coat of a kind of a mustard yellow color, and then each subsequent painting took a color from the previous painting as a starting point after the yellow base coat and continued on, so that there seems to be a little bit of a conversation between the paintings. And even though there are similarities, there are also many differences in terms of how they come out. But it's fun because I don't, like I know many artists who make lots of preliminary sketches. This one that you're looking at now, I call it Anthem for the Resistance, because to me it ended up looking kind of flag-like. It has sensibility about it. And I think this was also happening right when the civil unrest was happening. So obviously it was very much influenced by what was happening in the world. Again, here the red and blue appear. The idea being that they're united and perhaps resisting. The X marks are interesting in my paintings because in street lingo, an X is a threat. It's, if you X out someone's graffiti, you're threatening them. You're defying them. So in the paintings, the X's certainly reference that, but they also have an algebraic meaning in that they're an unknown quantity, if you remember from your high school geometry and algebra. So there's that. And then also, again, it's the act of, have to have a certain amount of courage when I make these paintings because, I spend a lot of time, I make this nice area, and then I take a spray can, hold my breath, and then spray paint over it and pray that it works out. Luckily, I've been doing it long enough that it seems to work out most of the time, but I have had moments where I was like, that was a big mistake, I should not have done that, and then I have to figure out how to deal with it.
And you've also we've talked about also, you crack me up because we talk about the visual language you're picking up from all over the neighborhood, and yes, graffiti is part of that, but you're not engaging this into a graph of graffiti art. No. It's abstracted with your, and also you've described yourself as you said a middle-aged woman with a spray can.
I mean, I guess there's a secret graffiti artist in me. And I'm actually hoping to do a mural at the corner market near my house that has influenced. There's a wall there that's influenced my paintings. I really want to do a mural there, so I'm hoping I can work that out. I'd like to do it sanctioned mural and not, illicit, mural. But yeah, I don't come from that background at all. I know artists who do. I know street artists. I've talked to a number of people, but it's not my thing. But I'm very interested in what it conveys in terms of protest, in terms of expression, in terms of the urban environment. And I'm an abstract painter, so it's all about the marks for me. And because of my interest, I think, in conceptual work and also because of social practice related things, it's important to me that there's imbued with meaning. So that even if it's a mark and someone might look at it and say, well, that's just an X, or that's a line, or that's a drip, it has meaning to me, and cadence, and hopefully multiple meanings. And the idea of taking different layers and combining them onto one plane is with the hope that they're disrupting each other, they're bumping against each other, and they're mimicking, as I think I mentioned in the video, the discomfort that we often experience when we're out in the street, because there's so many disparate things happening, especially now with the, the internet and basically global access to all kinds of information. There's just too much. But it's also kind of beautiful in a way, the way it sort of bumps against each other, and one will take over the other, and then that one will fade and something else will happen. And then there's all these layers. So it becomes a collage, if you will, of content that is conveyed through shape, color, and pattern.
Oh yes, and we have this is the one that's behind you now.
Yeah, this was called the Battle of Marathon, Crenshaw and Slauson, and it's actually a direct reference to the murder of Nipsey Hussle, the rapper Nipsey Hussle, that happened not far from where I live. It's probably, I don't know, maybe a mile away or something, but it's worlds apart. That area is definitely in the rolling 60s. It's right there. That was a huge deal in my community, even though I know who Nipsey Hussle was, or Nipsey Hussle. I wasn't as connected to him necessarily as others were, but I remember just thinking, wow, people are really upset about this, and yet another young Black man has been murdered, in this case by another Black man. And the title comes from, there actually was a Battle of Marathon in ancient Greek history.
So it's referencing that, but it's also referencing the poem by, I believe her name is Elaine Barrett Browning, if I have the name correct, who wrote this amazing poem at age 14. I went back and found it and read it. I was like, wow, this woman could write at 14 about this classic or classical battle. And of course, at the time that she was writing, which would have been, I believe, 19th century England, there was a lot of neoclassicism and interest in these types of things. But what I found more interesting was to realize that she wrote the poem when she was 14, and that Nipsey Hussle was indoctrinated into the gang life, according to the research I did, at age 14. So I thought that was really interesting, centuries apart, white woman in England, young Black man in South LA, same age, different realities, and what that meant. And that there was this sense, also, of course, Marathon is the name of his clothing store and brand, he was killed in front of that site. And just realize, the layers of, wow, here we are still. Here's someone who has done well. He's doing good in the community. He's committed to staying in the community, doing good works, and still gets gunned down. There's no logic to it. It's, it is what it is, but at least I can make a painting about it. So.
Well, yeah, we also have like kind of, the other layer of our moments now being related to, it's like a marathon, not a sprint, and really encouraging everybody to maintain stamina when you can't see the end.
No, it's really, it's I feel, like the reopening for my taste is happening a little bit too soon. I get it. I've got quarantine fatigue. Everybody I know has it. We all hate it. And I'm an introvert. I'm an artist, who spends a lot of time at home. So normally being home is not a big problem, but it's not being able to just go out. It's about feeling nervous when I'm around other people, being concerned if they don't have a mask on, if they're too close. If I feel like they don't seem concerned about their welfare or the welfare of others. It's a weird time. It's a weird time. And I was joking with some friends earlier that, okay, so we've had now the global pandemic, health crisis. We've had, civil unrest, race-based civil unrest. I'm waiting for the aliens to invade. I think that's probably the next thing coming, because I'm like, what else could happen? This is crazy, and I guess it speaks to, that I don't know what's going on up there with the planets or what's happening, but these are unprecedented times that we are experiencing. So I'm hoping that, unfortunately, we're seeing some of the worst things that humanity has to offer, but we are also seeing some of the best. And I hope that the emphasis can continue to be on people rising to the occasion and doing good things.
Yeah, I hope with this time that we have to reflect and to actually have the time to change and unite for change. I hope that too, Holly.
I also say one thing, because I realize that this is about raising money for artists who are experiencing financial hardship related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I want to say that I myself have received a couple of grants and things related to this that have been extremely helpful. So I really want to encourage anybody who's watching this or listening to please donate whatever you can to help, because it's so important. It can be the difference between someone being able to buy groceries, pay their rent, pay their mortgage, feed their pets, whatever it is, it's badly needed. And I know this personally because I've benefited from different funding sources. So please help if you can.
Yes. And I saw Renee brought her dog in the window too for a little bit. You guys can have a dog date or to disappear. But as we're kind of on our time, I want to shout out hollytempo.com.
Yes, I wanted to try to get both dogs in. I had to bribe her. Yes, our muses. I can't lift her as well as you though. She's 50.
Yeah, yours looks like a big baby. Oh my goodness, is that a chow or
yes.
Yeah, black chow. Wow.
Yeah, she's a brindle chow chow. She's
oh
a
my
big
goodness.
Girl. Hello.
She has it's brindle. I thought it was called a party chow.
No, she's
when
Brindle.
they have the spots. Yeah,
She's confused now. She's gonna leave any second, so I had to get her on camera before she like runs away. But yeah, we still have like 10 minutes. Did you have? Did we have questions?
I thought we went overtime.
No, no. I mean, did we have any questions from people who are tuning in? Before.
Yeah, let's see. In the chat.
Yeah, if you have questions, you can put them in the chat. I know there are people watching, but maybe they don't have questions, which is okay. And let me check the
What's interesting here, I noticed someone named Ilya and Paloma S. It says, in the field of color, my eye is drawn to the thick, black, fibrous line. So it's an interesting observation. I'm always curious to know what people notice in the paintings. And I think those lines are often used as sort of a counterpoint to create another area of visual weight. For example, if there's an area of the painting where there's a lot of activity, a lot of texture, or perhaps a very bright color, then something like that black line is sort of a counterbalance, so that there's a sense of balance, even if it's asymmetrical. And that probably just comes from my training as a painter. So I don't know if that addresses what Ilya and Paloma were looking at, but I just noticed that comment.
And Holly, I'm curious if you have any advice for folks at home who might want to try a different kind of walk. They want to try walking with the purpose of creativity. If you have any advice for them of what to observe and how to have fresh eyes, even if you have to be walking in your same neighborhood over and over again.
What I would suggest is actually not taking your phone and not taking pictures and just having a non-mediated experience, because so much of what we do now is mediated, and I'm as guilty as the next person. I'm on Instagram way too much right now. It's getting ridiculous. I found a note. I'm reading The English Patient, of course, the very famous film, and I found a note. I bought this book at a thrift store, so it was used, and there was a note inside that said, "Call me later. Let's talk about life." And I thought that was so great, because it reminded me, like, you know what? We don't have to all sit on, look at our screen the whole time. We can actually get outside, walk, and look up, look down, look sideways, look into people's yards. I even have there's a Doberman that lives close by that unfortunately I don't feel like gets enough attention and lives in a kind of small space. So I talk to him when I walk by with my dog. In fact, the daughter of the man who owns the house saw me one day poking, looking through the fence, talking to the dog, and said, can I help you? I think she thought I was up to something. And I sort of sheepishly said, I'm sorry, I just was talking to the dog. Talk to dogs, say hello. I meet my neighbors. I greet my people that I know. Most of my neighbors I know from walking my dog in the street. That's how I met people when I moved here. I think just noticing the little things, like a lovely little cluster of flowers, a fence that has a great patinaed surface, what color the sky, what kind of blue it is that day. And not to be afraid to just take it in. Everything doesn't have to have a use, a purpose. I think it's okay to just take it in and be a human being and experience what is out there, and not to have to document everything. You don't have to have a selfie of yourself in front of, someone's fence. There's way too much of that stuff going on for me. I feel like just go out, be a human being, and actually be an animal. We are animals too, whether we want to admit it or not. So go out and with your senses experience what's happening out there. And then, if you're moved in some way when you come back, depending on what things you like to do, you might like to write, you might like to move, you might like to paint, do something, take something from that experience. Maybe it's a color, maybe it's a shape, maybe it's a feeling, and see what you can do with that in terms of making something.
Oh, that's really great advice.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And way better than mine. I'm like, drink water.
I have to say, water is life. And that's something I've become aware of. Living in Inglewood, I did a public art project a couple of years ago with Dan Rothman, who's an artist and a composer. And we did, a lot of it was based in Vincent Park, which used to be called Centinela Park. And Centinela Park has a monument to the creek, the Centinela Creek, that ran through the area. And in doing research, I learned that, of course, this creek used to run all the way down to the ocean, and that the ancient indigenous people that lived here, the Tongva people, would ride their canoes from the creek up here all the way down to the ocean. And I love to think of things like that, like just this sort of dreamy, somewhere in some other universe, in some other time, there's these people peacefully floating in their canoes down to the ocean, from Inglewood, where now, of course, we're in a different reality, but water is definitely life. So I have no problem with you telling people to drink water.
I know.
I'm like, what are my recommendations? Like, yeah, just like go for a walk, drink water.
Yeah, these are basic things, and I think we get so, especially I've seen this a lot in academia, where we just overthink everything, and feel like everything has to have purpose and meaning, and there always has to be something useful happening. And it's useful to just be. It's okay to just be who and what you are, and in whatever way that manifests. Unfortunately, the world we live in, that's not always the message we get. And some people actually are killed for who and what they are, which is a terrible, terrible thing. But if I can, I don't want to be corny and say stop and smell the roses or whatever, but I think it's just about being, and especially now when literally our being is threatened on so many different levels, where, you can literally die from this terrible, terrible disease. So it's okay to just breathe, be, and live.
I think, thanks. Yeah, that's such a lovely way to, I think, wrap up our conversation. So unless we have any more questions from viewers, I'm going to say thank you so much for coming and speaking to us today. I love this idea of having an art practice that is based on walking and to be inspired by the urban landscape, even if it's like something mundane as chain link fence or something, things that most people don't notice, but then city derived kind of people, painters might find the texture like to be inspiring. So
thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And Brianna, did the cola show dog?
Yeah. Oh my, Flora.
Dog.
She's celebrating.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, is the
totally
cola? Oh my god, she won't stop. Can you still see the cola show online? Is it still up?
Yes. So yes, shout out to hollytempo.com, Holly's artist website. But I also really want to promote lamag.org and for you guys to all visit the COLA 2020 Artist Focus Series. And also DCA has a website so you can learn more about Holly Tempo there too. And all of the COLA Artist Fellows. And really the amazing work, and you get to see artists from all over the city. That's one of the really special things about the fellowship.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm going to share a link in the chat. Now that my dog is no longer barking. And that's a link for LA Mag's COLA show. So you could see some of Holly works there, as well as the other COLA fellows from the city for this year's cycle. And we're going to take just a really short break before our next speakers come on. But again, thank you so much, Holly. Thank you, Brianna.
Thank you, Renee.
Yes.
And thank you, everybody watching and everybody who donates.
Yep. Yes, we got to donate. We got to raise some more money for artists like the ones here tonight. So I'm going to just take well, I guess it's 6:57. So you guys can go. I guess I won't take much of a break, but
all right, bye everybody. Take care. Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you for tuning in. So it's just back to just hanging out with me. Oh wait, what is going on? Why did my view change in Zoom? I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. Well, weird. My Zoom video, my cropping is now for some reason a little bit off in YouTube, and I don't know why that happened, and that makes me sad, but I don't have a lot of time to troubleshoot it, so so I'll just let it be weird looking, I guess. Let's see. And we're just waiting for it doesn't look like this. Sorry, I'm like in a state of like confusion. But we're just gonna wait for a few minutes for if I turn on and off my video. I wonder why that happened. Speaker view, gallery view. Well, interesting. Well, I'm just waiting for our next speakers to come from LA Nightlife Alliance. Yeah. In the meantime, of course, you should donate to the Arts Emergency Relief Fund. And there's a link that I will put in the chat, but basically you go to the link that you might be seeing all over the place. Hello. Hi. Oh, I see what happened. I was just being silly. Nothing actually broke, but I fixed it, I guess. Fix my screen. But yes, so go to the website and donate as much as you can, or hope to give to the DCA Arts Emergency Relief Fund. You will see a part on the website that says if you want to donate to, if you have a special purpose for your donation, please let us know. And then there's a drop-down window, and that's where you can put in Arts Emergency Relief Fund from the drop-down list. So apologies for all my distractions just now with me being confused by my YouTube. I have supposed to say it once a day that I admire YouTube vloggers, so I have a new respect for them. Our next people are the LA Nightlife Alliance is here. We have new people plus a familiar face from Friday. Tafari Bain, I see, has come back to join us. What a superstar. And before we get started in their presentation, I just want to introduce Los Angeles Nightlife Alliance is a grassroots advocacy organization that lends its voice to Los Angeles independent nightlife through community building and events, safety trainings, and advocacy. And actually, one of their members left us a voicemail, and the Safer at Home 2020 LA Travel Story Hotline still needs some more love today. So listen to Sandy's story and think about leaving your own message on a hotline phone number I will also share in the chat in just a second. So here is her travel story.
Hi, this is Sandy. I'm from the Los Angeles Nightlife Alliance. And my story is that I have not been driving that much since COVID started. I've noticed that I'm just walking around more, and I finally got my bike fixed. So I've been just mobilizing that way more. And just kind of like using the streets, walking around more and going around in the parks and jogging and running and biking. And it's been really nice to see the city in a different way when it's more calm, or at least when COVID first started, it was very calm. And then ever since the protest happened, something that I realized that was very helpful was that, you know, the ones that were in downtown or the ones that were in Hollywood were very close to train stations. And I thought that was such a good way to gather people more easily. to come to a place where we can all get there and not have to drive or not have to worry about traffic or how to get there. Some of these streets were blocked, and I think that the trains and having public transportation was very helpful in that way. And I do, coming from New York City, I do think that LA does have a good train system. I think it needs to be expanded more and get those cars off the streets. I think that LA it's such a beautiful city with so much great weather that we should be able to have spaces where we can just walk around more, make it a walking city, a biking friendly city with bike lanes everywhere, and roads paved, and just having more funds for public transportation would be great, and expanding the train lines.
Thank you for leaving that message. And so I am going to, I guess, just like hand it over to Lana, and you can explain what you're going to show us today. And in a theory, it's a world premiere of some information. And I'm just going to hand it over to you. So is your microphone working?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi.
Awesome. Great.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Great. We'll just introduce ourselves. I'm Sandy, part of the Los Angeles Nightlife Alliance. I'm also
a dancer, choreographer, and I've been working in nightlife for maybe all my life as an adult. Since I was 17, I've been working in restaurants, bars, clubs.
Hey, my name is Nick Claudy, one of the co-founding members of the Los Angeles Nightlife Alliance. I am an urban planner by day and also stayed busy as a DJ and music producer. So nightlife is near and dear to me, sort of from two different angles. And tonight we'll tell you a little bit about our organization, present the results of a survey that we conducted directly in the aftermath of the shutdown safer at home order.
And good to see everybody again. My name is Tafari Bain. I'm here today with Lana as a member. I have my experience in nightlife, both from as a patron and a connoisseur, if you would, of the scene, but also I produced events and I also produce regularly. I'm an event producer for a music festival yearly and as well as cultural events with my team Content. And so my experience and my passion in the area extends multiple directions. I mean, I really think the space is an important social third space, another space in our world where ideas are formed, relationships are formed that are really important to the political and cultural development of our cities.
So I'll back it up a little bit. The Los Angeles Nightlife Alliance, or LANA for short, the genesis is in late 2018 when folks sort of started informally getting together, talking about issues that were impacting independent Los Angeles nightlife, and sort of taking inspiration from nightlife governance movements happening in places like Amsterdam, London, Berlin, even New York City, which has an office of nightlife. And we weren't really seeing anything like that taking place here in Los Angeles, so we sort of started to gather our community, already sort of community-minded group of people, those being nightlife people participating in a music scene, representing everything from house and techno to hip hop to experimental noise, so on and so forth. We sort of began having these conversations, and from there, started organizing events, whether those be panel discussions with relevant LA nightlife voices, safety trainings, participating in advocacy last year, generally just trying to sort of keep a con many others are a part of.
And promoting safety.
So I'll start with the survey, which again we conducted sort of in the direct aftermath of the shutdown order on March 18th of this year. Sort of to frame the survey and sort of the angle that informs a lot of Lana's work is, the city is the entertainment capital of the world, yet our entertainers, performers, and artists fall between the cracks, and this is becoming sort of very self-evident in the aftermath of the shutdown order, where nightlife venues, nightlife businesses, nightlife entrepreneurs, nightlife participants are even more severely affected than many other businesses in LA and elsewhere, where as a phase 4 type of business, nightclubs and bars haven't been able to open since the shutdown started. So the result of this survey pulled sort of a whole broad spectrum of the nightlife ecosystem. But in general, we wanted to do this not only because we felt it was timely and urgent, but we always have sort of felt like there's a lack of data specifically on LA's nightlife sector. 2019 Otis report on the creative economy put the total output of LA's creative economy, quote unquote, broadly put, at almost $208 billion. So this figure includes the nightlife economy, but we lack more granular information for Los Angeles that can inform policymaking, public-private partnerships, initiatives that could make Los Angeles nightlife safer, more accessible, more equitable, and just sort of a generally more enjoyable, building upon the immense creative energy we have here. So we connected this survey to sort of paint a picture of what was happening directly in the aftermath of the shutdown order, like I said, and to sort of inform and share. So we're doing that for the first time here, and we'll be doing more with this information and more events soon.
So with the survey, we got about 525 responses, and this was done between March 18th through April 22nd. So basically within 1 month, we had that many participants. And all those participants, there were artists, performers, independent contractors, staff members and employees of venues, nightlife patrons, and about a few also nightlife operators and business owners. And they were just basically letting us know how they were affected, what their role in nightlife was. And here you can see the graph of each of those groups and how they were affected. All of the responses were from all over LA County, from North LA to South LA and the surrounding areas. And then from about 147 different zip codes.
So I think, some of the data that we got from folks really, highlighted some of the experiences folks are having in this moment. Some of the impacts on the economic slowdown, the economic shutdown it had on folks, and what it meant to close so many venues, so many bars, so many restaurants. What it meant for folks' average income. We're talking, people having gigs multiple times a week, and those things basically disappearing. So, so some rough numbers we found, about $1,246 per week from artists, performers, independent contractors. From about 4 to about 5 gigs per week was lost in terms of average income from some of the folks who responded to our specific survey, right? And that's a huge income, right? We're talking per week. You're talking folks not being able to pay rent, not being able to, not having reasons to transport, and not engaging in, being able to buy groceries, be able to eat out, being able to, basically their livelihoods being impacted very heavily. And, a lot of some of the, in terms of venues and in terms of actual spaces where folks were actually producing events, you're talking a lot of income loss, in the area of median of about $2,000 loss in immediate losses in those areas.
A number that's only gone up as the shutdown order has gone on. And so while you have things like live streaming events such as this one that can make up for a part of that loss of not only income but loss of sort of community and like Tafari said, livelihood, and just sort of participating in this sort of shared culture, just represents a massive loss. So that's kind of sadly what the survey, what the picture paints. Next one, what the picture paints. In terms of artists and independent performers. So we also got a number of responses from staff members and employees of nightlife venues. So whether those be bar, nightclub, restaurant staff, technical service providers, providing audio, lighting, graphic designer, management, and then, the other people that take take place in making an event happen on a weekly basis. So security, site logistics, or even sanitation workers. So again, I think we see that essentially this sector of the economy, the nightlife economy, provides for many people's livelihoods just by sort of seeing what's been lost. So on average, staff members and employees reported an average of nearly 30 hours of work per week, which is basically now gone, totaling an average of $863 of income per week. And essentially now with the shutdown, I know, again, this is in the immediate aftermath, they estimated that 93% of their regular working hours would be lost. I mean, just today, Governor Newsom announced that bars would need to close in Los Angeles County. So it just, continues to show how fraught the situation is for, all these people who are active in nightlife. So similarly, we interviewed nightlife operators, so the folks who actually own bars, nightclubs, venues, restaurants, other physical locations that are now shut down. Just sort of fills out the picture of exactly what's been lost in terms of nightlife. So these nightlife operators and businesses reported that they employed an average of 17 employees or independent contractors that worked on an average of 25 hours per week. Again, they're estimating that virtually all of their income is gone due to related cancellations and closures, resulting in a average loss of $12,393 of revenue per week. So again, with the survey, we're able to sort of get some more detailed information, albeit in the context of it all sort of no longer being accessible, about the role of Los Angeles nightlife. And then finally, I'll just conclude. We also interviewed a lot of nightlife patrons responded. So people like Tafari, connoisseurs of nightlife, people that like to go out, like a lot of people that are in sort of Lana's broader network. And they, reported that they attended 3 events per week, spent, almost $339. So that's a lot of economic output. And, not just to focus on only the economics, I think, really have is a loss of what makes up sort of Los Angeles's spirit as a vibrant place where you have a huge option of culture-driven activities every weekend. So we miss that a lot. We're looking forward to how nightlife can reemerge, seeing how it's happening in other places, and just staying in contact with our community as the weeks unfold.
Yeah, I mean, I think one important aspect of our work is really to highlight the fact that when people think about nightlife, they think about bars, they think about alcohol, they think about, I think they have only one image of what that means, right? And what we like to highlight is that the nightlife scene is another cultural and economic space where arts are expressed, where relationships are built, where community is built. Where community is maintained, and it's a huge economic driver as well. And so we like to just ensure that people have a broader view of what that scene means, and its artistic relevance and its creative relevance to what it means to build cities and it means to have urban spaces. We really want to make sure folks understand that this space is one worth maintaining, one worth creating, one worth investing in, and it's a very valuable asset to the culture of our city and the cities in general. Our work built on work in other cities in New York and Amsterdam, where the nightlife scene was really identified, data was collected about it, and policies were created to help support it and ensure that it was diverse and ensure that there was access for all communities, marginalized communities, where minority-owned businesses could flourish, where jobs are created. And so that's just one thing we really want to ensure is highlighted in this moment as we move through this crisis, that this scene is one, this particular aspect of our economy and our social and cultural spirit of cultural world is protected.
I kind of want to highlight it that also coming from what you're saying is that a reason why we did this was because Los Angeles is such a big entertainment industry city, and nightlife is a really big part of it. And nightlife is usually not recognized, or there's not a lot of laws that protect us, or we don't have a lot of rights. So a lot of these people that are working in nightlife that are affected by COVID, when there are laws being passed or any funds that are going out to help people, nightlife is overlooked most of the time. And there hasn't really been a study done on how much of nightlife and its economy generates and how important it is in the city. So it's just a part of us showing how valuable we are to the economy and how much we generate and we give to the city.
So after the conclusion of this presentation, we're gonna have a little DJ set from Sandy here. Did want to call out that we are active on Instagram at LA.NightAllies. Be on the lookout. We're planning a town call event to sort of discuss some of these issues a bit further, and particularly how, in looking forward, how nightlife rebuilds in emerging from this pandemic, how to better implement practices and elevate Black voices, Black lives, Black contributions to this culture, because they're indispensable.
And we definitely wanted, we don't know, Renee, if you had any more questions for us, if you wanted to have a little bit of a dialogue too before we went into music. But it's also critically important, in this next phase, as we think about, for us as an organization, safety and health is critically important. So the need for shutdowns, the need for masking, the need for all these things, we consider them very important, and we support our governments, and our leaders of decisions and our decisions in terms of making healthy choices in this moment. We just want to make sure that innovation is really on the forefront of thinking about how we move into this next phase, because we know that innovation is going to be necessary to create the kind of spaces that allow the arts to flourish and allow us to create healthy spaces in this next phase, and to create economically sustainable spaces for our businesses, for our small businesses, for our venues, for our various arts creatives and producers. And so we just want to ensure that conversation is one that flourishes and continues. So any questions, Renee, before we go into music?
Yeah, well, first of all, I just wanted to know, what was the
I think you're muted.
Oh.
I can see you talking, but I can't hear you.
Yes, muted on Zoom. I was just curious, how did you do the outreach for the survey, and what was like the network reached?
Yeah, so over the years, we've built up not only a mailing list, but an online following, having been active and vocal around nightlife issues for a couple of years now, and having been organizing events. So it was mostly through our network. I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about nightlife. It's already a community that's highly interconnected just by its very nature of, promoting events and getting people to participate in the culture. So it wasn't that hard to do, and I think that's one of the real values of our organization, to be able to sort of mobilize with respects to not only information gathering. We also conducted a big petition initiative last year around 4 a.m. last call, sent a bunch of letters up to the state capitol in favor of extending last call across California. So that's some of the value of our organization. It's something we do.
Yeah. That being said, I think as the world's evolving right now, right? Every week something new's happening, and a lot of new conversations are happening. So that's allowed us to think about expanding the outreach of our survey and getting data from news sources. So we're going to be, there's always more story to tell, I guess is the best way to put it. So we'll be collecting more data to ensure we're getting as many diverse voices engaged in this conversation as possible.
Yeah, and from the surveys, or from what you talk to people about, hopefully we won't have another COVID situation anytime soon, but has this made people start rethinking the way that nightlife can be accessible, or thinking the ways that connection can be fostered through what would typically be like event-based social situations?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think Tafara used the word innovation, and we're seeing, where organizations active and sort of tracking how the situation evolves in other, nightlife cultural capitals across the world, because we're all sort of in the same boat, although, the situation differs from locality to locality. So I think there's been a lot of interesting thoughts and initiatives and ideas put in place about finding places to be able to be social while in a safer, more socially distanced way. And, we were just chatting about it earlier, in a place like Los Angeles, I think we'd love to see more outdoor spaces activated. We have them, we have the climate, we're seeing it happen for restaurants. We'd love to see it happen for music driven, culture driven type events happening in public spaces.
know I'm a big advocate for streets.
Yeah, shutting down streets and just the creative energy is always going to be there. There's always going to be a lot of people making interesting stuff happen. You set up some good rules and some sort of good playbook to play by. I think it could do a lot to sort of create that community and that special feeling of being together that drives a lot of our work, but that's sorely missing right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just clear that we know that outdoor activity doesn't have to be unsafe in this kind of climate, when it's done properly. And so we know that there's ways to do things intentionally and in this moment and still be able to have fun.
Yeah.
I would personally like to see more support from the city to allow there to be more permits for outdoor parties and parks to be used in order to have these events. I don't think that nightlife can totally die. I think that there's a way for it to do it, but we definitely need the support of the city, and they definitely make it really hard to obtain these permits or to allow these kind of events to happen. And in a place like LA, which we have so much space and outdoor spaces and parks, and they're not really utilized for spaces like this. And I think it's a time for us to let them know that this is an opportunity to fund those times.
Do the permits cost money, or is it mostly like more of the bureaucratic process that makes them harder to get? It's just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a lot of prior to the pandemic, a lot of LA's most exciting nightlife activity would happen in unpermitted warehouse type spaces. That happened because the last call is 2 o'clock all across California. I think there is a natural desire, and comparatively, 2 o'clock is a early closing time for a robust nightlife ecosystem. So the fact of the matter is that it was already happening, albeit unpermittedly. And it is extremely difficult to open up a new bar, restaurant, or venue. It's also difficult in LA to reuse a tight space like a warehouse to have a gathering or a party-like event in a completely permitted, above board manner. The risk is just too high, and the money is not that large, but too large to risk not being able to get a permit. And it's easy enough, and maybe not safe enough, but easy enough to do it outside of a permitted system, which is what would take place on a regular basis in LA.
Yeah, I know. I grew up in Chicago, which is a 4 a.m. city. I guess it's actually technically not everywhere can be 4 a.m., but you can have a special license to do that. And I remember moving, and then I lived in New York State, which was also 4 a.m. And then when it came to LA, I was in shock. I was like, and I'm not even a night owl necessarily, but I would be like, wait, last call is now? And that was definitely surprising for such a large city, and so different than what I grew up experiencing. And yeah, this is more of a comment than a question, but it's I remember when the shutdown was first announced, I was like, well, I'm an introvert. I don't know. Maybe this won't be so different than how I already stay at home all the time. But it did put in perspective actually how often I was going out, and how often a lot of it, I would go to art exhibitions in the evening, or readings, or just even getting dinner and stuff with friends. And so even for people who might think that they're not connected to the nightlife community, it's actually so much bigger than what we typically think about as what is nightlife. So yeah, the shutdown was definitely, it's been hard.
Yeah, it's been really hard for us here, the three of us, and just our broader community. I mean, essentially, it's this activity and space that we would participate in for many hours every week, and the ability to do that was totally taken away, for good reason, but it doesn't make it any easier when you sort of lose this habit, particularly this sort of social and communal habit that we all love very much.
Yeah. Well, does anyone on Zoom or YouTube have questions for us? I'll just give it a second in case anyone does.
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise I think it's time to start DJing, which hopefully I'll try to like spread the word on my Instagram or something that like, hey guys, we're having a dance party right now. And we'll have
cool. Thank you, Renée.
Yeah, no problem. And we're gonna have a band come on after Lana as well, so the dancing is probably gonna continue for the rest of the telethon. So good time to tell your friends to come in and dance for us with us, not for us. Yeah.
Can you guys hear it?
It's really, really. Oh, turn it up
Music.
more. I hear it coming in so faintly. Is there a way to amplify it more? Or is it? Or you might have to set on. Oh, there you go. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Zoom you might need to change your microphone source to whatever the music's playing in. We just had it and then it went away. We're still not getting it here. Now you're muted. You're like completely muted now. Like your Zoom. Oh. Yes, there it is. The music's coming in. So your music keeps going in and out. Might be good again. We lost sound again. There it is. No, we have no sound. We're back to being muted.
wondering if you'd like to do it again.
No, we just lost the sound again. It was perfect right before. There it is. Oh, what's going on? No, we just had it. There it is. There it is. Oh, is it a loose wire? Oh my god. Cables. It's back. Oh, it's gone again. I was so excited. Do you have a loose wire, maybe? Sound went away again.
Vision of love. Vision of love. Vision of love. Vision of love. And when I hear you calling, it's like heaven and we forever till I'm out of the cold. And when I hear you calling, I'm in heaven with you. Together, no, I won't be alone.
Music's gone. Music's gone again. I don't know what keeps going on. Lost sound again. We lost our sound once again. Now it's good.
All control, like a fire burning deep in my soul. Yeah. And when I feel you, it feels like I'm in heaven and gold. Forever like a diamond of gold. And when I hear you calling, it's like heaven I'll wait. Yeah. Forever till I'm out of the cold. Yeah. And when I hear you calling, I'm in heaven we'll be. Yeah. Together, no, I won't be alone. When I see you make me lose all control, like a fire burning deep in my soul, yeah. And when I feel you, it feels like I'm in heaven and gold, forever like a diamond of gold. And when I hear you calling, it's like heaven I will, yeah. Forever till I'm out of the cold, yeah. And when I hear you calling, I'm in heaven with you, yeah. Together, no, I won't be alone.
No. Sounds cut out again. Sound. Oh, it's back. It's back.
When I see you make me lose all control, like a fire burning deep in my soul. Yeah. And when I feel you, it feels like I'm in heaven and gold, forever like a diamond or gold. And when I hear you calling, it's like heaven. I wait there forever till I'm out of the cold. Yeah. And when I hear you calling, I'm in heaven. We'll be there together, no, I won't be alone. When I see you, you make me lose all control, like a fire burning deep in my soul. A little bit, a little bit, a little bit of ecstasy, a little bit of you and me, a little bit of such a free, a little bit of ecstasy, a little bit of ecstasy, a little bit of you and me, a little bit of such a free, a little bit of ecstasy. Give me what I want, 'cause what I want is what you need. Give me what I want, a little bit of ecstasy. Give me what I want, 'cause what I want is what you need. Give me what I want, a little bit of Tell me that you want me. Tell me that you need me. Tell me that you want me. Tell me that you love me. I'll be your dream, my fantasy. I'll be your dream, my fantasy. I'll be your what's the detail? I'll be your dream, my fantasy. Somebody say juice, juice, say juice, juice, say juice. Come on and say, oh yeah. A little bit of ecstasy, a little bit of you and me, a little bit of such a free, a little bit of ecstasy. Tell me that you want me, tell me that you need me, Tell me that you want me. Tell me that you love me. A little bit of ecstasy. Yeah. 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 Come on. Yeah. Come on. Seven wonders. Today I'm having a good day. Thinking about my baby, yeah. Turns me out, is in love all the time. Come over here, let me get. I wanna give you all my life. Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah. 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 Come on. Yeah. Come on. Seven wonders. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you're feeling alright. Today I'm having a good day. Thinking about my baby, yeah. Turns me out, is in love all the time. Come over here, let me get. I wanna give you all my life. Giving you my love, all my life to you. What else can I do? Crazy, crazy love. Giving you my love, all my life to you. I'll fight for 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 you. You make my soul really fire. You're getting to be my one desire. You're getting to be all that matters to me. And let me tell you, girl, I'm hoping right each day I live. A little more love I'll have to give. A little more love that belongs to you. 'Cause all I do is think about you. Oh, baby. Think about you, baby. Yeah, baby. Think about you, baby. Oh, baby. Think about you, baby. Yeah, baby. Think of how exciting it will be if you should discover you feel like me. If you should discover this dream is for true. Well, I'm gonna tell you, girl, I'm like a angel every day. Pray that you'll always feel this way. Pray that our love will forever be new. 'Cause all I do is think about you. Oh, baby. If you can feel what I am feeling, then the truth is just believing. You're my diamond girl.
Woo!
All right, y'all. Thank you so much for having us.
We had some great dancing.
Los Angeles Nightlife Alliance. Nick over here, Chromie, Sandy, Safari, Shelly, member of Lana, and Damon Palermo just showed up. Good night, y'all. Take care.
Oh no, what happened to the video?
What I am feeling, believing. You're my diamond girl. Ooh, oh, diamond girl. You're my diamond girl. Ooh, oh, diamond girl. Diamond girl, you make me feel like I'm on fire when you are near. You captivate me with your smile. Girl, you make me get so wild. Ooh, oh, diamond girl. Yes, yes. You're my diamond girl. Ooh, oh, diamond girl. Yes, yes. You're my diamond girl.
Woo! I know that was very abrupt, but we're going to continue the dancing actually very shortly. I just want to double check though what happened to our live stream on YouTube. I don't know if we were violating copyright again. Let me try restarting it. 1 second. It again. And let's see what happens. What is going on? I don't know what's happening to YouTube. Why is it private? I don't know YouTube well enough to understand why this is the case. Public. Save. I don't know what happened. And so I might have to just like give up on our YouTube stream. I'm not really sure what happened to it. But I'm gonna keep going just in case YouTube somehow comes back to us. And I'm going to introduce Mostly Kosher. Mostly Kosher is the acclaimed klezmer gypsy rock band, radically reconstructs Judaic and American cultural music through ravenous klezmer beats and arresting Yiddish refrains. Mostly Kosher is a musical feast that explodes into a global food fight of jazz, Latin, rock, and folk. In response to the poetry and folk music of Judaic roots, the original voice resounds with themes of social justice, human dignity, and mutual understanding. led by frontman Liev Sofer, one of Jewish Journal's 30 under 30. I'm jealous of that. Most accomplished professionals in the Los Angeles Jewish diaspora. Mostly Kosher is comprised of some of the highest regarded Los Angeles musicians: violinist Janice Mottner-Markham, drummer Eric Hagstrom, bassist Adam Levy, accordionist G. Rabe, trombonist Taylor Covey, and Annabelle Seminario, clarinet and sax. So, Janice and Leah, if you want to unmute. Hey.
Ta-da! We did it.
Yay, we're at the end. You guys are actually the last people for tonight, even though technically it's not a true 24 hours, but that means you also don't have to like cut off soon. I'm gonna mute myself and hide my video while I try to figure out what happened to our YouTube stream. But I think in the meantime, people should go to our Zoom, and I don't know how to tell them that on YouTube because it says this video is private now, and I don't understand why. But
I mean, if you need to take a second, we could.
I truly don't know how to fix it, so it's a problem I'm not familiar with. But if you know you had friends who wanted to tune in, they should go to the website and join via Zoom, and maybe get off the YouTube thing. And so I'm gonna like share that that thing in the chat. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Should we take it from? Well, you want us to vamp or start, or how would you like us to go forward?
What would you prefer?
We're so flexible. You lead the way. Let us know what you want.
Okay, I'm dropping our Zoom link in the chat. I think we can oh, did you want to just explain for a couple minutes like what is this connection between klezmer and traveling and the roots of that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm going to pass that one to Janice, who's, perfect at explaining that.
Make that a little bit louder. Well, the roots of klezmer music actually is a very nomadic type of music. And that results from a combination of things, actually. When we think of gypsy music, which is a term we're kind of shelving a little bit, but you think of the idea of people traveling from village to village, sometimes individuals, which also happen to include musicians, were being thrown out of a village during what they call the pogroms. But also there are nomadic people. And so when there are nomadic people, nomadic musicians, you have to think, okay, what type of instrument can I carry with me? And when you think of those instruments that were around beyond, let's say in the 1800s and then through the turn of the century, of 20th century, that would include violin, clarinet, maybe some type of drum that you could carry, and all of these mobile instruments grew to make up what we know of as klezmer music. And we are very happy to be carrying on that tradition. And I think that also translates to modern day, being able to tour and go to different cities. So when we think of, in the old days, packing up the wagon, putting all the musicians in the back of the wagon with the chickens and the instruments and playing the music as you go from town to town, we do that as well, minus maybe the wagon and chickens. But our favorite thing to do is to tour around, meeting new people, and being able to take transportation in order to do that. Packing up the wagon, putting all the musicians in the...
Keep going.
Hey, it sounds like the stream is on.
Yeah, the stream's still going. It's weird. On my screen, it shows no video image, but it seems like it's still going on Facebook. So we're gonna just act like it's working.
Great.
So should I tell my Metro story now, Leah? Would this be a good time to tell that?
Yeah, and then throughout the next hour, since I'm sure there's lots of people who don't know what klezmer is, we'll keep coming back to what you said earlier.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, we'll give you guys some examples of different types of klezmer music as we go along. But I do have one Metro story, one really fun story.
Oh, and Renee, if you make me host, I can share some content.
Yeah, here, I'll
So let
give
me
you
share.
my hosting duties for now.
Okay, or however you need to let me share.
There you go.
Okay, cool.
So I was lucky to be involved in a project that was part of the Meet Me at the Metro series, which I don't know if you've talked about that, Renee, during the course of all of the performances, but it was really exciting. And briefly, the gist of it was that there were various dance groups, performance groups, puppetry groups, musicians that were at different subway stops and even in the subway. And the audience members would actually ride the Metro and be able to be exposed to different types of arts along the way. And then when they would get out at a specific subway stop, they would come out of the subway stop and all of a sudden there was a mariachi band, or all of a sudden there was a modern dance group or a band. And I was able to partake. There's me playing at one of the subway stops, and I was given the go-ahead by the stage manager to begin playing, and all of a sudden hundreds of people were walking towards me, and I was performing as part of Rogue Artists Ensemble, still going strong, a wonderful arts organization, and so it was pretty exciting. And then after the performance, here we are going in sort of a parade here to the next stop. And there was really beautiful social commentary, Native American groups that had some really incredible messaging. And it was very exciting to be part of a community event that included the arts and travel. So that's my input. Thanks for sharing those pictures, Leah. Are you unmute? Oh, are you going to unmute yourself?
I should unmute when I talk. Don't worry, I was just saying and but.
Oh, okay.
I think that like both what you just shared as music, how it connects us, and also how in klezmer itself connects to traveling. The music is a traveling kind of music, which we'll show you examples of what it sounds like in just a second. And then that's what we do. And figuratively, I feel like we're a form of traveling through time, I guess, because we take this old heritage music, folk music of the Jewish diaspora, and then we bring it to a completely different sound. And just like LA is so diverse, you know, just the way that the Metro connects all of LA's diversity, we try to do the same thing with our own metaphorical bridges in the music. So to give you a sample of what some of this music sounds like, this is not first of all, we're in Zoom and Janice and I are not in the same place, so we're working with the latency issues, but we're going to perform a song which is a Yiddish song, and the Yiddish is the language combined of Hebrew and Eastern European languages, and we have this song that by Mir Bistashane, which in the song itself it'll explain what it's about, and it was done by the Berry Sisters, but before that it was even done before them as the whole song was in Yiddish, but we're going to do just a little bit of Yiddish and then a lot of English so that you guys can sink your teeth into it. Janice will play some violin, I'll be playing some piano. And Janice, you ready?
I think so. It's experimental right now.
I know, we're having fun. So, why don't we give a doina. This is what a doina sounds like, a long-held musical moment. Of all the boys and girls I've known, and I've known some, until I first met you, I was lonesome. And when you came inside, dear, my heart grew light. This old world seemed new to me. You're really swell, I have to admit you deserve expressions that really fit you. So I've racked my brain, hoping to explain all the things you do to me. By mere Mr. Shane, please let me explain. By mere Mr. Shane, it means you're grand. By mere Mr. Shane, again I'll explain. It means you're the fairest in the land. I want 2, 3, by me, beast to shame. Let me explain. By me, beast to shame means you're grand. By me, Mr. Shade, then I'll explain. It means you're the fairest in the land. Take it. I've tried to explain, but baby, it's a shame. So kiss me and say you'll understand. I could say even say wunderbar. Each language only helps me tell you how grand you are. Okay, you win. I've tried to explain by mere Mr. Shane. So kiss me and say you'll understand. So kiss me. Give him that last one. And say you understand. Woo! There you have it. That is Zoom at its best. So that song was by Mirbis Duchesne by the Berry Sisters. And it's the love songs. It's the drinking songs. It's the lullabies. That's what klezmer and Yiddish is, if it's your first time hearing about this. and it's something that we get excited about. So we're excited to share it all with you guys. And not only that, but our process. So we're going to break down a little bit of what some of this folk music feels like. Today's a little bit of a workshop, more of a workshop than a performance. And it's because, COVID, there would normally be 7 of us. We're a 7-piece band. We have drums, we have bass, accordion, trombone, and clarinet. Shout out to all of our bandmates that aren't here with us today. But if you go to our website, mostlykosher.com, and find us on YouTube, you'll see lots and lots of the whole group together. And I can show you a little bit of the group together. So how about I show you guys another quick video, small example of us performing as a group. This is it's in a small little room, but it was in here in downtown Los Angeles.
And a lot of people took the metro to get there.
Yeah, will you introduce? Give me vamp with a little introduction of that WA video while I pull it up.
Yeah, so actually this was part of a conference that we played at. Is that what you mean? Introduce that one?
Yes, that's the one that's coming up.
And yeah, it was really wonderful because it was in Los Angeles, and it's a conference that kind of moves around. And the purpose of it is for different performing groups, such as us, to be able to present what we do to people who book performing arts centers and theaters and such. And this is probably iPhone video. So this is not professional video level, but it's like you're in the room with various people who might be listening. How about that?
That was perfect. Here we are, ready to go. I'm going to share it in 3. Oh, maybe I have to stop sharing my sound. Zoom technology, stand by. There we go. Okay, cool. Here it comes. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit. I heard before that when I shared this, it was a little loud. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. There you have it. So that was like your little tasting sampling of who we are as a full group. But that vibe, that's klezmer. That energy, that clap your hands, let's get dancing, it's the music. And not only is it inspired by, as you heard from us saying earlier, a very nomadic Eastern European Jewish diaspora moving through the country and traveling with their instruments and having to bring joy despite being a very oppressed demographic. Also, it was wedding music. It was music of celebrations. And so you'd hear music like this to get the wedding going, get the circle dance going, if you've heard of that circle dance, the hora, as they say. So that's a little bit of what that is. Now,
and we would call this a freilach.
Yes, right? Yes. And
happy, joyful.
Exactly. Like you've already heard a couple terms as we're teaching you here earlier. The way we performed by Mir was like in the style of a little jazzy, but in the style of a doina, which is like this, like a very long held, stretched out, just
a Jewish cadenza.
Yeah. And then a freilach is like up and happy and moving and fast and let's dance. But now we'll introduce to you another vibe, which is called a Yiddish hora. And if you know what a hora, if you're like, I heard of a hora, you know, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila. Like that might be something you've heard before. That's an Israeli hora. This is the Yiddish klezmer hora, which is slower and more chill. And so, will you, while I pull up this next song, or I'll give you guys a sample right now. of it. It's in 3, if you understand music, which means it's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2. So that's like a little bit of a vibe of the song, and like there's a really, this song Deep Saposhkalech is a really beautiful Yiddish song. It's a love song, and it says, I sell my boots and go with you just to be with you. I would sell handkerchiefs at the railroad station just to be with you. I would sleep at the railroad station and wash the floor there just to be with you. Basically, I would choose a life of poverty if it meant to be with you, which I don't know why a woman would be attracted to that, but I'm just kidding. But it's very sweet. And so everybody in the chorus, they just sing like nonsense words, da 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 da. And there's gorgeous verses. Verkäufen die Saboschkelech und vorne auf die Droschkelech, wie mit dir in einem zu sein. Ich von dir und du an mir, wie ein Klammke ohne Tier, Ketzere Fegele mein. And then, yeah, ba ba ba, da 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 ba ba ba, da 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 That's a sample of your Yiddish hora. That kind of like a drinking song feeling, but it's also it's been called a crooked dance. Will you tell the story, Janice, of why it's called a crooked dance, about the after the wedding thing?
Oh, the story is that the parents of the bride or the groom, I can't remember now. I mean, the story's probably been told and retold many, many times, but one of the stories that I heard would be that it's actually walking the mother of the bride or the parents of the bride home, and everyone's drunk. And the reason why it's called the crooked dance is it has that bump. So the idea is you sort of have this off-kilter feel to the actual beat, to the actual dance. The other thing that I heard that goes along with, there's many tales and stories as to why certain aspects of klezmer exists. But the other thing that I heard was that the Yiddish hora became sort of universal and such a part of the dance canon because literally anyone can dance it. It's slow and it's measured, and you could hold an old person up, you can hold a child up. So anyone of any age can dance this dance. You just need to hold hands and circle around. So that's kind of a beautiful aspect of it as well.
Now, the thing that we do as a band, we play the traditional stuff, of course, pay our homage, and then we like to mix it up a little bit. So here's an example of how we took that feel, that slow 3, the Yiddish hora, and took a song that's more of a classic American song that lots of you guys would know, that's normally in 4, meaning it's in like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. If you know music, if you don't, you can tell the difference a little bit. And we moved it over, shifted it to Yiddish hora. Now, I'm not going to tell you the name of the song because you're going to recognize it the minute we start getting into it. But maybe you'll catch the very beginning of this video. And it's a 4-minute video. We're going to play the whole music video. This is a music video we did back in 2016, 17? And 2016. And you can find it on YouTube and on our website. But we have fun with making music videos, you'll see in a second. But see if you can recognize this song. You guys? Here we go.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not home when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away. Wonder this time when she's gone. Wonder if she's gonna stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away. I know, 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 I know. I know, I know, I know, I'd leave your thing alone, 'cause ain't no sunshine when she's gone. 2, 3, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, know, I 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 know, hey, I'll leave your thing alone, 'cause ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
Ta-da! So that's our version of Ain't No Sunshine.
Doing great, incredible. Bill Witherstein. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill Withers. Who?
Bill Withers, may he rest in peace. We just lost him this past year.
Yeah.
Big loss to the music community and humanity.
Yeah, I know. That's so true. So,
wait, can I just give another hats off real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Hats off to you, Liav, because it was your concept, and we all had to scramble to make all these crazy ass props, excuse me, at the last minute, but we had so much fun. So all of the props and everything that you saw there in the video, we constructed a lot of them with a team of amazing individuals helping us. Band members of Liav's Choir Urban Voices Project helped us. I mean, we basically pulled from whoever we could and ended up with that video. And my husband, Gideon Markham, shot that video. And anyway, it was a real village effort. So I just want to mention that. We don't usually address that. So I just wanted to shout out to those people.
We have another video today we'll show, which is like 3 times as many people worked on that one too. So it's being an artist and like putting music videos together is so hard. And then when you're doing it in a niche genre like klezmer and Yiddish music, it's even more complex and fun. But it also feels good that you're spending so much energy and effort on something that's, heritage as well. And so that was a little fun sidebar. But yes, we don't give enough effort sometimes to the people behind the scenes. By the way, it's also a good moment to remember that this is a telethon fundraising for the DCA, for the Arts Relief Fund. So, hopefully those that are watching are appreciating the hard work that's very grassroots, very DIY to put into art. And you could literally see the DIY in that video. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I want to go back to this workshop thing that we're doing. We're guiding you through klezmer right now. We're guiding you through Yiddish hora. And Yiddish hora, this vibe, this dom, ba-dum. There was like a moment where that music switched over to Freilach, or actually switched over to something called Bulgar, which is like a, what key do we do that in? An A? So it's also a driving, fast energy kind of beat. I mean, you could do it slower. That's a Bulgar. So you've got the doina, the slow Jewish fermata. You've got this hora in 3. You got the freilach, which is like polka, papa. And then you got a Bulgar. So today you learned something new. You learned 4 beats. 4 grooves. Okay, but let's stick with this Yiddish hora, because the next piece that we did, also, it was just us continuing to tear apart, deconstruct this Yiddish hora beat. And we took a song, Noch Gläsele Weine, which is an old klezmer song, which Janice will play you a sample of, and we did something to it. You want to take it, Janice?
Sure. This is, I think, this is in a different key than we play it in, but it gives you an idea.
Sorry.
No, that's... Want to go to the next part?
Yeah, why not? Yes, snaps for you. Janice is a world-class violinist, by the way. For those that didn't know, she plays all over LA, has been playing LA forever. I mean, I'm talking Army combat boots at the Roxy back in the 80s. And 90s and killing it.
Not to age me or anything, but thank you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. All right, so look what we did here. We took it into another song, another classic, but this a little bit older than the R&B classic. This one's a spiritual. Again, see if you name that song. See if you recognize that song. And this one also, we get to feature a good friend of mine, my mentor, Stephen Kronauer, Dr. Stephen Kronauer. He's a conductor of the Artis Vocalis Choir, as well as was my professor, my music professor at University of Cal State Long Beach. So he wanted to partner with us, and we want to partner together. So his choir is singing, he's conducting, and we're playing at this concert in Pasadena. And I think you guys are going to love it. And for fun fact, how this theme of this song connects so deeply to... Okay, I don't mean to go into so many layers. Actually, I'll go into layers after we play the song. Janice has no idea what I'm talking about. All right. Without any further ado, and also in order to suspend my rambling, ironically, I'm still vamping while the video is fully opening, spinning rainbow circle of doom on my computer. Okay, so it's going to take another second. So what I was going to say is the song is about travel. It's about also an escape route, I'm going to say. And the people that use this song to escape oppression, they had to use like the Underground Railroad, as you'll recognize from the song. And there was lots of similarities to the Yiddish and klezmer voice of not same, but similar oppression in the Holocaust as well. And so it's really beautiful to take that melody you just heard from Janice and combine it with this spiritual, which also shares a lot of that similar voice of traveling and transporting yourself out from slavery or out from oppression of some kind. So I hope you guys enjoy the little marriage we did of these pieces, and now it's ready to go. 3, 2, 1. So there is one more example of how we are tearing this music to bits and pieces, slapping it together with American heritage, and having a good time with it. So yeah, what's your thoughts, Janice, as I get ready for the next thing we're going to share?
Let's see. Are we going to do the Candles Hora into?
Oh yeah, I should be talking while you actually prep for the next thing, because you have to bring in some special guests.
You can talk about Harry Candle and how he had a klezmer orchestra.
Harry Candle had a klezmer orchestra. So here's a little bit of history of literally how klezmer interacted with America. It's very rich indeed, because what happened is a lot of Jewish musicians, they did a couple migrations to America. One was in the late 1800s, and they became quickly part of the New York jazz scene. They were playing in big bands. They were playing in the 1920s and etc. And they were doing a beautiful job of like integrating with that music, but then they got to bring the klezmer sound into that music. There's and the angels sing da 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 da. You'll find sometimes that there's even klezmer brought into old swing, big band swing. And then also like the big band swing players would then leave the hall to go to another dance hall where they were playing klezmer music and like lead a klezmer band, orchestra and such. So and then of course there was another migration of Jews during the Holocaust in the 30s and 40s too. So the music, all the musicians from the Holocaust that came over really combined beautifully with American culture, and it's been part of our shared heritage ever since. Now, speaking of sharing heritage, here's an intergenerational experience you're about to have. Janice, I'll let you introduce your two friends.
Okay. My two friends here happen to be my two lovely daughters. Actually, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Raina and I play violin.
Hi, I'm Cheska and I play cello.
And we are going to play a bit of Candle's Hora for you, of Harry Candle, who we all just told you about. Thank you. Thank you, girls.
I'll be your audience. Yeah! Sorry. This is how Zoom applauses go. I'm sure. Great job, ladies. They're also my little sisters, because Janice and I are also our great dear friends. And so those two lovely, handsomely talented are not only talented here, but one's going off to UCLA for a music degree. The other one does fine arts at Loxa. So the force is strong with these ones.
Yeah, it's been a nice balance a little bit to, in these times it's really hard when you spend so much of your time with your band members and creating music. It is a very, very jarring thing. Quick sidebar, to be away from everybody. So to have my family to make some music with is a nice thing. And thank you, girls, for taking part. So that would be one of the musical inspirations to this next tune that I will hand it over to Liav to talk about.
Well, so we took that melody, because that's what we like to do. Sorry, I don't have the music here. But we took that melody and we put it into this song. And this song is a little bit so the last two pieces you heard from us were like, okay, yeah, American classic, a spiritual, things We even purposely found things that were really beloved by the populace. And this next one, we decided to go to make an original song, which we do as well, because we're songwriters. So this is a song called Go Away, and it's in relationship to many people who, if I can make a little connection to the metro, people who, when you take the metro, sometimes you're surrounded with people who have a lot of problems that are dealing with mental health crisis. And we see it because we're surrounded by people. And in LA, we have homelessness. It's an epicenter here. We have a lot of things where we lack to see the humanity in each other. And this song is trying to give voice of those that might be struggling with voices in their head, those that are struggling with not being able to accept help, or those that see others and they don't understand them and they don't wish to have to see them. Or finally, for those that are so tired of these societal issues and whatever the challenges they face, that they just don't want to be with us anymore and they want to just go away. So we're going to play you a song. It's not a video. It's just a pre-recorded. This is a special event because this song has not been released yet. You can't go find it anywhere. You'd have to go restream this whole telethon to find it again because it's unreleased. We're going to be releasing it soon, working on our next album. Again, follow us on Facebook or Instagram to keep up with that. This is called Go Away. So and listen for that melody, by the way, the one that you just heard, the Candles Hora. that the ladies were just playing beautifully. And Janice and I are gonna just groove out to this because it's just audio. You ready? Here we go.
Go away, 'cause I feel you just don't get it, and my demons don't quite know you yet, but maybe if you held my hand, I'll go away, won't you leave me and my voices with me? You don't hear what they're saying to me, how they comfort me. We'll go far away. Go away, that's your eyes and what they're saying to me. Lies and cheating all the people around me is the stain you think I am. Gonna go away. If you turn your head away from me, then I might disappear away, and not just in your eyes. We'll go far. Ta-da! You're all lucky.
I haven't played along to it.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to sing along. I hope you guys were grooving along in whatever vibe you were. And thanks for listening. You know, it is vulnerable for an artist to share music that's original, but I hope you guys enjoyed. And we're totally excited about the way that we're able to take this heritage music, grab little samples. I hope you heard that melody keep coming back. So that's like the whole fun, and the fun about living in a niche of a genre of music is that, I mean, not to put down, not to diminish any like just like normal, higher, well-known genre of like just pop or just like rock or something, but when you're being guided by this voice of folk and tradition as a way to start a creative process, it's been a really cool thing about being a klezmer and Yiddish artist, and especially when we mix it with our indie rock and what else we do. Yeah, so I hope you guys are enjoying this like way that we're deconstructing this music for you guys. And I can't wait till we can get you guys to come out and see a full live show with the whole band. We've postponed all our gigs to next year, and including needed to dip into the Artist Relief Fund ourselves because we lost a lot of gigs. We had a big tour coming up to the Northwest. Do you want to say anything more about that, Janice, while I
You mean how much I was crying into my pillow because we couldn't go on the road? You want me to talk about that?
Talk about that.
Talking about being vulnerable. It was tough, and you know, I didn't necessarily feel like I was first in line to complain because I knew people who were very ill who got the virus, who are still fighting the virus, and I guess my emotional attention was a lot on that, and that felt like a priority, but it was really tough to have, you know, a week and a half tour lined up. I don't know how long it was. It was close to 2 weeks on the road, and have that come crashing down. And so basically the first stretch of time after the shelter, when everyone was doing, you know, Facebook Live concerts from their living room, we were like canceling, you know, hotels and motels and planes and trains and automobiles, speaking of travel, you know, getting rid of rental car reservations. And it was a really crazy time to be a performing musician, to have to pull back on a lot of that. So having these opportunities really helps cheer us up. And we are really, really looking forward to being back on the stage and in the practice room with, I'll mention our rhythm section first. Wonderful bass player who I've known and played with a million years, Adam Levy, and our drummer, Eric Hagstrom, who's also helped a lot with arranging and has been so invaluable. And then G. Robbie, our fantastic accordion diva clarinetist, Taylor Covey, trombone player extraordinaire, and Anibal Seminario, who's taking care of our winds, sax, and clarinet. Is that everybody?
That's
in
everybody.
Our core band?
You did happen
So-
to say that G was a clarinetist as well as a
Oh,
clarinetist.
I said clarinetist,
You said
accordion.
accordionist, clarinetist, and I was like, that's.
Oh, did I say that? I must be getting tired.
I mean, G, but you know what G's second instrument is, which is really kick butt?
Yeah, steel drum.
Steel pan drum. Yeah, exactly.
She's amazing, but you know, she might play the clarinet. Who knows?
I bet she does. I bet she does.
But anyway, so I just wanted to shout out to the band members that we're really missing right now, and that you'll see in a lot of these videos.
Yeah, they go follow their stuff. They're still working, you know, chopping away at online things too. And I will. I'm going to swing us back towards this next clip that I got it geared up here now, because we're still like exploring this klezmer stuff together. And Renee, I'm realizing it's 8:56, so chime in if you want us to start wrapping up, or I heard you say we can go a little longer because we can do one more clip if you. If there's
Yeah,
time.
so yeah, you're the last people for today, so no one's waiting to go on after we do. So if you want to play another video, that's totally cool.
Okay, we'll do one more and then we'll close up.
You want to do a crawdad?
I'm going to do Crawdad, and I'm going to talk about Disney.
Okay.
So one of the biggest honors we had was, as a mostly kosher, was basically we were doing klezmer music for, actually, it's been 10 years now, but in LA. And we played at synagogue. You know, we're kind of like in the Jewish music circuit, playing at synagogues or Jewish festivals and events. And then we would be able to get opportunities to play at like cultural festivals and things like, if you're performing, you know, like a presenter or a venue wanted to do something quite diverse, and they would really put us in that niche. But something that was unexpected and really it's quite an honor was when Disneyland, after 60 years of being pretty Christmas focused, decided they wanted to expand for the first time their Hanukkah and all of their diverse cultures and faiths for the holiday season. And so they were looking and scouting across the country for a music ensemble that could be representative of the voice they were looking for to prepare to perform Jewish music. And they found us. They liked the way that we try to, you know, learn from the old, but take, you know, also move into the new, roots and wings, as we like to say. And we got a gig 4 years ago. I think 2016 was the first year, right? So 2016, in the winter, we took on not only playing at the Disney parks, which is nice, but also it was a deep level residency of 6 shows a day, 7 days a week for 2 months for the holiday season, like November all the way through the beginning of January. And because of the obvious crazy schedule that is, wasn't just our band, it turned into a production. So we actually had 3 full bands of understudy bands, and we would cycle through. And we had this honor of preparing this show that was not just Jewish music at Disneyland, but it was the first impression of Judaism for so many tourists. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are not even from the other parts of the country, but other parts of the world, because it's Disneyland. And they're coming through, and many of them are from countries where they may have never even touched Jewish music before. And so to be the very first Jewish cultural band to be at the Disneyland parks, which, by the way, the next year we franchised the show over to Disney World in Florida. So that was one of the biggest honors of our lives, I think, and also of our band. And to be full of myself, or ourselves, in my opinion, I think it was a big step for the Jewish community in general to have that voice represented at Disneyland. Because we know, what do we know? Disney owns the world, right? I'm just kidding. So in that sense, it was an honor to be able to do music at Disneyland, and hopefully we'll be back in time if there's a vaccine, and if not, hopefully we'll come back next year in 2021. But yes, we're there every year, usually. This next song, I'm saying it because it's how we close the Disney show, although this particular clip is not from our Disney show. Go look it up on YouTube. Just type Mostly Kosher Disney. You'll see 1,000 videos. But this clip is from Torrance Performing Arts Center, which is run by this amazing guy, Chris Wolf, who's been a big mentor to us. And this is a performing arts center, meaning like just like the music center, we're talking, the Dorothy Chandler or other, the Soraya, other big performing arts centers. We just finally started breaking out of the small Jewish music circuit into performing arts center circuits in the last couple of years as well. And this was one of the places where we got our start for that circuit. So this is our show there. And I hope you guys, do you want to add anything before I play it, Janice?
Just that you'll hear this.
Oh, I totally forgot. Yes, give him the seed, the klezmer seed, and then we'll play the song. Yes, that's so important. It's not only it's very famous in the klezmer world. It's Reb Dovadil, I can't remember the words, but it's about the rabbi dancing and getting drunk. But the point of also the klezmer combo here is you'll hear so many different things. We mashed it up with another American classic. Yeah, Renee says it's the "If I Were a Rich Man" refrain. If I were a rich man, this song we did, the arrangement we did, we got really excited because we mixed it with the Appalachian music of American heritage, as you heard me say before. It's fun to combine the two heritages together, and we also got to stick that sound in with a Bulgar. So you'll hear the Bulgar beat if you're learning, if you're paying attention. And it's just a big pot, where like mesh pot, where we put it all together. I can't talk. Let me just play the clip. It'll be a lot better than me talking.
Oh, can I just say one super last thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hats off here to Stacy Wilson, our director, for this.
Oh, this is
video.
of the Toka one. This is just of Toka.
Oh, you're not playing the music video.
No, I'm sorry. I had the wrong one prepped up. But please make a shout out for that music video.
Okay, so yeah, look up that one. Look up Crawdad Bulgar.
Look up this song, Crawdad Bulgar, on YouTube or on Google, and you'll find the video. The music video we have there is really impressive. This one was from the show that we did at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center.
The live show. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Enjoy this one. Here we go. So there's our little clip of Crawdad Bulgar. As you can hopefully tell, it's a lot of fun. So yes, that was a little taste. And as Janice said, go type in Crawdad, like the Crawdad song. You get on and I'm gonna pull. And then Bulgar, Bulgar, into YouTube or Google, and you'll find a special surprise of a music video that we worked really hard on that brings that whole song together. I guess we're gonna close up now and just say, I guess, a big thank you and some closing words. And since there's time to go over, if there is anyone that might have a question here, that we still have a couple attendees listening, and shout out to Erica and Kimberly. You know, go on online. You know, here's the plugs. Go catch us on, mostlykosher.com, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Check out, we're going to be opening our merch section of our website soon, because we could, during, that's your own form of artist relief, not only giving to the DCA Artist Relief Fund, which please give, please give, please give, but you can also go and purchase artists' merchandise during this COVID time. Like, that's one sock. You only get one sock at a time when you purchase off of our merch. So make sure you type in the merch when it says quantity. Make sure you always put it in pairs and multiples of 2. And then if you remember to put it in a multiple of 2, we'll be nice and we'll actually throw in an extra 2 socks. Sorry, that's a stupid joke. But that being said, we also, there's not much else to look out for. We're considering about maybe piecing together a big virtual or drive-in concert of some sort at the end of the summer. So if you want to see us live, and we're going to attempt to beat COVID, but still be conscious of the guidelines this summer. So follow us and stay tuned for that as well. Thank you, Renee, for having us. And again, please support the Artist Relief Funds. They supported us, and so we've been so grateful. Janice, you want to say any closing words?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you too for supporting the arts. It's an essential business that we're in, and we really appreciate that you're doing this, and thank you for including us in the slate of this really artist diversity that you have. I mean, there's spoken word and DJ and live music, and it's really wonderful what you put together. So thank you so much for including us.
All right, we know that it's streaming out, but we just meant, we didn't know if YouTube people could ask questions here. Oh, cool. Got it. And also, you could just send us an email at info@mostlykosher.com and be like, hey, what shoe size are you? Or I don't know. We were gonna wrap up there, but if you really want us to, we can squeeze something out. Woo! Thank you.
Shout out to one of our friends, Erica Silverman. Thank you. We hope to be live again. Thank you so much for the comment.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I gave it back.
and YouTube couldn't hear me this entire time, which is so sad. But I'm sorry. And so I had to learn too with all these technical difficulties. And so I apologize to the people who didn't hear me most of the during the tech difficulties. So I think I'm done saying thank yous a lot. And I think again, yeah, I just wanted to wrap by saying that, yeah, I think we had 28 different artists and acts that were part of this telethon. So that is just a small sampling of how many people in LA have great arts that can be virtually shared across the city. And so obviously 28 is only like a sliver of all the talent in this city. And so please donate to the Arts Emergency Relief Fund to help every artist you saw during this telethon, as well as the literal thousands of other artists that really need your support during this time. And I also hope we helped you understand how transit is not just your car, but is an infrastructure, is a public policy, is a racial issue, is a class issue, is an unhoused issue. And I'm hoping with my future projects as Creative Catalyst that I will continue to show the different ways that transportation is so much more than just the vehicle that you have on the road or the bus that you take or the train. So there's a siren probably getting picked up. Yeah, thank you everybody. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream and so thank you YouTube, and everything was recorded, so hopefully share it with your friends later on. Goodbye YouTube. Ending that stream.